Olivia sat at the window of her hotel room, curtains wide open, gazing out at a pitch-black Newcastle. It was the early hours of Thursday morning, and freezing cold. She had endured a fitful sleep of only a couple of hours, and woken trapped in a cocoon of duvet wrapped around her. She'd wrestled herself free and went over to the window, duvet over her shoulders, and looked out at the sprawling city. It was calming to watch over a metropolis in slumber. In the hours of daylight, it was a cacophony of noise. In the early hours of the morning, it was practically a ghost town. There were very few people about at this time. Taxi drivers, shift workers, emergency service crew members, insomniac dog walkers, and those with more nefarious motives. Olivia blinked hard. She couldn't even enjoy the hours of darkness, when everything was stripped back to the basics of empty roads and pavements. Everyone had to have an unwholesome reason for being out at this time. Why couldn't the man across the road, in the oversized coat and beanie hat, simply be heading for the train station to go to work? Why did Olivia look at him and assume he was a rapist looking for his next victim, stumbling drunkenly out of a nightclub? A young man stepped up to a cash machine, looked around him, and inserted his card. Why did Olivia think it wasn't his card, that he'd stolen it, forced his victim to reveal their PIN before stabbing them, and was now planning to empty their account? That was how her mind worked. It was always switched on and seeking out alternative motives for people's actions. She always thought the worst of people, never the best. It took a long time before she trusted anyone new. It had taken years for her to feel comfortable in Sebastian's company, to share her innermost thoughts and feelings, knowing he wouldn't try to get them published somewhere. Everyone else she kept at arm's length. If they didn't have the bullets to fire, they couldn't shoot her. Following a long and scaldingly hot shower, Olivia dressed and headed for the police station, stopping off at a Costa en route to get drinks and snacks for Linus and Ryan. She entered the small room to find Ryan on his own. He was wearing earbuds, looking seriously at his laptop. Olivia hesitated in the doorway. "It's okay, you can come in. I've just had a Zoom call. It's ended now," he said, closing the laptop. "I've brought drinks. Linus not in yet?" "Yes, he's in with DCI Wise, and she can be a bit of a talker, so he might be a while," he said, with a smile. "I need to talk to you about what I discovered yesterday about Isaac," he said, taking the coffee proffered by Olivia and inhaling the aroma. "I spoke to 3 of his customers, and they all said conflicting things about him. I've printed off the transcripts of the conversations." He handed her the sheets. Olivia removed her coat and sat down. "I've had the same response chatting to Eleanor and his neighbours. Now Leslie was clearly attracted to Isaac. According to Hal, he knew about her feelings, yet did nothing. Maybe he didn't find her attractive, but Eleanor said he wasn't interested in a relationship with anyone. Yet Hal said he was seeing someone at his office. "I'll give the office a call. Ask if they knew who it was," Ryan said, making a note. "Who's this Julie?" Olivia asked, reading Ryan's interview transcripts. "The only one I've been able to find is Julie Packard. She lives at number 8, a few doors down from Isaac. I've made a note to give her a call later. Why would someone be completely different around all these people? Surely even the most accomplished liar would trip themselves up at some point." "Some people lie if they have low self-esteem. They want to impress people in order to be accepted. I don't think Isaac needed to worry about that. Lying gives a person control over a situation as they're manipulating it. On one level, it's a defense mechanism to stop someone from getting close and seeing their true self and vulnerability. In Isaac's case, he's creating a different character of himself so that the real Isaac McFadden isn't revealed. But these people talk to each other. Surely Leslie and Hal and Julie chat about their neighbours. It's what you do. He hasn't said anything to them that's all that different. It's his customers who he's told dissimilar stories to, and they're unlikely to ever meet up. He really did manipulate everyone around him, didn't he? It would appear so. I feel sorry for his daughter, Ryan said. Oh, I nearly forgot. I thought you might like to see these. He brought up a box from beneath the table. It's the trophies found hidden in Isaac's house. Olivia took the cardboard box from him, pulled back the flaps, and lifted out the dark oak box first. Is this the box found in Isaac's wardrobe? Yes. You don't happen to know where or when he bought it, do you? No, Ryan said. Eleanor said she'd never seen it before. All the items had been tested for prints and DNA. Only Eleanor and Leslie's prints were discovered on a few items, and they admitted to handling them when going through the box. There was a partial thumbprint belonging to Isaac, found on a lens of the pair of glasses. Olivia picked up the small, creased photograph of the young boy and girl. She studied it. They look like they could be brother and sister. We think they might be twins, Ryan said. We've had that photograph in every national newspaper, on the local news, and it's on our website. Nobody's come forward to say they recognise it. They may not be English, she said, as she brought the photograph closer and squinted at it. When would you say this was taken? Late 90s, early 2000s? I'm not sure, Ryan said. The furniture in the background looks dated, but the clothing of the kids isn't. They're either in the house of an elderly relative or, I don't know, maybe Eastern European? Russian, perhaps? It might belong to the guy whose passport is in there, Ryan said. I can't pronounce his surname. No, Olivia said firmly. I think each item refers to a different victim. The passport and the photograph are separate. She placed the picture, carefully, back in the box, and lifted out the chain with the St. Christopher medal. The patron saint of travellers, she said to herself. The young lad from Poland, tell me about him. We don't know much about him. He lived with his grandmother in a village just outside Dansk. He wanted to travel, so he saved up, bought a plane ticket and said he was off to England, Ryan said. He told a friend that he'd work his way back home via Portugal, then up through Spain, France, Belgium, Netherlands and Germany. He had it all planned out. And the stamp on the passport tells us he arrived in England on December the 16th, 2023, Olivia said, looking at the passport. She flicked to the back and studied the photograph of a young Peter. He was a handsome young man with floppy blonde hair and the vaguest hint of a smile on his thin lips. So, where has he gone? Ryan didn't say anything. Is this jewellery worth anything? Olivia asked, picking up the black zirconia ceramic ring. No, it's all costume stuff. The diamond stud isn't real either, in case you were wondering, Ryan said. I hate to say this, but I think we're going to struggle to identify these victims at all. What makes you say that? Sean Bridger was estranged from his family. Gitta Tchaikovsky left home to go travelling. Nobody's come forward to claim the photograph of the two kids. I think these are all people who have lost their way. Whether they've run away to escape their lives or been abandoned, or their families have turfed them out, they're all lost. Isaac found them. He saw something in them that he could take advantage of. That's why you don't know that there are 12 victims out there. Because nobody is looking for them. Olivia's voice had taken on a dark, sad tone. There must be something we can do, Ryan said. Find their bodies. How? Where do we even look? Everywhere. There was a bang on the glass, making them both jump. They turned and saw DC Lowell walking past. Bazinga! He called out, before putting his fingers to his head in the shape of an L. L for loser. Ryan looked down, as if concentrating on his work. Ryan, do you enjoy being a detective? Olivia asked. She'd noticed the way his face had dropped. He looked up at her. I'm guessing you can tell whether a person is lying or not. Most of the time, she said, with a smile in her eyes. So, if I tell you that I love being a detective, what will you say? I'll say that the smoke alarm will go off soon because your pants are on fire. He gave her a brief smile and returned to his laptop. Olivia took out her phone and composed a text message to Sebastian. Do you think we have enough work on to take on another member of staff? Particularly one with an IQ of 165. Chapter 30. By lunchtime, Olivia was developing a headache. She and Ryan had been going through missing persons reports as well as studying the trophies and trying to crack Isaac's code. Linus had come in and asked her to accompany him to DCI Wise's office so she could be introduced to his superior and fill her in on what they were working on. The 10-minute chat was succinct, and Diane Wise had offered Olivia anything and everything to help with the investigation, quickly followed by telling her there was no extra money available to assign more officers to the case. It was a conversation of contradictions. Olivia decided not to take Linus's offer of a bite to eat in town. She wanted to be alone with her thoughts for a while. Try to make sense of what she had learned yesterday from Eleanor, Leslie, and Hal, and put her own anxieties in a locked box in the deep recesses of her mind. It was true that serial murderers were great manipulators. Isaac had been able to manipulate his own daughter into thinking her father was the best. He'd blindsided Leslie next door, as well as neighbour Hal and all of his work colleagues, into believing he was a hard-working family man. The best person out of all of these to talk to again was Eleanor. She was the closest to Isaac. He would have had to work hard in order to convince his daughter he was who he wanted her to believe he was. Just what was hiding in Eleanor's subconscious about her father that even she didn't know about? Olivia ran her fingers through her hair, gripping it hard and pulling at it, causing her pain. She needed to try and crack this code. Maybe, hopefully, it would reveal the whereabouts of the victims, which in turn could reveal more about the killer and the second possible killer. She walked to the quayside with her satchel across her shoulder and decided to explore Newcastle on foot. If she was going to call this city home for the foreseeable future, she might as well know more about where she was living. She had heard a great deal about the famous Baltic Centre for Contemporary Art, which she planned to visit, and she would like to see the Angel of the North close up. There was a gorgeous building on the opposite side of the river, which Olivia had to look up. It was the Glass House International Centre for Music, also known as the Sage. She'd have a look on their website back at the hotel, find out what attractions they had in the coming days and weeks, and see if anything took her fancy. As she strolled along the quayside, She felt her body relaxing as she took in the calming river views and the bars and pubs, comfortably lit and oozing with welcoming atmosphere. As much as Olivia wanted to go into one or two of them and drown her sorrows in alcohol, she knew it was a slippery slope. She'd treat herself to a gin and tonic back at the hotel. The further she walked, the fewer people she saw. She walked under a beautifully designed iron bridge, crossed over the road, and continued to follow the river. She had no idea where she was going, but with a smartphone you were never really lost anymore. She could always turn back when she wanted to. A cold wind was blowing. Olivia raised the collar of her coat and looked at her watch. She'd been walking for well over an hour and had missed lunch. Her stomach grumbled, reminding her she needed fuel if she was going to concentrate on her task of cracking Isaac's code. She looked around her and had no idea where she was. She turned back and headed for her car. She had passed a few pubs and restaurants on her walk. She'd pop in, have a sandwich and a glass of wine, something to lubricate the brain cells. Olivia found a bistro that looked homely and not too busy. While waiting for her chicken risotto to be prepared, she sipped a delicious Sauvignon and took out her laptop. She looked over at the next table, where an elderly couple were dining, and smiled at the woman. Olivia had no idea why people found it strange to eat out alone. She did it all the time. She would never taste great food if she didn't. She had chosen to live a life alone and keep people at arm's length. Occasionally she went for a meal with Sebastian, and she and Ethan had gone out a couple of times, though it was always a prelude to amazing sex. She shook her head. She had lost concentration. Another reason to kick the Ethan issue into touch. She needed to focus, and a man would hinder that. Opening up a file, making sure she didn't have any post-mortem photos on show in case the people behind glanced over her shoulder while they were tucking into their prosciutto. She selected the code she was adding her own notes to and hoped reading it for the 3,000th time would cause something to click into place. 12, 12th victim, M6, March or May. Date eaten edge, brackets poppy. Poppy equals drugs? Question mark. Helpful indeed, crescent, brackets heat. Question mark. Brown, blue, blue, black, 12/5/10/20. Description of Sean Bridger. Brown eyes, blue top, blue jeans, black shoes, cut into 12 pieces. 5'10", aged 20. Pound sign? Question mark. It didn't. It was still as confusing as ever. She looked at the final column. Why a pound sign? What did it mean? Had Isaac paid Sean Bridger? Sean had sold himself to men for sex in order to buy drugs. Is that what it referred to? The symbol in the entry above was an open parenthesis. What could that possibly refer to? She looked at the code as a whole again. Every time she read it, she seemed to have more questions about it. Yes, it was Isaac's handwriting. Eleanor had confirmed that. But why write it in the first place? Why did he need to keep a chart of his victims? It was narcissistic to keep a record so he could read it and marvel at his accomplishments. But from what she had heard about Isaac, he was anything but narcissistic. Nothing about the psychology of this killer fitted with what Olivia had discovered about Isaac. She sighed and looked down at her laptop keyboard. The letter S had faded. The letter A had disappeared completely. She wondered what the most common letter in the English alphabet was. She wondered how long she had had this laptop for, and if it was time for an upgrade. It did seem to be running slower lately, and the number 3 button stuck when she pressed it. Her eyes widened in realization. "Oh my God," she said to herself. She looked back at the code on the screen, down at the keyboard, back to the code. The sick bastard. The couple opposite looked up at her. She apologized and scrambled around in her bag for her mobile. She searched for Linus's number and hit call. "Olivia, what can I do for you? Have you got lost?" he asked breezily. "Are you anywhere near a computer?" "I'm always near a computer. What do you need?" "Look at the code." The waiter arrived at her table with her chicken risotto. "Oh, sorry, let me just move this," she said, holding the phone in the crook of her neck and trying to find somewhere for her laptop. "Thank you. Sorry again. Are you still there?" she asked Linus. "Yes. Where are you?" he asked. "I'm in a restaurant." "Do you ever just take a break for food? You always have to be working." "Yes, I do. Have you got the code in front of you?" "Yes." "Right. The final column. The one with the symbols. Go on." "It's been staring at us all this time. The symbols are all on the top row of numbers on a standard computer keyboard." "Yes. So they are." "Don't you see what this means? He's marking his victims out of 10. You think?" "Sean Bridger, the last victim. He put a pound sign in the last column. The pound sign is the number 3 on a keyboard. He's marked him 3 out of 10. The entry above that has an open parenthesis sign. That's the number 9. 9 out of 10. Asterisk 8. Ampersand 7. Asterisk 8. Bracket 9. Percentage sign 5. Percentage sign 5. Ampersand 7. Bracket 9. Asterisk 8. Ampersand 7. Bracket 9. Pound sign." Jesus Christ, that's beyond sick. "Tell me about it. Why would you give that a rating? I mean, what are you basing it on? If the victims resisted or how loudly they screamed?" Olivia caught the eye of the elderly couple at the next table. She mouthed an apology and lowered her voice. "Sean Bridger scored the lowest, only 3. Why? Did he mean nothing to him, or was it what Sean represented, the fact he was homeless and selling himself for drug money? Why would Sean only score a 3? If you're expecting an answer, you'll have a long wait. You need to get me an appointment to see Isaac McFadden as soon as possible. I've been on to the prison. Will Saturday morning do you?" "Perfect." She ended the call, apologized once again to the couple opposite, and began to tuck into her cooling risotto. It tasted good, but her appetite had gone. She could only manage a couple of forkfuls before she realized she didn't have time for eating. Now she had cracked another column in the code. She needed to give it more attention. She raised her arm and asked for the bill. She quickly left, leaving a hefty tip for the waiter. She headed for the hotel. It was going to be a very long night. Chapter 31. What kind of a man would mark his killings out of 10? On what scale was he judging Sean Bridger to be a 3 and the victim before him a 9? Talking to Eleanor, Olivia had assumed Isaac McFadden to be a perfect father, a hard worker who wanted to look after his child following the tragic early death of his wife and her mother. If Olivia hadn't seen Isaac's police interviews with her own eyes and read the transcripts, she would have thought the killer and the father were two completely different people. A man who can withstand police interrogations and answer no comment to every question for hours on end has to be cool, calm, and collected. Isaac wasn't just cool, he was ice cold. And this rating system proved that. Add into the mix the contrasting information gleaned from Leslie Quinn and Hal Garfield, and it would seem that Isaac McFadden wore many hats, depending on who he was with. Olivia locked the door to her hotel room behind her and closed the curtains. She wanted to try and understand more of this code, and she couldn't allow any distractions. Olivia didn't care if she was awake all night. She was seeing Isaac face to face in 2 days. She needed to have the upper hand in their conversation, as the Iceman would give her nothing. She took a bottle of water from the minibar, opened it, and took a lengthy swig. It was cold and refreshing, and she hoped it would wake up her brain, focus her mind on the task at hand. She brought up the code on her laptop and concentrated on the second column. She was 99% sure the letters referred to the months of the year, but had no idea what the numbers meant. A1, April, August. O1, October. F1, February. J5, January, June, July. N2, November. J6, January, June, July. M4, March, May. M5, March, May. A5, April, August. O3, October. J9, January, June, July. M6, March. M6 could refer to May, but as Sean was found in the back of Isaac's car on the 1st of March, Olivia guessed M stood for March. But why 6? It wasn't the 6th month, it was the 3rd. Sean wasn't killed on the 6th, it was the 1st. He wasn't the 6th victim either, he was the 12th. If Sean Bridges' entry referred to March, then the M5 could refer to May, but that didn't make sense on a chronological basis, as May comes after March in the calendar, unless Sean's March was the following March. "Oh my God, I've got it!" Olivia exclaimed. She remained silent for a long moment while she arranged her thoughts. The more she thought about it, the more sense it made. M6 refers to March, M5 is the M month before, making it May, and the M4 refers to the previous March before Sean's death in his March. The numbers refer to how many months of the same letter have passed since the first killing. I've got you, you sneaky bastard. A1, first A month, April 2021. O1, first O month, October 2021. F1, first F month, February 2022. J5, fifth J month, July 2022. N2, second N month, November 2022. J6, sixth J month, January 2023. M4, fourth M month, March 2023. M5, fifth M month, May 2023. A6, sixth A month, August 2023. O3, third O month, October 2023. J9, ninth J month, January 2024. M6, sixth M month, March 2024. That had to be it. Olivia was sure. And she knew how much the first of each month meant to Isaac. He was born on the 1st of the month. He was married on the 1st of the month. His wife died on the 1st of the month. Sean Bridger was killed on the 1st of the month. It was just possible that all of these victims were killed on the 1st of the month in their corresponding years. If that was the case, it drastically narrowed down the field of missing persons and could lead to them discovering more about the code and potentially tracking down their bodies. She rang Linus. It took him a while to answer. "Am I interrupting anything?" she asked, as he sounded groggy.
"Yes, my sleep. Do you have any idea what time it is?"
She didn't have a clue. She looked at her phone. How could it be almost 1 o'clock in the morning already? "Oh, I'm sorry, Linus, I didn't realize. Do you want me to call back in the morning?"
"I'm awake now. What have you got?"
he asked, stifling a yawn. Olivia filled him in on cracking another column and talked him through the process.
"That should make it easier to track down any victims listed as missing persons,"
he said.
"I'll get Ryan onto it first thing in the morning."
"Excellent. Again, I'm sorry for waking you."
"That's quite all right. Now, turn your laptop off and get some sleep."
"Will do. Good night, Linus."
"Yeah, night,"
he said, his voice already sleepy. Olivia was still buoyed. She had cracked 2 more of the columns in the space of a few hours. That just left columns 3 and 4, where both had 4 seemingly random words, one of which was bracketed. The more she studied them, the more she didn't have a clue what they could possibly mean. If she didn't mention them to Isaac on Saturday, he would realize she hadn't been able to decipher the full code and would enjoy her failure. However, if she admitted she was in the dark, he would delight in having bested her. Was it better to not mention the code at all? Or maybe mention it as if it was meaningless and not giving her sleepless nights? From the minibar, she took a can of gin and tonic and drank it in 2 long swigs. Alcohol helped her to relax, and if she was to be any use to Linus and Ryan tomorrow, she needed to get a decent night's sleep. While she waited for the alcohol to kick in, she went into the bathroom, changed and brushed her teeth. Then she climbed into bed, sank into the memory foam mattress, wrapped the duvet around her and closed her eyes. She tried not to think about what dreams would haunt her tonight. Usually the amount of alcohol she drank caused her to forget her dreams. She doubted she would forget on only 1 gin and tonic. Olivia opened her eyes to the darkness. Something had woken her. As much as she was enjoying her time away from London, staying in hotels was never fun. It was like being in hospital. There was always something happening in the building that could wake her up. There was a beeping noise coming from somewhere. It wasn't from the corridor. It sounded like it was coming from inside her room. She sat up in bed, reached across to the bedside lamp, and flicked it on. She picked up her phone and looked at it. There was an alert on the alarm system she had on her house. Given the job she did and the people she had met around the world over the years, it was no surprise that Olivia suffered from paranoia occasionally. There was only one place she felt safe and secure. That was her home, and she intended to keep it that way. She had sensor lights at the front and back, cameras over all entrances, and alarms on all windows and doors. She had an app on her phone whereby she could control everything and see live feeds from the cameras wherever she was in the world. Right now, there was a fault with the alarm on the back door. Fully awake now, Olivia logged on to the security app and opened the camera above the back door. It was still pitch dark, so she couldn't see anything. She turned on the sensor light, and the garden lit up like an alien invasion. She zoomed in on various points, but nothing seemed to be out of place. and the back door didn't seem to have been tampered with in any way. She hit reset and waited a few seconds for the app to reconfigure, but the alert still flashed up. Shit, she said to herself. She looked at the time. It was just before 7 o'clock. There was no way she would be able to get back to sleep now, and she knew there was one other person who would be awake at this time. She selected Sebastian's number and gave him a call.
Good morning, Olivia,
he said breezily.
You're up early. How's the northeast?
Bloody freezing. Sebastian, before you head into work this morning, can you stop by my house? I've had a security alert on the back door. I've looked on the camera, but I can't see anything out of place. Any chance you can investigate for me?
Sure, no problem.
Thanks. It's not been the same since that storm before Christmas when the power went out. I've had the company out twice and they say it's working fine.
I'm sure it's nothing. It's probably a fox or something come too close to the house. You know how sensitive these things can be. I'll go after I've dropped the twins off at school. That okay?
Yes, fine. Thank you, Sebastian.
So, how's everything going? Have you cracked more of that code yet?
I think I may have. I'll drop you an email later.
Who is this new member of staff you've got lined up?
He's a DC here in Newcastle. He's wasted as a copper, Sebastian, and he's incredibly intelligent. He'd be invaluable when it comes to researching.
Let me crunch some numbers before you talk to him about it.
Thank you.
When are you paying a visit to Isaac?
Tomorrow.
Whose idea was that?
Olivia frowned.
What do you mean? Tomorrow is the 1st of February. You know the 1st of the month is an important date to him. Hang on a minute. Catherine, I don't know where your shoes are, sweetheart. If you put them away like I told you to whenever you took them off, we wouldn't have this conversation every morning.
Sorry, he said, coming back to the conversation.
Where was I? Oh, yes. Isaac was born on the 1st. It made the newspapers, so he's gone through life thinking he was special in some way.
I think he might have killed all his victims on the 1st of the month, Olivia said.
It would certainly seem likely.
Surely he can't have manufactured his wife dying on the 1st. Unless he finished her off.
I'm guessing his daughter is too young to remember anything about it.
The woman who lives next door to Isaac has been there longer than he was. She helped with Eleanor after his wife died.
Would he have confessed to her that he killed her? He didn't kill her like he did his other victims. Maybe she was in pain, so he killed her to end her suffering. Is there any way of finding out?
I'm not sure. I'll look into it. The thing is, there is nobody Isaac is close to who he would confide anything like that to.
What about his neighbour?
I'm not sure. I'll pay her another visit.
One other thing, Olivia. When you go to see Isaac tomorrow, remember, it's a special day for him. He'll want it to be a memorable day.
He's in prison. Every day is like any other.
Yes, but tomorrow something different is happening. He's got you visiting him. Right now, you're hot property. The drama about your life is starting on Monday night. He's going to want to remember your visit for years to come. Be very careful.
Olivia ended the call to Sebastian, claiming she needed to run to the toilet. Suddenly, she was very nervous about meeting Isaac on Saturday.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook, so please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you've enjoyed this program. This is Audible.
Chapter 32. Olivia didn't usually bother with breakfast. A strong coffee or two and a slice of toast, or maybe a piece of fruit, was what she settled for at home. However, the hotel did an excellent breakfast. and she was thoroughly enjoying her Belgian waffle with a selection of fruits and maple syrup to accompany her customary strong black filter coffee. It really set her up for the day, and by the time she entered the office at Forth Banks, she was full of energy. She decided that when she returned home, she would seriously rethink her morning routine.
"We think we might have identified another victim," DC Ryan Sweetland said as Olivia entered. His face was lit up with a huge smile of achievement.
"How long have you been here?" she asked, looking at her watch.
"I'm always in early. I don't need much sleep," he said.
Linus was at the whiteboard, filling in more of Isaac's code.
"That'll catch up with you when you get older. I could have a full 8 hours and still be knackered."
"It takes me about 3 nights to get 8 hours," Olivia said, taking off her coat and sitting down.
"Are you a member of Insomniacs Anonymous too?"
Linus asked her.
"Who do you think came up with the name of the club?"
She winked. Ryan cleared his throat. Looking at him, head down over his tablet, it was obvious he struggled with small talk and was more confident when the conversation pertained to work matters.
"Sorry, Ryan, go on,"
Olivia prompted.
"Thanks. Now, from what we know about the code so far, I've worked out each of the months backwards, going from Sean Bridger being killed in March 2024. I also wondered if, as Isaac seems to have a thing about the first day of the month, he killed his victims on the first of each month."
Olivia decided not to interrupt and tell him she and Sebastian had already come up with that. He continued,
"If that's the case, entry 6 on the code has J6 in a second column. I've worked this out to be January 2023. The 1st of January is also New Year's Day. I thought any missing person report or someone being murdered on that day would have more prominence in the news."
"Hang on," Olivia said, as she opened her laptop and brought up the code on screen. 6, J6, rely octagon, brackets cold, key, brackets chicken, zooming, old, ghost, yellow, yellow, white, black, 10/6/ percentage sign.
If you look at the 4th column, yellow, yellow, white, black, gives us someone with blonde hair, a yellow top, white trousers and black shoes. Using the rest of the theory, we can guess he was 6 foot, age unknown, and...
Ryan swallowed hard.
He was cut into 10 pieces. So, I put missing person on New Year's Day 2023 into Google, and this is what we've got.
He handed Olivia a printout. She took it from him and looked down. She saw the smiling face of a young man who looked no older than a teenager. He had blonde hair, dazzling blue eyes, and such an infectious smile. She found she was smiling back at him.
Shane Waterhouse, from Thornhill in Sunderland. He was reported missing by his mother on New Year's Day 2023.
Ryan said.
He'd come to Newcastle the day before to stay with a cousin. They were going out to Powerhouse in Newcastle to celebrate New Year.
And what happened? Olivia asked.
They went out at 10 o'clock. The place was packed. Shane and his cousin saw the New Year in together, and they got separated in the crowd. He didn't see him after that.
So what happened with his cousin? Did he just go home when he'd had enough?
He met someone and went back to their flat,
Ryan said, uncomfortably.
From a file, Linus took out a photograph. This was taken at around 10 o'clock on December the 31st, 2022.
He handed it to Olivia. It showed 2 young men grinning for the camera.
Shane Waterhouse, as you can see, was wearing a yellow, long-sleeved polo shirt, white jeans, and black boots. If you look closely, you can see he also has a Casio watch on his right wrist. He was 6 foot and 20 years old. He matches the description perfectly.
Okay, Olivia said.
You don't look too pleased,
Linus remarked. I had all the victims in my head as being people who'd fallen off the radar and were estranged from their families for some reason. This one, he's missing and people are missing him.
We would have come across him eventually,
Ryan said.
I've got a huge list here of missing people in and around the northeast. I've since checked and Shane Waterhouse is on the list. Now we know the dates of when the others either went missing or were killed, possibly, we can focus more on the missing persons list. If more of Isaac's victims are missed by family and loved ones, we should find them,
Linus said. His tone was buoyant at hopefully making some progress with identifying the victims.
It's good news, it is,
Olivia said.
It's just not what I was expecting.
She looked back down at the photograph of the smiling Shane Waterhouse. She took a breath and slowly blew it out. So what about the rest of the code? Cold and chicken are in brackets. What could they mean?
Cold could mean it was cold. It was New Year after all,
Ryan said.
It's a bit obvious,
Linus suggested. Maybe it will get obvious once we have more information, Olivia added. What about chicken? Is there a chicken farm or a chicken factory nearby? Maybe he was dumped near a KFC. Or are there any place names including chicken?
I'll dig out the map,
Ryan said. Olivia's frown deepened. I'm really struggling with columns 3 and 4. I can't see them just being random words. They have to mean something. But what? Does column 3 relate to where the victims were picked up, and the 4th to where they were buried?
Shane Waterhouse was last seen at Powerhouse,
Ryan said.
It's possible he could have been picked up from there. I can't see how rely, octagon, cold, in brackets, and key relate to a nightclub. Some columns make sense, like the months, the markings out of 10, and the numbers referring to age and height, but columns 3 and 4 with the different words make no sense,
Linus said.
What if they're nothing to do with pickup and burial points? What if they're just random words that will remind Isaac of the victim?
They're not random words, Olivia stated. Nothing about this code is random. They mean something. They have to.
But what?
Linus asked.
I don't know, but I'll find out. I promise you. So where do we go from here?
Ryan asked.
I've been on to the sergeant who is handling the Shane Waterhouse case,
said Linus.
I'm going to ask him to take the Casio watch to his mother and see if she recognizes it. If we can get him officially recognized as a victim, that will make 3, with Sean Bridger and Peter Tukowski. I'll then try and get an investigation opened and we can get more people on this.
In the meantime, I think trawling missing persons reports to try and locate more victims will help. Shane was from Sunderland, you said. I'm guessing that's not in your remit.
No, it's not,
Linus said.
Like I said, we need to cast our net wide.
I think if you remain in the perimeters of where Isaac went for his work, you should find your other victims there. Speaking of Isaac's work, any more news from his other colleagues or customers? Olivia asked.
Yes, actually,
Ryan said. He frantically scrolled through his tablet, which seemed to be permanently by his side, and found what he was looking for. I spoke to the office manager at MediSupplies UK, Doreen Bliss. She's been there for years, and she told me all the sales reps are male, and of the 7 female office-based staff, none have had a relationship with Isaac McFadden. She put me on speakerphone so I could ask them all. Also, since COVID, None of the sales reps have been in the building. All meetings are done via Zoom. So he lied to Hal about seeing someone from work, Olivia said. I also called the neighbour, Julie Packard. She gave me a right earful, Ryan said. She said she liked Isaac as a neighbour and sent him a Christmas card every year, but that was as far as their relationship went. When I told her he'd told someone he'd been seeing a neighbour called Julie, she flew off the handle. She's been married to her husband for more than 25 years and never once looked at another man. Blah, blah, blah. More lies from Isaac, Olivia said. Is there anything he says that we can take as being true? Ryan asked. I have no idea. She's going to make my meeting with him tomorrow very interesting. Chapter 33. Modbury Gardens, London. By the time Sebastian Lister turned into Modbury Gardens, most of the residents had left for work, so finding a parking space was not a problem. Olivia generally parked her scooter on the pavement at the bottom of her steps. She didn't have to worry about designated spaces. He looked up at the house as he ascended the stone steps. From this angle, everything seemed to be fine and in order. He unlocked the door, opened it, and stepped inside. He waved his fob in front of the alarm, and the warning beeping stopped. He closed the door and turned to look in the cage at the back of the door that contained the post. There were a couple of white and brown envelopes, but what stood out most was the number of yellow envelopes sitting in the cage. He took them out and began to look through them as he walked into the kitchen. All of the yellow envelopes had been handwritten, and they had all been hand-delivered, as there was no stamp in the top right-hand corner. Surely if someone knew Olivia well enough to hand-deliver a letter on a regular basis, they knew her well enough to know she was out of the city at present. He slapped the letters down on the island and went to examine the back door. He unlocked it, opened the door, and found what was once a pigeon, its innards and feathers splattered all over the step. He pulled a face. Bloody cats, he said to himself. He went back into the house and set about looking for a bin bag and a bottle of bleach. Sebastian's phone began to ring. It made him jump. He took it out of his coat pocket, saw it was Olivia calling, and swiped to answer. I had noticed that my alarm had been turned off. I guessed it was you, she said. How is everything? Fine, apart from what appears to be a crime scene on your back step. There are pigeon guts all over it. It's probably that ginger cat from 2 doors down. It's an evil little thing. I'll get rid of it for you. The cat or the pigeon? Olivia asked playfully. The pigeon. I'm not in the hitman game just yet. Thanks, Sebastian. By the way, you've had some post delivered. There are a lot of yellow envelopes in your cage. Just throw them on the counter. I'll deal with them when I get back. Did you know they were being hand-delivered? What? Olivia asked. Sebastian sensed an edge to her voice. I didn't give it any notice. I wonder if the others are, she said, almost to herself. Others? Olivia didn't say anything. Olivia, what others? How many of these have you had? I don't know. It doesn't matter. I know exactly what they are. What are they? They're from Richard. He knows yellow was my mum's favourite colour. But you haven't been gone long enough to have received this many. These are being posted through your letterbox more than once a day. This isn't him writing to you. This is bordering on harassment. Which is why I don't open them. Have you reported him? Again, Olivia didn't say anything, which told Sebastian more than any words could.
Olivia, you need to report him to the authorities.
What good will that do? He's in prison on a whole life tariff. What punishment can they possibly give him that's any worse than that?
Olivia.
Look, Sebastian, I'm going to have to go. I'm needed. You'll find everything you need under the sink in the utility room. Give Stanley a kiss from me. Bye. She quickly ended the call before Sebastian could say anything. He released a frustrated sigh and looked down at the yellow envelopes. They all seemed to be of the same thickness. He guessed they contained 1 sheet of paper, 2 at the most. What could her father possibly find to say that would warrant all these letters? Sebastian decided to open one. He knew it would be against Olivia's wishes, but he hadn't told her how many had been delivered, so she wouldn't miss one. He tore open the envelope and pulled out the paper inside. He unfolded it and read the single sentence written in the middle of the page.
You need to come and see me, Dad. Kiss, kiss, kiss.
Sebastian chewed his bottom lip while he thought of what to do next.
Screw it,
he said to himself, as he picked up another envelope and ran his thumb under the flap. Once again, another single sheet of paper, with the same sentence written. Did they all contain the same thing? It would seem so. Why was Richard Button suddenly so anxious to see his daughter? The last time they met was the previous year, when Richard was in hospital following his heart attack. Why now? Was it because of the drama starting on Monday night? There was only one way he could find out. Chapter 34. Benwell, Newcastle. Thomas Landy made his way back to the Egremont B&B in Benwell. It had been a long and tiring day. He'd been into every shop, cafe, restaurant and pub he could find, asking if they had any jobs available, and all had turned him down. It was the wrong time of year to be job hunting. Businesses had put on temporary staff to see them through the festive period, but now that was over. They didn't need extra staff during the leaner months when shoppers tightened their purse strings while waiting for their first credit card bill and bank statement of the year. Tom had also been calling on his friends, the few he had left, to see if they could either lend him a bed for a couple of weeks or help him find alternative accommodation. He hated living at the Egremont. He couldn't relax, so he couldn't sleep. His bed sheets had a nasty smell to them. His mattress was thin and painful. The noises from the other rooms were sounds he'd never heard before, and they were frightening. Several times his door handle had been rattled, or someone had knocked in error, frightening him further. He didn't trust the lock, and had taken to pushing the chest of drawers in front of the door before he went to bed. Though it was so flimsy, he felt a few hard kicks would soon have toppled it over. It was pitch dark. Thomas had been walking the streets since first light. He was cold, shattered, and hungry. He needed a shower, and he needed a bloody good cry. He'd spent the entire day being rejected, and it had affected his mood. He was so tense and taut, he was worried what he might do if he were to snap. He turned the corner, his backpack heavy on his shoulders, and stood stock still at the sight in front of him. The Egremont was surrounded by haphazardly parked police cars with blue flashing lights. A uniformed officer was stretching crime scene tape around the entrance, and a few people were struggling into white paper forensic suits, like he'd seen on Silent Witness. He walked slowly to the front door, looking around him, taking in what he assumed to be an active crime scene. Something had happened.
But what? Sorry, you can't go in there, someone said in a deep voice, blocking his way. But, He was almost embarrassed to say this was his home. I live there. Not tonight, you don't, he said, before walking off. Thomas turned around to study the scene, mouth agape. Thomas! The man on reception, Raymond, Thomas had found out his name was, beckoned him to the side of the road. Raymond pulled his thin cardigan around his thin frame. He looked freezing cold. What happened? Thomas asked. A couple of hours ago, a man came to see her in number 9. There's a load of shouting. Next thing, bang, bang, bang. 3 shots run out. Bloke comes out, calmly walks past me to the door with a smoking gun in his hand. I tell you, Thomas, I've seen some things in my time working here, but that's the first time I've seen a bloody gun. Oh my God! Is she dead? Dead? Of course she's bloody dead. Her brains are all over the fucking ceiling. You know in films where someone gets shot and you just see a dot on their forehead where the bullet's gone in? All lies. There was nothing left of her. Jesus, Thomas said, turning back to look at the building. So, why can't we go in? It's a crime scene. But what are we going to do? I'm waiting for my Malcolm to come and pick me up. Not ideal, as me and his wife don't get on, but Malcolm won't see me out on the streets. I know about him and Sally, he said, with a smirk. What about me? I've got nowhere to go. Isn't there anyone? Thomas shook his head. He bit his lip to stave off the tears. It'll probably only be for tonight, maybe tomorrow night at the most. Surely someone can give you their sofa. He shook his head again. Fucking hell, Thomas. You've been left in the shit good and proper, haven't you? Look, it's not ideal, I know, but pop along to one of the hospitals and sit in the waiting room. If anyone asks, tell them you got a relative in surgery or A&E or something. If they quibble, move to another waiting room. It's warm and it's dry. Hopefully they'll let us back in tomorrow. All my stuff's in there. I'll keep an eye on your things. Thomas nodded his thanks to Raymond, turned on his heel and headed back the way he came. Thomas! He turned around at Raymond calling his name. Here, take this, Raymond said, holding out a £10 note. It's all I got on me. My wallet's in the reception drawer. Buy yourself a burger or something. A tear rolled down Thomas's cheek. He didn't want charity, but he literally had nothing left in the world right now. He reluctantly took it from him. I'll pay you back, he choked. I'll see you tomorrow. Thomas turned and walked away, his head down, dragging his feet. He was cold. He was tired. He had no energy left at all. He felt a fine rain start to fall, and looked up at the cloudless sky with an infinite number of stars stretching out across the galaxy. Where do I go from here, Mum? He asked. He waited for an answer, but one didn't come. Chapter 35. Eleanor hadn't moved from the dining room table for hours. She had been meticulously reading The Riverside Killer by Sebastian Lister, underlining sentences she felt were important, and making notes on a pad about things Olivia Winter had gone through that were relevant to her own situation. She was engrossed, and hadn't noticed the day had ended, and darkness had fallen. She sat back, aching from being hunched over the book. She stretched her muscles and yawned. She was shattered.
Olivia was a survivor. Everybody said so. She had endured the horror of seeing her mother and sister dying in a pool of blood in front of her. Her father had chased her with a carving knife in his hand. She had slipped into unconsciousness watching the police wrestle him to the ground and arrest him. The story had gripped the nation, and it was headline news for weeks as, at first, the public thought Richard Button had simply run amok and killed his family. When it was discovered he was a serial killer with 4 more victims, the media had had a field day. Serial murderers were rare in Britain, so they were going to milk this for everything they could get. What had happened to 9-year-old Olivia when she had woken up in hospital and been told by her grandparents that her mother and sister were dead? That she would have to go and live with them? That her entire life had been turned upside down? Sebastian's book didn't go into any of that. Richard's victims were given the respect they deserved. But once Olivia had gone into hiding, she was only fleetingly mentioned. The missing years of the only survivor were what the readers wanted to know about. An innocent 9-year-old was all alone in the world. Did she see a child psychologist? Did she have nightmares? Was she withdrawn? Did she start wetting the bed again? When she became a teenager, did she go off the rails, experiment with sex, drink, and drugs? Nothing was known about Olivia until she started gaining recognition as a forensic psychologist, and then, last year, she exploded into the limelight when her true identity was revealed. Eleanor was a survivor. Her father had killed 12 people, it would seem. She was the survivor of a serial killer, just like Olivia. Would Sebastian Lister write a book about her father? Or would Olivia? She was here, after all. She was talking to the police, to Olivia, and visiting her father in prison. Would her life be turned into a TV drama? She opened her laptop and scoured the internet for someone she could talk to. Someone who would be interested in hearing all about her. Once she found the contact details, she grabbed her phone and dialed. It was a while before she reached the person she was looking for, because she was passed round various departments. "Hello, is this Damien Littlejohn?" she asked. "Speaking." "My name is Eleanor McFadden. My father is Isaac McFadden. He was sentenced earlier this month for murdering Sean Bridger. Yes, I was in court for the sentencing. How can I help you, Miss McFadden?" He sounded harassed, as if it had been a long day and he was desperate to leave and go home. "The police have been to see me. They're looking into whether my father may have killed more people." "Really?" he asked, his interest piqued. "While I was clearing out his house, I found something I'd never seen before. I took it to the police, and they think they might be trophies of his victims. They think he could have killed 12 people in total." 12? He almost squeaked in delight. 12 victims? That's... wow, I mean, how come the police didn't know about this before? "I don't know. They've brought in a forensic psychologist to help them. Dr. Olivia Winter." "Dr. Winter?" he exclaimed. Eleanor could hear him almost salivating. "If they've brought in Dr. Winter, then they must really think your father is a serial killer. Have you spoken to her?" "Yes. She came to my house to interview me." "What's she like?" Eleanor was thrown. Why wasn't he interested in her? She's smaller than I expected. She knows her stuff, though." "Will you be seeing her again?" "I'm not sure. I might be. Mr. Littlejohn, the reason I called you was because I was wondering if you'd like to interview me about my father. About his crimes."
Yes. Yes, I'd be very interested,
he said, perking up. How much would you pay? For an exclusive? She asked, a smile appearing on her face. Chapter 36. Benwell, Newcastle. Thomas Landy hadn't looked for anywhere to sleep. He'd left the Egremont behind him and dragged his feet to a destination unknown. He was tired. His legs ached after spending the day looking for work. He'd hardly eaten. The Egremont might be a shithole, but for now, unfortunately, it was his home, and he had been looking forward to throwing himself onto the bed and falling asleep from exhaustion. Now he had nothing. He was homeless. He wanted to cry, but he didn't even have the energy for that. He came to a stop at the entrance to St. John's Cemetery and propped himself up against a stone pillar. He was numb. He was shattered. He needed to sit down before he fell down. Looking into the graveyard, he decided to make this his home for the night. It wasn't ideal. It was freezing cold, a harsh frost twinkling under the sodium of the street lights. But it would have to do. Thomas Landy was out of options. He entered the cemetery and staggered amongst the gravestones. He found a bench and sat down. It was cold. He lay on his side, using his rucksack as a pillow. He lifted up his hood to protect his head from the cold and closed his eyes. Right now, he didn't care if he died in the night from hypothermia. At least all his problems would be over. Excuse me. He opened his eyes. Had he really heard a voice? Or was it in his head? Hello? Are you all right? He sat up and looked around him. Someone was approaching him out of the darkness. Hello? I saw you come into the cemetery. Are you planning on sleeping here tonight? Thomas swallowed hard. There was a painful lump in his throat. He nodded and fought hard to hold back his tears. It's just for tonight. I'm staying in a bed and breakfast, but something's happened and I can't stay there tonight. I promise I'm not going to do any damage. I just need to sleep for a couple of hours. Don't you have anywhere you can go? He shook his head. He could feel the emotion rising inside him. I'm sorry, but you can't sleep here. It was a while before Thomas said anything. Tears rolled down his freezing cold cheeks. His bottom lip wobbled. He couldn't hold back his torment any longer. Me mum's dead, he choked. I've literally nothing left in the world. I'm on my own. I just need to sleep for a little while. The person flicked on a torch and aimed it at Thomas's face. He squinted, blinded by the light. You're just a child. I'm 18, he protested. You're shaking. That's because it's bloody cold. Look, I know I shouldn't be here. I'm really sorry. It's just for tonight. It's just for one night. He pleaded. I'm sorry. I can't allow you to sleep here. Thomas was frustrated, angry, sad, in mental torment. But he was too drained to do anything about it. He was defeated. He lifted himself up off the bench and struggled to put his backpack on his shoulders. I can offer you my sofa, if it's just for one night. Thomas looked up. Really? Yes, but like I said, it can only be for one night. That's all I need. Thank you. Thank you so much, Thomas said, more tears rolling down his cheeks. You don't know how much this means to me. I'm so grateful. His good Samaritan smiled back. "Follow me." Chapter 37. HM Prison, Frankland, County Durham. Saturday, 1st of February, 2025. Frankland Prison had been extended many times since it was first opened in 1983, with just 4 wings and 108 cells in each wing. Now there were almost 1,000 Category A male prisoners, each in a single occupancy cell, and a specialist DSPD, dangerous and severe personality disorder, wing, had opened in 2004. Frankland was only one of 5 dispersal prisons throughout the UK, and had been dubbed Monster Mansion due to the many convicted murderers, high-risk sex offenders, and those convicted of terrorism-related offences. Former inmates included Charles Bronson, Colin Pitchfork, and Harold Shipman. Current inmates included serial killer Levi Belfield, Islamist terrorist Michael Adebolajo, and London nail bomber David Copeland. Olivia had been in many prisons around the world. Some seemed luxurious and plush, others degrading and filthy. The people she had spoken to were hardened criminals who had committed the worst acts imaginable against other people. Olivia had been held hostage, spat at, attacked, physically and sexually assaulted, had all manner of filthy language thrown at her. Yet she still continued to go back to these places for more. She needed to understand that darkness in the minds of these people. It was an obsession. As she approached the main entrance to Frankland Prison, she didn't give the building a second glance. Even a Victorian monolith didn't scare her. Buildings were harmless. It was the people inside who needed to be approached with caution. The routine in attending prisons is roughly the same the world over. No mobile phones are allowed, and visitors are told not to hand anything to the prisoners under any circumstances. Therefore, Olivia arrived with the minimum about her person. She left her mobile and bag safely locked in her hire car. She didn't wear any jewellery or a belt or shoes with laces. She didn't have any ties or slides in her hair, and there were no zips on her clothing. However, she still had to go through the expected rigmarole of being searched and stepping through an X-ray scanner. Olivia didn't make notes when she was meeting with a serial killer. Pausing the conversation while she made extensive notes acted as a barrier and disrupted the flow of whatever they were talking about. She didn't record her interviews either, unlike Sebastian. She wanted the conversation to appear as natural as it could be. A digital recorder, a pad and pen. They all acted as tools to show Olivia had a professional interest in who she was talking to, and she wanted the person on the other side of the table to see her as a confidant, someone they could open up to. Anything important said, she remembered, and once she was away from the interview room, she made detailed notes. What needed to happen between Olivia and whoever she was interviewing was for them to simply converse. No distractions. Nothing to alert the killer that he or she had said something meaningful to Olivia. This way, the killer's manipulations would not be shown to affect her in any way, and they would have no idea if their deception and scheming were working. The meeting with Isaac McFadden was by special arrangement. This wasn't a normal visit to a prisoner by a friend or family member. Olivia was helping the police with a serial murder investigation. A room had been set aside for her to meet Isaac in, and as the door was unlocked and opened, Isaac was already waiting for her. Dressed in blue tracksuit bottoms and a blue jumper, he was sitting at a table in the middle of the room. His hands were cuffed to the table. Beside him was a door with a large plexiglass window on either side where 2 prison guards stood watch. Should anything happen, they were on hand to charge in to subdue the prisoner. The door behind Olivia closed. She was alone with Isaac McFadden. "Good morning, Mr. McFadden. Thank you for seeing me," she said, in a polite, friendly voice. She pulled out the chair opposite and sat down. First impressions counted, more so when meeting a psychopathic killer. She could not show any fear or nerves. She had to be confident and treat Isaac the same way she would treat Sebastian and Daisy, or Linus and Ryan. "You're welcome," he said, with a smile. His voice was soft and quiet, quite different from when he was interviewed by D.I. Sutton at Forth Banks Police Station. He had been in prison for less than 2 months, but already he was a changed man. Gone was the conviction in which he replied, "No comment," to every question Linus threw at him. His shoulders had sunk, and he'd clearly lost weight as he adapted to prison routine and food. Olivia returned his smile as she quickly studied him. His hair was cut short, dark brown, greying at the temples. His face was lined in all the usual places, but he didn't look old. Prison pallor hadn't set in yet. His eyes were blue and dull. The sparkle she'd seen in photos had long gone. His jawline, once firm, was now softening with age. He was clean-shaven, smelled clean. Olivia looked down at his cuffed hands and took in the long, slender fingers with neatly trimmed nails. Those fingers had strangled the life out of Sean Bridger. They'd held all manner of instruments used to cut up his body into 12 pieces. How many more had those smooth hands killed? "How are you?" she asked. "I'm fine." "Settling in?" "You make it sound like I've started a new job." "You're going to be spending the rest of your life here. It's important to be comfortable." "I'm in a single cell, smaller than my bathroom at home. I'm locked in at 8 o'clock every evening. I have to shower with 20 other men, and my meals aren't exactly prepared by a Michelin-starred chef. Comfort isn't high on the list of priorities here." "You're an intelligent man, Mr. McFadden. Did you never think of the consequences of what you were doing? Surely you must have known you'd end up in prison at some point." He looked Olivia deep in the eyes and leaned forward. No comment. There was a ghost of a smile on his lips. "We're not in a police interview room now. This conversation isn't being recorded, and I have no authority over you. I'm assuming you know what my job is. Why did you agree to see me if you weren't prepared to answer any of my questions?" "I wanted to meet a survivor." The mind games had begun. Isaac knew who she was. Not just Dr. Olivia Winter, forensic psychologist, but Olivia Button, daughter of Richard Button, infamous serial killer. Sebastian was obviously correct. Everybody did know her. She had no idea what her expression was when he called her a survivor. Did she flinch? Did she roll her eyes? She sincerely hoped not. If he noticed a change in her, he would know which buttons to press in order to elicit a reaction. "We're all survivors of something, Isaac. May I call you Isaac?" He nodded. "May I call you Olivia?" "Of course." "Olivia." "Olivia," he said, sounding out the name. "Olivia Button." She sniggered. "Yes, very good. You know who I am. It's not exactly a secret."
Can we turn the conversation back to you? I'd much prefer to talk about you, he said, leaning even closer. That's not why I'm here. He sat back in his seat and sighed. D.I. Sutton couldn't get anywhere with the notebook found in my wardrobe, so he ran to an expert. It makes for fascinating reading. You can understand it? Yes. Sean Bridger, 20 years old, 5 feet 10 inches tall, with brown hair and wearing a blue jumper, blue jeans and black shoes, cut into 12 pieces, on the first day of March 2024. He looked at her, waiting for her to continue. When she didn't, he gave a knowing smile. He knew she hadn't cracked the whole code. Are you going to go through all 12? Not yet. No, you can't, can you? All victims have yet to be identified. Or found. I've been speaking to your daughter, she said, changing the subject. She watched closely for a reaction at the mention of his child. He swallowed hard. She speaks very highly of you. It can't have been easy raising a young child on your own, after your wife died. But you did a wonderful job. Eleanor is a lovely young woman. Yes, she is. I'm afraid Eleanor is struggling at present. She's finding it hard to understand what you've done, why you've done it. It's not easy to discover the person you love and respect most in the whole world has been hiding a completely other life from you. Trust me, I know. It makes you question everything. Eleanor is wondering if she ever knew you at all. My daughter knows who I am. She knows who I am to her. That's not the same. Turn the tables. How would you have reacted if the police came to your door and told you Eleanor had killed 12 people? He didn't answer that. He couldn't. I love my daughter, he eventually said. Olivia believed him. There was real emotion in his statement. Then why did you destroy everything? Isaac didn't reply. He looked down at his hands. What was so important to you that you would risk losing everything you loved and had worked so hard at? Olivia waited for an answer. She didn't get one. Shall I tell you what Eleanor is doing now? She's lost her job. Isaac quickly looked up at her in horror. His eyes were filled with tears waiting to fall. She kept bursting into tears at work. Her company made her redundant, so she'd get a financial package to keep her afloat for a while. She rarely leaves the house. She's numb. She's in shock. She's scared for her own future, especially when news of how many people you really killed has hit the press. You've single-handedly destroyed her life. I love her, he said, barely audibly. You have a funny way of showing it. What happened, Isaac? He looked back down at his hands again. What happened in your life that made you want to kill someone? He shook his head. I'm here to help you, she said, reaching forward and placing a hand on top of his. He flinched. He looked at her. There was confusion on his face. I'm not just here to help the police, Olivia said. That's not what I do. I want to understand you. I want to help you understand yourself. I've met Eleanor and I like her. I'd like to help her too. Reluctantly, he nodded. Olivia removed her hand and sat back. Will you help me to understand you? You want to know about my childhood? Whatever you want to tell me.
You want to know if I was abused as a child, if my parents hit me, if I wet the bed until I was a teenager, if I went around pulling the wings off flies and legs off spiders. Is that it? Not at all. Olivia was prepared for this. The modern killer was savvy about what made a killer. The bedwetting, the fire setting, the harm to animals. The internet made Olivia's job harder, but not impossible. I know you had a happy childhood. You loved your father and mother. You weren't born into a rich family, but you lived well. Although not naturally academic, you were settled in school. There were no reports of you bullying anyone or being bullied. I've no idea what age you stopped wetting the bed, and to be perfectly honest, I don't want to know. So you're not one of those people who believe a bedwetter is a future serial killer. Bedwetting is incredibly common. It affects 1 in 15 7-year-olds and can affect 1 in 75 teenagers. Causes can be a urinary infection, frequency of urination in the daytime, and something as simple as not going for a pee before bed. Oh, fair enough, Isaac said. Olivia smiled. Would you like to tell me about your childhood? Your earliest memory? He frowned as he thought. It was a while before he answered. I'm not sure I can recall my earliest memory. We went to the coast a lot. Dad was never one for spending a day in the house. Whenever he could, he liked to be out and about. We went to the park, to the beach, to the countryside. Would that be all 3 of you, including your mum? Yes. We'd be kicking a ball or throwing a frisbee or skimming stones. Then we'd have fish and chips in the car and come back home. It was fun. Would you have liked a brother or sister? I never thought about it. He shrugged. I was happy with it just being the 3 of us. Besides, we didn't have much money. I'm not sure my parents would have coped with another mouth to feed. But they could cope with 1 child. Yes. We weren't rich, but we always had food on the table. Mum always cooked a roast on Sunday, he said, with a smile. Did you have a favourite parent? He looked away and his brow wrinkled. He'd clearly never given this much thought before. I'm not sure. I don't think so. You're of the generation where there was usually 1 breadwinner in the household. The man went to work while the woman stayed at home to look after the house and raise the family. Is that how it was for you? Yes, he said, a winsome smile appearing on his lips. Your father was the master of the house? The smile fell. I wouldn't say that. Your mother ruled the roost. She had her own ideas of how a family should behave. And what were they? She liked a clean home, a faithful husband, and a well-behaved child. Did she get those? It was a while before Isaac answered. Yes, he said. Olivia studied him. There was a deep, pained look in his eye. He was thinking back to his childhood. His father returning home from working down the mine. He'd be filthy and reek of sweat. How did his mother react to that? And what about Isaac when he was a small boy? Out playing with friends during the summer holidays, running in the woods, getting into scrapes and coming home with grazed knees and clothes covered in grass stains. She decided to leave that for now. It was obviously a sensitive subject for Isaac. He loved his parents, and he was looking at his childhood through rose-tinted glasses. Your parents weren't old when they died, were they? No. Dad was only 54. He worked down the coal mines his whole life. Black lung, they call it. or coal workers' pneumoconiosis, if you want the full title. Mum died later. She was 67. She had a massive heart attack in her sleep. She never really got over Dad dying. They were a happy couple. They genuinely loved each other. It can't have been easy for you. No. At the time, it wasn't, but, well, it's the circle of life, isn't it? Your parents die. You replace them. Then you die, and your children live on. There isn't room for all of us to live forever. Olivia nodded. She immediately thought of her own mother and her sister Claire. People can't live forever, but it would be nice if they stuck around for a while. She banished the thoughts. She needed to remain on topic. She couldn't let Isaac get into her head. You wanted to follow your father into mining, didn't you? I did. I mean, it's a horrible job, and eventually killed him. But he really did love it. Isaac said, wistfully. Then Margaret Thatcher got her hands on it and killed the whole industry. How did your dad take it? He was a changed man after that. He got a job on a building site, but he hated it. It wasn't long afterwards that he fell ill. The doctors signed him off. He never worked again. So what happened? Did your mum have to go out to work? He nodded. She had 2 jobs, one in the local co-op on the tills, and at a bakery in the evenings. The dynamic in the family home had shifted. Peter McFadden was home all day, while Susan worked 2 jobs and was the breadwinner. Did Peter feel emasculated? Did Susan's domineering behaviour escalate? How did a young Isaac fit into this new world order? Your first job was at the shoemakers, Carter, Weddell and Throp, Olivia said, deciding to move on. Did you enjoy it? God, no. The work was tedious. The people were great, though. Did you enjoy working for MediSupplies UK? His eyes lit up. Oh, yes, I loved it. I felt like my own boss, travelling around, nobody looking over my shoulders. Freedom. Yes. Which now you don't have. No, he said, his face taking on a resigned look. I've been chatting to the people who know you, or rather, those who thought they knew you. I'm receiving conflicting reports. Olivia said. Eleanor said you were content with being on your own. Leslie Quinn was obviously holding a torch for you. Olivia noticed his eyes twinkle at the mention of Leslie's name. Hal Garfield told me you were seeing one of your customers. And Chris Cohen told police you were seeing your neighbour, Julie, who vehemently denies this. A smile spread across Isaac's face. He looked down at his hands. When he looked back up, the smile had been replaced by a smirk. Would the real Isaac McFadden please stand up? Olivia said. He let out a throaty laugh. You've manipulated so many people over the years. How long has this been going on? Does anyone know the real Isaac McFadden? Do you? Isaac didn't say anything. You've painted a picture of yourself as the perfect family man who looked after his daughter, brought her up single-handedly, worked hard to provide for her, and sacrificed his own happiness for her. But it's not true at all, is it? You've used your own child as an alibi to deflect who you really are. A disturbed and violent man. Is that what you think I am? Having a body cut into 12 pieces in the back of your car seems to point to that. Unless you didn't put it there. He raised an eyebrow, asked an unsaid question. For a man to have committed 12 murders and not appear on the police's radar, you will have needed help to cover it up. You haven't been working alone all these years, have you? You have a partner out there.
Is that what you think?
It's what I know, she replied, confidently. Dazzle me, he said, sitting back in his chair, a gloating expression on his face. Your code. Nobody wakes up one morning and decides to be a serial killer with an elaborate code to outsmart the police. That happens over time. Also, I don't believe entry number 1 in your code is your first victim. I think there is another one, possibly 2, victims out there we don't know about. You're good. He smiled. I'm right, aren't I? He leaned forward. As it's just the 2 of us here, and as there is no evidence whatsoever, I'll throw you a bone. Yes, you're right. How many more are we talking? That would be telling. Olivia looked at him, looked deep into his eyes, studied what was going on in there. He was difficult to read, but not impossible. The first kill was an accident, wasn't it? You didn't mean to kill them, but something happened to you that convinced you to do it again. He swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. His cheeks reddened slightly. Let me ask you a question, Olivia said, shifting in her seat. Can you point out the transverse cervical nerve? Isaac didn't answer. How about the sural nerve? The common perineal nerve? No? What about the iliotibial tract? She waited for a reply. None came. I didn't think so. They're just words to you, aren't they? I could be saying anything. Do you love Eleanor? Olivia asked. Isaac seemed to be perplexed by the sudden change in subject. He opened his mouth a few times to reply, but never said anything. He was weighing up which words to use. I've already said I do. Then why are you doing this to her? Why are you letting her suffer like this? You're her father, her last surviving parent, and she doesn't know you at all. Don't you think that hurts? Isaac leaned forward again. There was that glint in his eye again. Tell me, how do you feel about knowing everything about your father? She needed to give the correct answer here, or he'd gain the upper hand. I'll be honest with you, Isaac. I feel sick to the stomach. But I'm glad I know. Why? Imagine not knowing when others do. That's going to really mess with your mind when you eventually do find out. I'd be where Eleanor is now. You think it's my fault she's like she is? Who else's fault could it be? I love my daughter. Again it was said with purpose. You've already said that, and I believe you. But why did you have to destroy all of that? What did you gain by killing all these people? Why did you do it? No comment. Are we really going back to that? I can't give you the answers you want. I think you can. But if you gave me the answers, it would reveal who your partner is. Is that so? Yes, it is. Has he contacted you since your arrest? Has he visited you in prison? She waited for a reply that didn't come. No, he hasn't. He's left you alone in here. Why is that? Are you collateral damage to him? What's it like to be separated? To have that strong bond you had broken? You'll never see him again. It's over. I'm ready. He called out to the guards behind the plexiglass, signalling he wanted to return to his cell. I've hit a nerve, she said. A key turned in the lock, and the door opened. I'm right, aren't I? She asked, as the guards entered and began releasing the cuffs from the table. There was a second killer. He's still out there, isn't he? Will he continue killing without you? Isaac stood up and made his way to the door. Olivia jumped up from her chair. Isaac! She barked. He stood in the doorway and turned back. He looked at her over his shoulder and winked. Same time on Monday? She nodded. Chapter 38. Olivia headed back for the police station. Linus had told her he was working on Saturday. She pushed open the door and found only Ryan Sweetland sitting at the large table, head down over his tablet as usual. He looked up. How did it go? Ryan asked, his face expectant. As I expected it to, she said, pulling out a chair and sitting down. Is it me or is it cold in here? I've only just got back from popping over to see Leslie Quinn. The heating has only just come on. Did she say anything useful? She wasn't in. Oh. Did Isaac give you any more insights? I've managed to get him to admit he's killed more than these 12. How many more? He wouldn't say. He also wouldn't confirm if he had a partner in crime or not. Reading between the lines, I'm even more certain he wasn't killing on his own. Where do you go from here? Today's interview was more of a meeting. He was trying me out and I was trying him out. Next time it will be more open. Isaac will reveal more when I see him next week. I know he will. Is Linus around? No, he said, looking back to his tablet. Oh, busy with something else? No. Ryan, never ever play poker. What's going on? Ryan sighed. DCIYs as more or less forced D.I. Sutton to take the weekend off. Forced him? Why? Ryan cleared his throat and shifted in his chair. I'm not really supposed to say. But you're going to. It's personal. Is he ill? No. Ryan, we're dealing with a killer who I've just found out could have added to his tally of 12. We need to be 100% focused on this. If there's something troubling D.I. Sutton, I need to know about it. Tomorrow is the first anniversary of his wife's death, Ryan said, softly. Olivia's mouth fell open. I didn't even know he was married. What happened? She was killed by a hit-and-run driver near the arena. Oh, God. She was on the phone to D.I. Sutton at the time she was hit. He heard everything. Jesus Christ. He took a few days off work, but came back the day after the funeral. He's thrown himself in his work. He refuses to talk about her. He's taken off his wedding ring. And I've heard he refuses to scatter her ashes. He's in denial, Olivia said. Where can I find him? At home? Can you give me his address? It took a while for Olivia to find where Linus Sutton lived. He had a loft apartment on the Newcastle quayside, overlooking the Tyne. She pressed the buzzer and waited. It was another cold day, and gentle flakes of snow were falling. It was only a light shower, as the sky was relatively clear. A biting wind from the river dropped the temperature a notch.
Hello?
Linus, it's Olivia. Any chance I can come up?
Linus released a heavy sigh through the intercom.
It's not really a good time at the moment, Olivia.
And I see you at the office on Monday.
I've not come to talk about the case. I know you've been advised to take this weekend off. I thought you might like someone to talk to.
I'm not really in a talking mood.
I can understand that, Linus. I really can. But I'm a complete stranger. I'm not going to judge you. I'm not going to gossip about you around the station. I'll be gone soon. It was a long minute before she received a response.
Top floor.
The lock was released, and Olivia was more than happy to get in out of the cold. She took the lift to the top, and as the doors slowly yawned open, she found Linus standing in the doorway of his apartment, waiting for her. He was wearing tracksuit bottoms and a black and white Newcastle United football shirt. He was unshaven, his unruly hair stuck up in random directions, and his eyelids were heavy.
I didn't have you down as a football fan. I wasn't until I met Clara. She was football mad.
He turned on his heels and headed into the flat. Olivia followed. Clara was your wife?
Uh-huh.
Olivia closed the door behind her and marvelled at the space. It was a stunning open-plan affair with floor-to-ceiling windows, giving a wonderful picture view of the city melting into the countryside. The whole place was stylishly decorated, with bare brick walls and warm muted colours. Cleanliness, however, was obviously no longer a priority. Cushions hadn't been plumped in a while, kitchen surfaces were dull, and the floor was in urgent need of a vac.
Can I get you a coffee or something?
Coffee's fine. He went into the kitchen and placed a pod in the Nespresso machine. Olivia went over to a leather sofa by the window and began removing her coat. Gorgeous view of the river, she said. I love the steel bridge, from what I can see.
That's the Tyne Bridge. Almost 100 years old. It's finally getting a makeover,
he said, handing her a coffee. He slumped into the matching armchair. Olivia turned to look at him. He radiated sadness. Why didn't you tell me about your wife? He shrugged.
I'm so sorry. One of those things.
It's not, though, is it? You can't just dismiss it as a random act. It had huge consequences. Linus swallowed hard. He sucked in his lips to hide showing them quivering to Olivia.
Ryan told me you were on the phone to her at the time.
That must have been devastating. He nodded.
I was going for a taxi. She wouldn't let me pick her up. She'd been to see a singer she liked with a friend from work. She was talking to me through her earphones on the phone. I heard the car hit her. How they didn't fall out of her ear, I don't know. I heard her take a last breath,
he said, tears rolling silently down his face.
She tried to talk, but she couldn't. I knew I was losing her.
Olivia went over to the armchair, sat beside him, and pulled him towards her. He needed to feel comfort right now.
I ran,
he continued.
I ran down the stairs. I ran out into the street. It was only when I was in the ambulance with her that I realised I wasn't wearing any shoes. Just socks. Huh. It's strange the things you think about, isn't it? There we were in the back of the ambulance. Clara was unconscious, tubes sticking out of her mouth and wires everywhere. And I'm looking at my feet. She was already dead by the time we got to the hospital. They rushed her into the emergency department, but you could see they were just going through the motions. There was no bringing her back. We'd only been married 4 years. Olivia squeezed him tighter. That's cruel, she whispered. How did you meet? She felt his body begin to relax in her arms. We met in a bar in town. She was on a night out with a friend, and I was out with a few of the guys from work. As soon as I saw her smile, I knew she was something special. Have you ever just seen someone and known you had to be with them? Olivia couldn't answer that. Her mind immediately went to Ethan. She wished it hadn't. We arranged to go out on a date. She took me to St. James's Park. I've never been a big football fan, but seeing her enthusiasm just made me enjoy it more. We never missed a home match. He smiled at the memory, but the smile quickly faded. Every time I think of her, for a brief moment I feel like she's still here. Then I remember. And the pain. Olivia kept her arms wrapped around him. He held on to her, tight. The pain won't go. Because you're not allowing it to, Olivia said. You're grieving, and that's fine. It's perfectly normal. But in order to stop the hurt, you need to let her go. I can't do that. Why not? Because if I let her go, it's like I'm saying goodbye. But you are. You need to say goodbye to her in person. She's still with you in your heart and in your head. You can think about the good times, the memories, her smile, whenever you want. And they will be happy memories, and not tainted by how she died. But in order to do that, you have to let her go. You can't hold on to something that is no longer here. Olivia closed her eyes. She constantly thought of her mother and sister. 25 years after their deaths, and she still missed them terribly. She often wondered what Claire would be doing now. She'd be 31. What job would she be doing? Would she be married, have children? And her mum. Her beautiful mum. As Olivia's own tears began to run, she held on to Linus still tighter. The grief never left, no matter how much you tried to say it had, especially when those who had left had been so cruelly snatched away. Linus wiped his eyes with the backs of his hands. I have to scatter her ashes, don't I? Only you can decide that. No one is forcing you to do anything. I've been putting it off. I've tried scattering them a few times, but always brought them back. I talk to them every night. Even have some in here, he said, pulling out a chain around his neck that had a plain silver cylinder attached. She's always with me. Olivia couldn't think of anything to say. She'd hate me for being like this, he said. It's been a year. A year tomorrow. If she could, she'd slap me across the face and tell me to pull myself together. He laughed and wiped his nose with the back of his hand. Will you come with me? I don't want to do it on my own. Are you sure? I am. I don't have anyone else. I'd be happy to. Thank you, Olivia. You're a good woman. I try to be, she said. Extract from a notebook allegedly written by Isaac McFadden. I like the night time. I love the darkness, especially in the winter, when it's dark by 4 o'clock in the evening, and sometimes, during the day, it hardly becomes light at all if the weather is bad. It keeps people off the streets. The only ones who are out are those who have to go to work, and the hardy joggers and dog walkers. Others who are out in the cold and dark are the ones who have no choice. Those without a home. Those with no family or friends to look out for them. Those who are lost. It's much easier to choose a victim in the winter than in the summer. It's much easier to get away with things in the winter when everyone is home and the curtains are drawn early. Driving around the streets at 8 o'clock in mid-December, you can be forgiven for thinking it's the wee small hours of the morning. So much more time to get things done. The power of the night, of the silence, of knowing you've brought someone's life to an abrupt end, and you've been able to get away with it. It's electrifying. I can't explain it. I feel like a god. Chapter 39. By the time Olivia left Linus's apartment, it was pitch dark. She wasn't in the mood to spend any time on her own, and as she made her way back, she decided to sample some of the nightlife Newcastle had to offer. It was late evening, and despite the temperature hovering around freezing, people were out in force. Young women linked arms as they hurried from pub to pub, wearing impossibly high heels and skimpy clothing. They looked perished, but were laughing, and seemed to be having a good time. Young men in skinny jeans and tight polo shirts strutted with confidence. Their evening of drunken rowdiness was just beginning, and they were prepared for the long haul. Olivia had missed out on the recklessness of youth. She was never part of a group in her teens who bar-hopped and drunkenly staggered home smelling of some random fit bloke's aftershave. She feared letting her guard down from a young age. Any act of wild abandon was of her making and under her control. A lot of men found that a turn-off. She turned a corner and stopped in her tracks as she came face to face with a poster on a bus shelter, advertising the drama about her father starting on Monday. The man who was to play Richard was glaring at her. He had a sinister smile. The producers were turning her tragic childhood into a cheap thriller, and that sickened her more than anything. Sebastian had written a sensitive and mature account of what Richard had done, and the program makers were doing everything in their power to sensationalize it, simply for ratings. She pulled up her collar, put her head down, and hurried on. Olivia found a quiet pub, the Slug and Lettuce on Granger Street. She felt the warmth envelop her as she entered, ordered a large glass of Chardonnay, and went over to a table by the window. She needed a distraction from the day of interviewing Isaac, discovering he had killed more than the 12 on his code, and Linus's personal tragedy. She sat back, looked out of the window, and people watched. It was one of her favourite hobbies. And it was while doing it
that she had first met Ethan Miller. They used the same swimming pool, and she had been more than impressed with his physique, his designer stubble, his smiling eyes. She had invented a backstory for him, which, when she eventually got to know him, had turned out to be completely different to the truth. She missed him. She hated the fact she was missing him, as she knew she couldn't sustain a relationship with him. But while they were together, all the horror and the pain inside her ceased to exist. She ordered another glass of Chardonnay. She dug her mobile out of her coat pocket and fired off a text message to him, asking how everything was going in the Amazon. She had no idea if he had a signal or whether the internet connection was good or not, but she wanted him to know she was thinking of him often, even though she was planning on ending whatever it was they had when he returned. A knock on the glass made her jump. She looked up and saw Eleanor McFadden staring at her from the street. She did a convoluted mime asking if she could come in and join her. It was the last thing Olivia wanted, but she felt she couldn't refuse. "You looked a million miles away," Eleanor said, as she breezed in, removed her beanie hat, and shook it free of a few flakes of snow. "Just thinking," Olivia replied. "Mind if I join you?" "Of course not." She pulled out a chair and sat down. "I was going to call you on Monday. I wanted to ask your advice." "What for?" "I can't decide whether I want to go and visit my dad in jail or not. I was wondering if you could help me make up my mind." "I think that's something you need to work out for yourself. Nobody can tell you what to do." "Have you been to see him yet?" "Yes, I went today." "How is he?" Olivia wasn't sure whether to tell Eleanor the truth or lie. She looked at her. Was she ready to take on more horrors about her father? He's doing okay." "He's not. I mean, you read stories about prisoners beating each other up or getting knifed with a blade welded onto a toothbrush." "He's fine, Eleanor. He's adjusting." "Oh, good. I know he's done some—" She stopped herself. "I just don't want him being hurt." "That's understandable. He's still your dad at the end of the day." Eleanor nodded. "Did you go and visit your dad?" "No," she answered sharply. "Not once?" "Not until last year, when he had a heart attack." "Why didn't you go when you were younger?" "I didn't want to. He'd killed my mum and sister." "Did your grandparents ask if you wanted to go?" "No," she answered. "My grandparents were very good. They looked after me. They protected me. Whatever I chose to do, they backed me up." "That's nice." "Yes." "Are they still alive?" "Unfortunately not, no." "When you went to see your dad in hospital last year, how did you feel?" Olivia frowned. "Why are you asking me all this?" I'm trying to understand how I'm going to feel if I decide to see him." "You'll feel completely different to how I felt, Eleanor. Nobody knows how they're going to react. You have to trust your own instincts and hope they're right." "Will you go to see your dad again?" "No. I have no intention of seeing him ever again." "Do you hate him?" Olivia didn't answer that. She couldn't.
She didn't know who her father was. It was difficult to hate someone she didn't know. You're still affected by him, aren't you? Even after all this time, Eleanor said. I think I'm going to go, Olivia said, standing up. No, sorry, I shouldn't have said anything like that. It's none of my business. I'm sorry, Eleanor said, flustered. You stay and finish your drink. I'll go. I appreciate you talking to me, though, Olivia. You've helped. Thank you. Olivia watched her leave. She waved at her through the window before heading back to the bar for a third glass of wine. Drinking alone, and on an empty stomach, it wasn't long before Olivia found herself light-headed. She needed to return to the hotel while she could still remember where it was. She hoped the restaurant was still serving food. She had a long day ahead of her tomorrow, helping Linus to scatter his wife's ashes. She needed something rich and heavy to soak up this alcohol so she could have a good night's sleep. As Olivia made her way down Granger Street, she turned and headed for the quayside. She passed the bus stop with the poster of the actor playing her father and glanced at him over her shoulder. She stopped, and her eyes widened when she saw the poster had been vandalized. The glass had been smashed, and the paper torn. The best thing that could happen to it, she said to herself, as she turned and continued on her journey. Chapter 40. I'm sorry to call so late. Do you mind if I come in? Leslie Quinn asked Eleanor when she opened the door. No, of course not, she said, stepping to one side to allow her to enter. Thank you. I was going to call, but I thought it might be better said face to face. Then I wondered if I should wait until the morning, but I knew I wouldn't sleep if I didn't say something, she said, her words tripping over each other. Eleanor had been about to go to bed. She'd arrived home from seeing Olivia in the pub, had a shower and changed into her favourite pyjamas and comfortable dressing gown. She wasn't going to answer the door. It was never good news at this time of night. But she'd looked through the spy hole and seen a worried-looking Leslie Quinn on her doorstep. They went into the living room. The central heating was on, and the room cosy and warm. The large-screen TV on the wall was showing the menu for Netflix. Eleanor had been looking at their selection of horror movies. The entire back catalogue of Halloween films was at her fingertips. I won't stay long, Leslie said. She kept her coat on and sat on the sofa. I've had a forensic psychologist sniffing around. Olivia Winter. She's been to see me too. I looked her up. Do you know who her father is? Yes. And there's a drama about her on TV next week, she added incredulously. She might have letters after her name, but have you seen what she's been through? She's been stabbed more times than a pincushion. It comes to something when the police are relying on someone like her for answers, doesn't it? She seems to know what she's talking about, Eleanor said, slumping into the armchair. We'll see. I sometimes think these experts do more harm than good. Anyway, that wasn't why I came to see you. I've been out most of the day. I got back a couple of hours ago, and Julie across the road came over. Hal Garfield was spotted going round the back of your dad's house. What? Why? I don't know. It's not the first time he's been seen either. I saw him a few days ago lingering at the bottom of the drive. He keeps asking me what you plan on doing with it. He says he'd like to buy it for himself, but I don't know.
There's something fishy going on, if you ask me. In what way? Why is he so interested in your dad's house all of a sudden? He's never shown an interest in it before. I think he's looking for something. Like what? I've no idea. Have you ever been in Hal's house? No. I have. A couple of times. He's very interested in true crime. He's got books and DVDs on it, and textbooks based on criminal profiling. He works in computers, for crying out loud. Why does he need to know about profiling? Maybe it's a hobby? A strange hobby, if you ask me. I'm worried he's looking for access to your dad's house because there's something in there he wants. Such as? I don't know. Maybe something incriminating for him. I don't understand. Surely you don't think Hal and my father... She left the question hanging. He wouldn't break in, though, would he? I don't think so. He might not need to. Maybe he's got a spare key. You think? He and your dad were really quite pally at one point. They were on the same pub quiz team at the Rose and Crown. Yes, they were, weren't they? Eleanor said, a heavy frown appearing on her face as she thought. I wonder... No. What? I was going to say, I wonder if the police have been to see him. We've all been interviewed in the street, and I saw that Olivia Winter go over after she'd been to see me. Hal actually called her over to his place. I bet he couldn't wait to give her chapter and verse. Leslie, the police were asking whether Dad had anyone close in his life. I told them he didn't. Anyway, I've been thinking about it, and if he did kill 12 people, that's a lot for one person. Choosing victims, hiding the bodies. Can one person do all that on their own? You think your dad had a partner? I don't know. I'm finding out all this new information about my dad, and I don't know what to make of it. Is it possible Dad and someone else have been going around the north of England on a crime spree? Leslie took a deep breath. I liked your dad, Eleanor. I really did. He was a good man. But if he has killed all these people, we have to ask ourselves if we really did know him in the first place. And if he did have a partner in crime, is he still out there? Hal Garfield? Can you think of anyone else? Eleanor thought for a moment. No. Me neither, Leslie replied. They sat in silence and allowed the heavy atmosphere to envelop them. Chapter 41. Sunday, 2nd of February, 2025. By the time Olivia fell into bed on Saturday night, she was exhausted. As she closed her eyes, images of her mother and Claire came to her mind. She remembered a Guy Fawkes night when they all went to a local fireworks display. They were wrapped up against the elements and gazed in awe at the colourful displays as explosions lit up the night sky. Olivia couldn't remember how old she was, but it was Claire's first time seeing fireworks. At first, she was scared of the loud bangs, but the beautiful colours made up for it. By the end of the evening, she was high on the excitement. It had been the perfect evening. Their dad had had to carry Claire home in his arms, as she was too tired to walk. Trailing behind, Olivia held her mum's hand tightly. They'd been a happy family that night. Olivia wondered how many women her father had already killed by then. Another memory tainted. The next morning she woke early and was cold. The duvet had been pushed onto the floor. One pillow was at the bottom of the bed, and the fitted sheet had come away from 2 corners. Evidence of a night thrashing and turning in the throes of a nightmare. Her brow was wet with sweat, and she could smell stale body odour. She was pleased she never remembered her dreams. She wouldn't be able to handle that. She stumbled into the shower, stripping off her bedclothes as she went, and remained under the hot needles of water until she couldn't stand it any longer. Olivia needed to disengage her mind. Today was all about Linus. He needed to say goodbye to his wife, a woman he clearly adored. The last thing he wanted was Olivia's terrors intruding. They were going out into the countryside, to the Northumbria National Park. So she dressed in layers, jeans, thick socks, walking shoes, t-shirt, a heavy jumper, and padded coat. She wrapped a scarf around her neck, pulled down her beanie hat over her ears, and put on thick woolen gloves. Linus was waiting for Olivia when she arrived at his apartment. He was dressed in walking trousers and boots, and had a thick coat on. In his hands he held a cloth bag, which Olivia guessed contained the urn with his wife's ashes. Judging by the expression on his face, that bag weighed a ton. "Good morning. Are you sure you want to do this?" she asked. He nodded, but didn't make a move. "We don't have to." "No, I'm sure. What you said yesterday made perfect sense. This past year has been agony. I need to let go." "I know my opinion doesn't count for anything, but I think you're doing the right thing." "I saw Eleanor last night on the way back to the hotel," Olivia said, once they'd left Newcastle city centre behind them and were heading for open countryside in Linus's Audi. "Really? At the hotel?" "No, I called into a pub on the way back. I fancied a drink. She's in 2 minds whether to go and see Isaac in prison. She asked my advice." "What did you tell her?" "I told her it was entirely up to her. Nobody can tell her what to do. And she shouldn't be listening to people if they start sticking their noses in, giving their 2 pennies worth." "Good advice." "I love these sprawling views," Olivia said. They were driving on the A696, leaving Ponteland behind them, and were surrounded by farmland. No matter what window I look out of in London, all I see are buildings.
"Would you consider moving?"
No. London is home. The countryside is a lovely place to visit when you want to clear your head and recharge your batteries, but I'm definitely a city girl. They both fell quiet for a few miles, as Linus kept his eyes on the road, and Olivia continued to marvel at the views. "Where are we actually going?" Olivia asked, as they turned off the A68 and onto narrow lane towards a battered road sign pointing to a place called Sills.
"I was hoping to take an earlier turn off, but it was closed. We're heading to the Drakestone. It's a beautiful area, and you can see for miles from there on a clear day. I have a photo of Clara leaning against the stone. The sun is shining in the background, and her hair is all windswept. She was looking into the distance, and I just took this snap of her. It's my favourite photograph of her. We came back to this spot often. Thought she'd like to be scattered here."
"That's lovely," Olivia said.
I remember... Linus stopped as a beeping sound rang out from the dashboard. What's that? I've no idea. I've never seen that light come on before. Please don't tell me we're breaking down. I wouldn't have thought so. It was only serviced at Christmas. Olivia looked around her with a worried expression. She couldn't see a building, and hadn't seen one for miles. Have you noticed we've slowed down? She said. Yes, I had picked up on that. Linus put the car into a higher gear and pressed his foot down on the accelerator. The engine made a sound like it was struggling to breathe. Shit, he said, moving quickly down into a lower gear. Olivia watched on in bewilderment as Linus wrestled with the car. It wasn't long before they were merely crawling along the single track. I think you should pull over, Olivia said. Maybe the engine has overheated or something and needs a few minutes to cool down. She guessed. Linus took her advice and pulled in to the side of the road. He turned off the ignition, and the car fell silent. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but flat land, countryside, trees in the distance, and the odd sheep here and there. No sign of life. No farmhouse they could walk to for rescue. Olivia couldn't remember the last time she'd seen another vehicle that wasn't a tractor. I hate to be a doom-monger, Olivia began, but we're not going anywhere, are we? I'm not sure yet. Olivia shivered. Are you a member of the AA? Yes, I am. Please tell me you also know where you are when you call for help. Linus looked out of the windows around him before turning to Olivia. Not a clue. I thought you knew this area. What did you call it? The Devil's Stone? The Drake Stone. We're miles away from that. Oh, great, she said, folding her arms tight against her chest. Shall I try the engine? Go on then, she said, giving Linus a nervous look. He turned the key in the ignition. The engine ticked over. It was struggling to start, but it didn't. He tried again, the same result. He tried a third time, and nothing happened at all. Olivia took out her phone and opened Google Maps. She zoomed in on where the blue dot signaled where she was. But there were no road names, no place names, no areas of interest listed. Nothing. We appear to be nowhere, she said, showing him her screen. That's fine. Don't worry. I'll use what 3 words? What's that? You don't know what 3 words? Obviously not. It's a geocode system that can identify any location on Earth with a resolution of 3 meters, giving each square 3 random words. What? Look. He showed the app, which zoomed in on their location, seemingly in the middle of nowhere. We're here, and the 3 words for this point are feasting, prom, copy. All I need to do is tell the AA those 3 words, and they'll find us easily. Olivia's expression was one of confusion and amazement. And this covers the entire planet? Yes. Well, I've no idea if it includes the oceans, too. I don't really want to try it by getting lost in the Atlantic, he said, with a smile. So, where we were going, the Drake Stone, that will have its own 3 words. He typed the Drake Stone into the search bar, and it came up with clutches gear strictly. Linus laughed while he scrolled through his contacts to find the AA. It's funny, you know what the front door of 10 Downing Street is? It's Slurs This Shark. Olivia tuned him out as a spark of an idea came into her head.
She reached down to her bag in the footwell and brought it up onto her lap. She opened it and took out her tablet. Turning it on and looking for the file of Isaac's code, she looked at columns 3 and 4, with the 4 seemingly random words, one of which was in brackets. Could the other 3 words be locations where the bodies were buried? "They're sending a breakdown vehicle, but we could have an hour's wait," Linus said, ending the call. Olivia held up the tablet. "I think we might have cracked the final 2 columns." "Oh my God," Linus said. "It's been staring me in the face all this time." "But what does the single word in brackets mean?" Olivia asked. "I don't know. Maybe it's something to do with what's at each location." 12. M6. Date Eaton Edge. Brackets Poppy. Helpful indeed. Present. Brackets Heat. Brown, blue, blue, black. 12/5/10/20. £. Right. We'll use Sean Bridges' entry in the code, Olivia said. Type in the 3 words in column 3 and see what comes up. Date Eaton Edge. It's very close to Whitley Bay Cemetery. There are a few holiday parks and resorts around there. That's close to Newcastle, isn't it? Yes. Did Sean have any connection with that area? I've no idea. He travelled all over. Some of his homeless friends we spoke to said he often went off for a few days and came back with a pocket full of cash. I suppose it's possible he could have gone to these holiday resorts for either casual work or maybe he was, I don't know, selling himself to holiday makers. You think that's where Isaac picked him up? I don't know. Try the words from the 4th column. Helpful indeed, Crescent. What does that give you? It's a narrow road near Eshet Airfield. Was that close to where Isaac was stopped by police, when he had Sean Bridger in the back of his car? Olivia asked. Yes. That's where he was going to bury him. Jesus Christ! Linus exclaimed. Column 3 is where he picked up his victims, and column 4 is where he buried them. We found them, Linus! We fucking found them! Chapter 42. Monday, 3rd of February, 2025. Olivia hadn't had much sleep on Sunday night. She was looking out of her hotel room window a little before 7 o'clock and saw lights on in the offices of Forth Banks Police Station. She was starting to feel claustrophobic in her room, so quickly showered and walked over. She wasn't totally surprised to find Linus sitting in the office, laptop open, mug of coffee going cold on the table in front of him. Olivia guessed, like her, he'd been kept awake all night with finally cracking Isaac's code. Good morning, Linus. He looked up and smiled. You're in early. Couldn't sleep. Me neither. Look, Linus, about yesterday, Olivia said. She kept her coat on as she sat down. The room wasn't quite warm enough for her yet. Events sort of took over once the AA arrived, didn't they? We didn't get around to scattering Clara's ashes. No, he said, and bowed his head. I felt bad as I didn't give it any thought until I pulled into my parking space outside my flat and saw the urn on the back seat. He shook his head. I'm putting work before everything else. This is an unusual case. It's understandable. We can go out again if you like, this evening, or tomorrow maybe. Think I want to hold on to them, just for a little while longer. I called Clara's sister last night. I told her I was ready to scatter the ashes, and she's asked if I'll hang on until she comes back from Canada. We're going to make a special event of it. That's good. And that's healthy. I think you're doing the right thing, she said, reaching over to him and placing a hand on top of his.
Thank you for everything you said yesterday.
You're welcome.
Now, on to this code,
Linus began.
I've put the 3 words into what 3 words, and I've written down the locations and coordinates.
If we're correct, several of Isaac's victims have been dumped around mines.
I've looked online and they're all abandoned.
The door opened and Ryan came in carrying a takeaway Costa cup. He was wrapped up in a knee-length reefer coat, scarf, bobble hat and chunky boots. Have you two been here all night? He asked.
I've just arrived,
Olivia said.
I've been here about an hour,
Linus added. You should have called me. I'd have come in,
Ryan said,
taking his satchel off over his head and removing his bobble hat.
I haven't had a full night's sleep since my early teens. I'm always up early. I was researching those areas you emailed over,
he said to Linus.
I gave Ryan the locations of the areas we believe Isaac picked up his victims, and I worked on where he buried them,
Linus explained to Olivia.
I thought it would be easier.
I did both, Olivia said. I thought it might be better if we worked on the entry before Sean Bridger, as it's the most recent, where we have a potential burial site. Now, based on the fact we believe the Polish passport belongs to this one, we're clearly looking for Piotr Czachowski. I've worked out the pickup location as being in Morecambe, and his burial point as being Robin Hood's Bay. Both Linus and Ryan nodded in agreement. More accurately, Morecambe train station, Ryan said. Now, J9 in the code works out at being January 2024. I'm guessing too much time has elapsed to get CCTV footage from around that time. But would the local police be able to do a door-to-door inquiry with Pieter's passport photo and see if anyone remembers him?
I'll give someone a call at Lancashire Police and see what they can do,
Linus said, making a note. Will your DCI now open an official investigation? Olivia asked Linus.
Not without firm evidence.
I thought not. In that case, I suggest we 3 go out to Robin Hood's Bay and see if we can find Pieter's body ourselves. If so, you can call out a full forensic team and go from there.
I was thinking the same,
he admitted.
Aren't you going to see Isaac again today, though?
I'm going to put it off until tomorrow. It was Isaac who asked me to go back today. Never let a killer think he's in charge. Tomorrow I'll go back to Frankland Prison, and hopefully we'll be able to tell him we know where he buried the bodies, and I can show off and say his code was a piece of cake to crack.
Even though it wasn't,
Ryan said. He doesn't need to know that.
I suggest we wait until it gets light,
Linus said.
How about we get something to eat, then go out to Robin Hood's Bay and go from there?
Good idea, Olivia said. Where's good to go for breakfast? My treat. They didn't get as far as having breakfast. In fact, they didn't even make it out of the police station before a DS passed Sutton on the stairs, handed him a tabloid newspaper, and told him to open it at the centre pages. Olivia and Ryan looked over Linus's shoulder to see what was so interesting, and all 3 froze in horror, open-mouthed, as they took in the photograph of Eleanor McFadden beneath the headline, My Father, the Serial Killer. I think she may have misinterpreted my advice, Olivia said. They were back in the small office. Olivia had read the article and was fuming over her name being mentioned several times, and the fact that she was now in Newcastle helping police with their investigations. Why would she do this? She's just drawing attention to herself, Linus said. He was pacing the room, hands on hips, steam coming out of both ears. I think she's taking ownership of what's happened, rather than waiting for the media to start banging her door down. On the plus side, Ryan said, as he read the feature, she's not given much away. She's talking about her childhood and her father a lot, but she's not mentioned how many he's killed or about the code. Maybe she's saving that until she gets her own slot on breakfast TV, Linus said. Do you want me to have a word with her? Olivia asked. Linus was about to speak when there was a knock on the door. He yanked it open. DCIY wants a word, a young uniformed officer said. I bet she does. She's told me to tell you that the press office is being bombarded with calls. Well, it'll give him something to do, I suppose. Oh, and this arrived for Dr. Winter, he said, handing Linus a small padded envelope before leaving. Ryan read from the newspaper. I was struggling to take in everything my father has done. The man who raised me by hand, the man who I looked up to and cherished, no longer existed. I went into a dark place and considered whether life was worth living. Then I met Dr. Olivia Winter. She has been through a similar horror. If she can still get up in the morning and function, then so can I. I'm taking control of my life. Be more Olivia. Wow, she's really fangirling you. Maybe I should start an Olivia Winter Appreciation Society, Olivia said flippantly. Here, this has arrived for you, Linus said, handing her the envelope. I wonder what Isaac's going to make of this. I'm more worried about what the second killer is going to make of it, Olivia said, as she opened the envelope. He'll scrutinize this word for word to see if there is anything that could point the police in his direction. The envelope was proving tricky to open. As she tugged the flap off with force, an item fell out and landed on the table with a heavy thud. They all looked at it. It was a watch. Ryan reached out and picked it up. Wow, this is nice. Hugo Boss, too. That's not going to be cheap. Is it your birthday? No, Olivia said. She looked inside the envelope, took out the single sheet of paper, and unfolded it. She could feel her legs give way beneath her, and quickly found her chair behind her before she fell. Olivia, what is it? Linus asked. She handed the paper to him. It's a 13th entry for the codebook. 13. F4. Brackets night. Free collar change. Slow. Brackets crow. Drink grain. Brown grey. Black black. 10/5/11/18. Ampersand. Jesus Christ, Ryan said, almost dropping the watch when he realized he was holding something belonging to a dead man. I'll get an evidence bag, he said, jumping up out of his seat and leaving the room. Different handwriting. We wanted proof of a second killer. This is it, Linus said. He placed the paper on the table and slid it back over to Olivia. F4, February 2025. Brown hair, grey top, black trousers, black shoes. He was cut up into 10 pieces, 5 feet 11 inches tall, and 18 years old. He was ranked 7 out of 10. Bloody hell, she exclaimed, running her fingers through her hair.
We need to find him,
Linus said. He grabbed his laptop and went to the What 3 Words website. He typed in the 3 words from the 4th column of the code and hit enter. According to this, he's in Woodland close to Colt Crag Reservoir. Where's that?
It's in Hexham, about 30 miles from here.
Olivia stood up and grabbed her coat.
Where are you going?
We need proof that these are drop-off points for the victims. You said so yourself. We need to go and see if this young lad is really there. It's a recent kill. There may be forensic evidence leading us to a second killer. We need to get to him before the local wildlife do.
I'm not having you walking into a fresh crime scene. Besides, he's cut up into 10 pieces. Do you really want to see that?
In early 2020, I was in France helping the Police Nationale search for a man who had killed 4 women. Against my better judgment, the detective leading the case asked me to go on national television and tell the viewing public what kind of man they were looking for. I did. The next day, the killer called the police and told them where they could find victim number 5. He'd mutilated a young woman, only 19 years old. I won't go into the gory details, but he'd done things to her nobody should have to endure. Afterwards, he'd washed her body clean and propped her up in her bed. Carved into her chest with a very deep knife were the words, "For Olivia."
Fucking hell. How do you sleep at night with all that shit in your head?
I have shares in Stolichnaya, she said, with her usual stoic smile, which hid a world of pain. Chapter 43. According to the sat-nav in Linus's car, it would take 37 minutes to get to Colt Crag Reservoir. When they set off from the police station car park, he called DCI Wise and told her of the latest developments. Olivia hadn't heard her reply, but Linus told her a forensic team was on standby should they have interpreted the code correctly and found a body waiting for them. In the back of the car, Ryan was scrolling through his tablet, having actioned various tasks following the watch and note being sent for testing.
It's a nice watch and looked new, but it's quite high-end. There are several places in Newcastle you can buy them from. I've asked DC Lowell to contact local sellers and get a list of buyers. If we get no joy from there, we'll cast our net wider.
Olivia turned around in her seat. I didn't think to ask. Where was this one picked up from?
The What 3 Words gives the location of St. Joseph's Church in Benwell.
Is Benwell in Newcastle? She asked. Ryan nodded.
Who the fuck is this second killer?
Linus asked, slamming his hands onto the steering wheel.
We've questioned his daughter, his neighbours, his colleagues. Not one of them stands out as being Isaac's partner in crime.
That's why I want to talk to Eleanor, Olivia said. If we can find out what was going on in Isaac's life when he first started killing in April 2021, we can work out who he was close to around that time. Who came into his life then, or who left his life at that time and has remained in the shadows ever since.
But you said there were previous victims before the code.
Yes, but something happened to make him start writing the code in the first place.
Ryan, get on a uniform, Linus said over his shoulder. Tell them to go round to Eleanor's and bring her into the station.
Is that kind of tactic necessary? Olivia asked.
We can't wait any longer. 13 victims, Olivia, 13. I will not have any more murders because of that man.
I just don't think sending a team of uniformed officers around to Eleanor is a good idea. She's a victim too.
I don't care. The time for kid gloves is long gone. We need answers.
I'm worried that now Isaac is in prison, this second killer might think we're going to be closing in on them and will want to go out in a blaze of glory. I don't want a massacre on my hands. You won't. Isaac was arrested in March last year and he's waited 11 months to kill again. You don't need to worry about an elaborate endgame. He wrote to you, Olivia. He sent the watch to you, Linus said firmly. Don't you think that's a mind game of some kind? He could have got Olivia's name from the newspaper, Ryan said. No, he couldn't, Olivia said, as the realization dawned. She felt an icy chill run up her spine, despite the heated seats. The article only went in the paper today, which is the 3rd of February. This new victim will have been killed on the 1st. He knew I was here before the press did. What does that mean? Linus asked. The killer knows I've been here from the beginning. And I've probably already spoken to them. The car fell deathly silent. Chapter 44. Eleanor read the feature on her iPad. She was still in her dressing gown, sitting at the kitchen table with a mug of tea in front of her and a slice of granary toast rapidly going cold. She wasn't happy. She had arranged with the journalist over the phone to spread the information she had given him over several features, to be printed over 5 days for maximum impact. A new serial killer on the streets of England was exciting for the media. Damien Littlejohn had listened with rapt attention as she told him about her killer father, his codebook, his trophies. He'd asked questions, but his tone was flat. The moment Eleanor mentioned Olivia Winter, he'd become more animated, started asking questions about her. In the first feature about her, Olivia's name was mentioned in the 3rd paragraph, and then constantly throughout. There was mention of the sodding drama going out on ITV1 tonight, and an oversized photo of Olivia at the top of the page. This was supposed to be about her, not fucking Olivia Winter. Eleanor's mobile rang. She fished for it in her dressing gown pocket and looked at the display. Damien Littlejohn was calling. She swiped to answer. Sorry to call so early, Eleanor. I want to go over a few facts for the second feature. Right, she said, an iciness to her tone. You mentioned one of the trophies your father kept was a Polish passport. Did you get a look at the name of who it belonged to? Oh, no. I'm afraid not. That's a shame. Now, I've been in touch with a photographer I know in your neck of the woods. Is there a chance you can let him have access to your father's house? We'd love a photo of the garage. Right. Yes, that shouldn't be a problem. Excellent. I'll drop him an email. This code you said your father wrote, have the police been able to crack it? I don't know. They haven't said. Has Olivia Winter said anything about it? Eleanor visibly flinched at the mention of Olivia's name. Not to me, she hasn't. Did she tell you the psychological meaning behind creating a code? No. Will you be seeing her again? Maybe. Damien interrupted. I think it'd be useful to get her angle on things, especially if she's working with the police. She'll be able to offer an insight nobody else can. I see, Eleanor said, merely for something to say. Damien cleared his throat. It's the premiere of the first episode of the drama about her father tonight. Will Olivia be watching? How does she feel about the drama being made? Eleanor squeezed her eyes tightly shut and sucked in her thin lips. Eleanor, you still there? Damien asked, when she didn't say anything. Eleanor disconnected the call. Hal Garfield carefully cut out the feature from the newspaper. He'd kept a scrapbook of the investigation into Isaac McFadden's crime and subsequent trial. Now the story was gaining traction once again. He wondered why Eleanor had decided to go to the newspapers, to put her side of the story across. He didn't know her too well, but thought she wasn't the type of person to sell her soul to the press. He wasn't surprised about the lack of detail and information in the feature, as Eleanor didn't visit her father often. They weren't the closest father and daughter in the world, something Isaac regretted, but she had her own life. Maybe Eleanor was the wrong person to go to the newspapers and tell them what Isaac was really like. Maybe the story needed to be told by someone closer, someone who lived bang opposite the murder house, someone who could see right into the living room from his bedroom. Hal carefully placed the feature in his scrapbook, grabbed his tablet, and turned it on. He was the administrator on a message board on the dark web, analyzing the Killers Anonymous, where members talked about recent murderers in the press around the world and tried to understand what made them kill and why, and how the victims had inadvertently put themselves in the path of their killers. He logged in and opened up a new conversation. Isaac McFadden, posted Monday, 3rd of February, 2025, 10:27. Admin. You may have seen in the news this morning that Isaac McFadden, killer of Sean Bridger, currently serving a life sentence in Frankland Prison, has possibly murdered more people. His daughter, Eleanor, has given an interview with the Sun newspaper in which she states Northumbria police are looking into her father's past based on new evidence, and that renowned forensic psychologist Dr. Olivia Winter is helping them. What do we think? Do we have a serial killer who has managed to outfox the police and is doing time for merely one victim? Hats off to Mr. McFadden if so. However, what none of you will know is that I was a good friend of Isaac's. I live on the same road as him. The photo attached to this post is a picture of Isaac's house, the house where his murders seem to have been committed. Do I think he's capable of being a serial killer? Ask me your questions and I'll answer them. Fava beans. How many victims are we talking here? If you know him as much as you say you do, then did you see him with one of his victims? Are you going to go to the police and tell them what you know? Admin. I've spoken to the police on numerous occasions. I've told them everything I know about Isaac. Axeman. I read that feature. It doesn't go into much detail. Reading between the lines, I don't think Eleanor was as close to her father as she was making out. She's riding on his coattails. She's probably hoping to be on the next celeb Big Brother. Babyface. Olivia Winter is hot. I'd do her serious damage. Black Dahlia. Surely Northumbria police know if there's a serial killer on their patch. More info needed, Admin. Admin. The police are looking into unsolved murders. Isaac was a sales rep. He travelled all over the northeast. Who knows where he hid the bodies? This could be huge. Jeffrey Dahmer's husband. No offence, Admin, but anyone could have taken that photo. How do you even know it's his house? Admin. It's his house. He'd lived there since the late 90s. Kaiser Soze. That does look like a serial killer's house. Bodies in the cellar, I'm guessing. Jack the Stripper. Have you been in the house, Admin? What's it like? How close did you come to being a victim? Admin. Isaac was a good friend. I was in his house often. I doubt I was ever close to being a victim. I never felt like I had anything to worry about. Jack the Stripper. Think we need more proof that's his house. Number 1 fan. I agree with Jack the Stripper. Need more proof. If you were close to him, did you have a spare key? Surely there's something you can take that the police won't miss.
Jack the stripper. We need a selfie of you looking for victims under his patio. Haha.
Admin.
Leave it with me.
Chapter 45. Colt Crag Reservoir, Hexham, Northumberland. Linus turned the bend on the A68, passing Barrisford Quarry.
It's coming up on your right,
Ryan said quietly from the back.
I'm aware,
Linus returned. The atmosphere in the car had been heavy since Olivia had suggested the second killer had known from the beginning that she was here and helping the police. She had been racking her brain, making a mental list of the people she had spoken to. Eleanor was the obvious one. After that, there were Isaac's neighbours, Leslie Quinn and Hal Garfield. Linus, Ryan, and other police officers in the station she'd said good morning to. Staff and customers of the hotel she was staying in. Restaurants she'd eaten in and bars she'd drunk at. Was it possible she was being followed this whole time, without realising it? If the second killer knew she'd been brought in to help, how close to the investigation could they be? Had Linus been followed down to London? Linus slowed down.
How far away are we from the drop-off site?
We're really close now. The square box on the What 3 Words site is off the road in amongst these trees. I think you should probably pull up on your left here, and we hop over the wall.
Right,
Linus said, indicating and pulling up on the grass verge. Olivia struggled to get out of the car, as it was parked close to a dry stone wall so as not to obstruct passing traffic. The ground was squelchy underfoot, and she was pleased to have worn sensible shoes rather than heels. She buttoned up her coat and raised her collar. Linus jumped over the wall and held his hand out to help Olivia over it. At only 5'2", she didn't have the length of leg to simply hop over. Ryan followed, his tablet under his arm. The trees were bare, apart from a few evergreens, and the sky was dull. Another fall of snow was threatened. As they entered the woodland, the light faded, and the breeze rattling the naked branches together created an unsettling and eerie atmosphere. Ryan looked down at his tablet. They were frighteningly close to where the code said the drop-off point was. He edged forward, leading the way with Linus and Olivia close behind.
Are there traffic cameras on this road?
Olivia asked.
Not on this stretch, no,
Linus replied. Surely whoever dumped the body here will have had to park close to where you did. They will have been obstructing traffic. Maybe someone will remember that.
We can only hope.
Ryan had stopped ahead. Linus and Olivia edged around him so they were all level and could see exactly what he was seeing. There it was, up ahead, sheltered by 2 trees close together, was a hint of red they all immediately recognized as the same red plastic clinical waste bag that was found in the back of Isaac's car when he was pulled over and Sean Bridger was discovered in his boot.
You two wait here,
Linus said. He took his phone from his inside pocket, turned on the torch, and headed around the other side of the trees. Ryan looked away.
It's one thing looking at pictures. It's a different thing entirely, being this close to a dismembered body.
Are you all right? Olivia asked. He nodded, though it was clearly a lie. Olivia went back to watching Linus. He was walking slowly and carefully, looking at the ground in case he stepped on something that might be forensically important. He passed the trees, looked back, and pointed his phone towards the bag. Olivia couldn't quite make out his facial expression from where she was standing, but seeing his shoulders droop and his head shake, she knew he was looking down at their 13th victim. The road was closed off, which would be a massive disruption to motorists. Olivia waited in the front passenger seat while uniformed police officers set up a cordon and scene of crime officers donned their white paper suits and began a fingertip search of the area. A white tent was erected around the trees to hide the bags from public view and to protect the body from the elements. It had started sleeting, and Olivia had been glad to return to the warmth of the car. Linus had told her there were 3 clinical waste sacks dumped next to each other. As he led her back to the car by the elbow, she looked up at him, took in his ashen expression, and knew this was grim. She wanted to question him more about what he had seen, but knew he wouldn't tell her. Not yet. While alone in the car, Olivia took out her laptop and began making notes. There was clearly a shared madness between Isaac McFadden and the second killer. But had the second killer, the dominant one of the two, replaced Isaac with an alternative subordinate? Or was he out there on his own, continuing the reign of terror they'd started together? How strong did a person have to be, especially physically, to dismember a body and transport the pieces to the middle of nowhere? Forensic and post-mortem examinations would be able to inform detectives if a person had been killed by one person or 2. It was possible, from the range and extent of the injuries inflicted on a victim, to estimate the force of each blow or stab and work out the ferocity and strength of each killer. This fresh body could give more information than the previous 12 put together, since it had not been subject to decomposition before being located. But what about when it came to dismembering a corpse? According to Linus, there were 3 bags hiding amongst those trees. Going back to the code, this latest victim was 5 feet 11 and 18 years old. She had no idea if he was of slight build or muscular. Either way, he was going to be heavy. There was no way someone like Olivia, slight and only 5'2", would be able to carry 3 bags of body parts all the way out here on her own. She would struggle carrying them one by one. It would take time, and someone was bound to see her. Was this the work of one man? One incredibly strong man? Or was this the work of 2? It would be worth checking Isaac's garage again, find out if the second killer still had a key and was using their old murder ground to continue his work. If so, had Leslie Quinn or Hal Garfield seen anything recently? Had someone other than Eleanor been calling at the house over the past few months? Is that how the killer knew Olivia was working on the investigation? Because they had been watching the house and had seen her arriving with Linus and then popping next door to talk to Leslie? Was the killer worried Leslie might have seen something and said something to Olivia? Could Leslie be on the killer's hit list as the end game approached? Linus rapped on the side window with his gloved hand, making her jump. She looked at him, took in his ruddy face, red from the biting wind, and lowered the window. "Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you." "It's fine, I've just been making some notes. I think you should send someone over to Isaac's house and see if his garage was used to cut up this victim too." "Good idea. We've got an ID on this one, by the way." "Really? So soon?" A wallet was found in the victim's jeans pocket. Inside, there was a single £10 note and a provisional driver's license. Olivia frowned. There wasn't anything left with Sean Bridger, was there? No. Why start leaving something now?
Well, we haven't found the other victims yet. We don't know if anything was left with them or not.
True. It just doesn't make any sense letting you know who the body belongs to. In fact, it doesn't make any sense for the killer to send me the code and trophy. Why is he showing off all of a sudden, after Isaac has kept it a perfect secret for 4 years?
I feel like these are the questions I should be asking you.
I wonder if Isaac has been able to get a message to his partner from prison. She said, more to herself. He knew I was going to visit him. He could have contacted them somehow, and they've changed their MO in order to increase the danger value.
I thought the MO never changed.
Linus said. No, the MO can change. It's the signature that doesn't. Here, the signature is chopping the body up. Who is this young lad? She asked, turning to him. From behind his back, Linus brought out the evidence bag containing the wallet and provisional driver's license.
Thomas Landy.
The address is for a house in Byker.
We've got uniform going round there now.
Was there anything else in his wallet apart from the tenner and the license?
No.
What happened to his bank card or credit card? If he was at university, he'd have student ID. If he was working, he might have a key card to get into a building. Store loyalty cards, membership cards, where are all of those?
You think it was emptied, but the license left, so we could identify him quicker?
Possibly. And why leave the £10 note?
I'll send them off to the lab for testing. Maybe there'll be prints or something on them. I'm going to have someone run you back to the police station.
Okay. Did you get in touch with Eleanor? Is she coming to the station?
I'd really like to talk to her. I don't know. It completely went out of my mind. I'll give someone a call.
Don't forget about Isaac's house. If his garage was used for cutting up this Thomas Landy, then you'll need to question his neighbours again too. They might have seen someone coming and going.
Right.
He nodded. Linus, are you all right? She asked, placing a gloved hand on top of his as he rested it on the lowered window.
I'm fine.
No offence, but I'm the queen at saying I'm fine when I'm not. I know the signs of someone who isn't fine. He snorted a hollow laugh.
I don't like killers playing games. Thomas Landy was 18 years old. He was young, had everything to live for, and some sick bastard has decided to use him in his twisted fucking game. Life is precious, for crying out loud.
There were tears in his eyes, and Olivia knew he was thinking of Clara. Linus, a word of advice, he said. I know things aren't great for you right now, personally, so don't let this, or Isaac, set up home in your mind. You have a team around you. Use them. Linus seemed to be thinking about this before he replied with a firm nod. She watched him walk away. Olivia had travelled the world interviewing killers, and she often felt she needed to talk to the detectives who had worked the original investigation. Many had been affected by seeing what a killer had done to a victim, by the mind games, the lengthy interviews, witnessing post-mortems, late nights and grieving relatives. This was not a job for the faint-hearted, or for someone with a fragile personality, such as Linus had at present. She didn't want to see him destroyed by this, and there was only one way she knew to stop that from happening. Olivia herself needed to step up her game. Chapter 46. DC Ryan Sweetland dropped Olivia back at Forth Banks, then, as per Linus's instructions, headed straight for Isaac's home in Blythe. Olivia was pointed to a family room, where Eleanor McFadden had been taken upon her arrival. As she wasn't a suspect, nor was she answering questions under caution. It was thought a cold, impersonal interview room would be inappropriate. When Olivia opened the door, she found Eleanor sitting on an uncomfortable-looking two-seat sofa, nursing a mug of tea. She hadn't heard Olivia enter, and continued to stare into her mug, a million miles away from where she was. Olivia cleared her throat. Eleanor looked up at her and proffered a weak smile. "How are you doing, Eleanor?" Olivia asked, as she went to sit down. "I don't know. I felt like I was a suspect, the way uniformed officers escorted me here. God knows what the neighbours are saying about me now." "Eleanor, why did you go to the press with your story?" "I remembered what the press was like while Dad was on trial. They camped outside my front door. They followed me to the court and bombarded me with questions. I can't face that again. I thought, if I give an exclusive interview, it will stop that from happening again." "I don't think it will. Once the police give a formal statement regarding your father's crimes, they're going to be all over this. It's going to be front-page news. And as the closest person to your father, it's you they'll come for." Eleanor stood up and went over to the window. She looked out at the rear car park of the police station. "How can you say I'm the closest person to my dad? He killed so many people and I didn't know about it." "Eleanor, we've been working on the code your father wrote. We think he killed his first victim in April 2021. Can you think of anything around that time that happened to your dad? Did anyone new come onto the scene? Did he mention a new name you hadn't heard before? Or a new friend?" "April 2021, Eleanor asked herself, as she seemed to be searching her memory. "No, I don't think so. Weren't we still in a lockdown nightmare then with COVID?" "We were coming out of a national lockdown around that time. People were being urged to stay local, but non-essential retailers were still closed." "It seems like a different world talking about it now, doesn't it? I didn't see my dad much during the lockdowns. I have asthma, so I isolated a lot, and I worked from home a great deal too. I saw Dad via Zoom. He occasionally brought me some shopping and left it on my doorstep. We'd chat through the living room window with him standing out in the street," she said, a wistful smile at a happy memory in a bizarre time. "So you wouldn't have known if anything specific happened to your father around that time?" "No. Thinking about it now, I think it was the summer of 2021 before I actually saw him in person again. We'd all changed though, hadn't we? I doubt I'd have noticed anything different about him." "Right," Olivia said. She sat back in the armchair and chewed her bottom lip as she contemplated. "Eleanor, we've been informed of a 13th body." Eleanor turned back from the window. "What?" "An item, a trophy, was sent to me this morning along with an entry in the codebook. D.I. Sutton and I went out to where the code said the body was hidden, and we found it." "What? I don't understand. What does all this mean?" "We believe there is a second killer. We believe your dad had a partner." Eleanor's mouth fell open in shock. It was a while before the news sunk in. "A partner?" "I'm sorry, I can't take any of this in. You're talking about my dad like he's one of the killers in a Scream film. How would he have found a partner? No. Eleanor, I know this is difficult for you to take in, but this is where the evidence is taking us.
What we need from you is to help us identify the second killer. She shook her head. I don't know of anyone. Dad, we didn't spend a lot of time together. Sometimes months could go by without me seeing him. We texted, obviously. He sent me funny dog videos and I sent him dad joke type memes. I'm guessing he might have had friends I didn't know about. Who would know about them? I don't know. I'm guessing the police have been through his phone and computer. Surely any other contacts will be on there. Olivia nodded. She was sure Linus would have told her if there were any unusual text messages or emails they'd uncovered. Unless Isaac was using a separate device they hadn't found yet. Could your dad... Can I go? Eleanor interrupted. I'm not enjoying being here in this police station, and every time I talk to you or D.I. Sutton, I find out something new about my father that scares me to death. I really can't cope with this right now. Of course you can go. Thank you. Eleanor stood up, grabbed her coat, and made for the door. She stopped and turned back. The drama about your dad starts tonight. Olivia swallowed. Yes, she said. She looked at Eleanor, expecting her to say more. She didn't. She opened the door and went out into the corridor, closing the door firmly behind her. Olivia remained in the impersonal family room. She frowned as she thought about the conversation she'd just had. Why did Eleanor bring up the drama? Why didn't she ask anything about the 13th victim? It could be just possible that Eleanor knows who the second killer is and she's protecting him, Olivia said to herself. But why would anyone do that? Olivia had interviewed many killers whose wives had known what their husbands were doing, yet had remained silent. Even when they were caught, they sometimes stayed by their side and visited them every week in prison. Why? Why would anyone support a person convicted of murder, especially serial murder? Joseph Lansbury, the Seattle slasher, whom Olivia had written a book about, had a wife who didn't give up her husband when police named him as a suspect. Olivia had interviewed her for the book and asked her why she stayed by him. She answered straight away. It was a simple answer. He's my husband. I love him. As far as Olivia was concerned, love was not an excuse for murder. Olivia's phone vibrated in her pocket. She took it out and saw it was Linus calling her. She swiped to answer. Are you on your own? He asked. Yes. Eleanor's just left. Isaac's garage is covered in blood. Chapter 47. Olivia had stepped out of a long shower, and now, wrapped in her dressing gown, towel around her head, she relaxed on the bed with a bottle of vodka she'd bought from a supermarket on her way back to the hotel. She had poured a healthy measure before she went into the shower, and was now on her second. Her hopes for a night of drifting into drunken oblivion were ruined by her phone ringing, and Linus Sutton telling her he was downstairs in reception if she could spare the time. Of course she could spare the time. What else was she going to do this evening, apart from drown herself in a bottle of vodka? She quickly dressed, gargled with mouthwash, then ate a couple of macadamia nut cookies to mask the smell of the mouthwash. At this time of day, the distinct smell of Cool Mint Triple Action Colgate could only mean one thing. She was covering something up. Linus was sitting on one of the sofas in reception. His shoulders were slumped, and his head was down. His hand was fiddling with the pendant around his neck, where he kept a sample of his wife's ashes. "Linus?" she said softly as she approached. He looked up. He attempted a smile, but it didn't work. "Sorry to call on you without asking first. I didn't think. Do you have plans?" She almost laughed. Plans in the evening meant a social life. Olivia didn't know the meaning of the concept. "No, just me and a tub of Ben & Jerry's," she lied. "Can we talk somewhere private?" "Sure." She looked over to the restaurant. It was full of evening diners, laughing, joking, enjoying themselves. They didn't need to be put off their monkfish and rare steaks by looking at two gloomy people talking about disturbing crime scenes and bodies cut into pieces. "We'll go up to my room. Are you hungry? We can call for room service." "I can't remember the last time I had anything." "Me neither. They do a really nice pan-fried salmon here." Olivia had no idea why, but as he lifted himself up from the sofa, she linked arms with him and led him to the lifts. Linus, this evening, seemed as if he needed human contact. Once in the hotel room, food ordered, Linus sat on the chair at the desk, while Olivia sat on the edge of her bed. He told her about the latest victim, Thomas Landy. Thomas lived with his mother in Baker in a council house. Last year, his mother was diagnosed with breast cancer. It was aggressive and spread quickly. She died in January this year, a day or so after Thomas's 18th birthday. Because they lived in a council house, and because it was in his mother's name, Thomas wasn't eligible to stay in a 3-bedroom property on his own. They threw him out. They offered him alternative accommodation. Unfortunately for Thomas, the only accommodation available was the Egremont bed and breakfast. Judging by the look on your face, it isn't a twee coastal B&B run by a kindly old lady. I wouldn't wish the Egremont on anyone. The council use it as a dumping ground for immigrants and people who've come out of prison. The only other people who use it are prostitutes paying by the hour. Jesus. And they sent a grieving 18-year-old there. I'm afraid so. Didn't he have a father or other relatives? His father died not long after he was born. There was no one else. Anyway, last week Billy Driver, a notorious drug dealer, walked into the Egremont and shot Patience Winstead 3 times in the head. The place was a crime scene and had to be locked down. According to Raymond, the manager, Thomas was really down on his luck and had nowhere to go for the night. Raymond told him to wander around the local hospital waiting rooms, catching some sleep where he could, pretending he was a relative. He slipped him a tenner and told him he'd look after things for him until he could come back the next day. Only he never came back, Olivia said. No. Where did the code say Thomas was picked up from again? A church, not far from the B&B, in Benwell. Is there any CCTV around there? Some. We're going through it. It's following a similar pattern, isn't it? The second killer is going around and finding people who are at their lowest or, like you said, have fallen off the radar. It would appear so. The question is, has the second killer replaced Isaac with a third? Or is he working on his own? How do we find that out? Olivia shook her head. Has the post-mortem been done? Boyd Hailstone's made it a priority. He believes Thomas was strangled and the body was taken apart in a similar way to Sean Bridger. There's no way Isaac could have taken the body apart like that. When I reeled off a list of names of muscles, he looked at me like I was speaking a different language. The second, more technical killer is doing all this.
The knock on the door made them both jump. It was a waiter with their food. While they were eating, the conversation strayed from work matters to more pleasant territory. Olivia told Linus all about the miniature Dachshund she'd inherited, Stanley, and how he was a mischievous character, and about his best friends, 2 huge German shepherds, who were incredibly gentle with him. She showed him a photograph on her phone of the sleeping sausage dog snuggled in between 2 hairy Alsatians. She had to zoom in for Stanley to be visible. "I used to go swimming a lot," she said. "Not so much anymore. But Stanley means I have to go out every day and take him for a walk. It helps me clear my head." She smiled. "Dogs are great for that," he said. "It's not practical me having one at the moment in the flat. Plus..." He paused. "Clara was allergic." What happened to her was horrific. "I miss her so much," he said. His words sounded painful. "Every single day, I miss her. I know I need to move on. What you said was absolutely right. But it's difficult, isn't it? When you're with someone you love so much you physically ache for them, and they're no longer there." Olivia thought of Ethan. She knew that if they settled, they would turn into every other couple. The sex would become pedestrian before becoming non-existent. They would spend their weekends planning how to decorate the spare bedroom, or walking around garden centres and trying to decide how to celebrate Christmas from mid-October. She couldn't do that. She couldn't do domesticity. It was obvious that was what Ethan wanted. He'd have to find it with someone else. "Are you all right?" Linus asked. "Yes." "You seemed to zone out a bit there." "Did I? Sorry. I was thinking about something." "About the case?" Yes," she corrected herself. She was on safer ground if she only spoke about things work-related. "Tell me, what do you think about Eleanor?" "It's difficult to know what to think about a person when they're struggling against everything." "Why?" "I made a call to a detective I know to give one of his journalist contacts a ring. This interview Eleanor gave to the newspapers, it's not a one-off. It's the first of a series. They're going to be running 1 a day for the next week." "Really?" He frowned. "How much information has she given them?" That's what I wondered. Why would she do that? Olivia shook her head. She could be doing it as a form of therapy. It's cathartic to reveal everything that's on your mind. She said she had trouble trusting an actual therapist. But a journalist isn't going to sit in judgment, is he? He's just going to listen and write what she says. In theory. We both know what journalists are like. They turn anything into sensationalism to sell more papers. Who's to say that by midweek, if the articles aren't having the desired effect, there won't be a swift rewrite and Eleanor's story will be pure fiction? I'm worried about her, Olivia said. She was struggling with what her father has done, but there's something else eating away at me. What? I don't know. When I told her about a 13th victim, she was shocked, yes, but she didn't ask anything about him. I can't help but think she knows more about what's going on than she's telling us. Is it possible Eleanor is the second killer? Of course, it's possible. Isaac has lied to everyone in his life. He has mastered the art of misdirection. It's fair to assume the second killer would have done so too. How likely is it for Eleanor to be the second killer? I've asked myself that question a few times, and I can't answer it.
Then again... Go on, Linus prompted. According to my detective friend, Eleanor has been paid an undisclosed 5-figure sum for her story by the papers. Maybe she does know more about what's going on than we realize. Maybe she's trying to make as much money as she can out of being the daughter of a serial killer before the attention starts to wane. Do you think we'd get anything out of her if we questioned her under caution? You don't have proof of any involvement to issue a caution. Linus frowned. A father and daughter killing couple. Is that a thing? There is a history of families killing together. I know of sisters and brothers killing together, but never a cross-generational coupling. Why does the answer to every question I have lead to more questions? Linus asked. Olivia sniggered. Welcome to my world. All I do is ask people questions, and rarely do I get an answer I can trust. So when you do get an answer, what do you do with it? She took a deep breath and slowly blew it out. I hope I can find the evidence to back it up. Linus reached across for the wine bottle and half filled his glass. I honestly do not know how you do your job. When I catch a criminal and they're in prison, it's on to the next case. It's not like that for you at all, is it? You must have so many killers in your head screaming for attention. She tried to smile, as if it wasn't a problem. But she felt her lips quiver. Sorry, Linus said. Have I said the wrong thing? She shook her head. When you go to a football match and you're in the stands and everyone is cheering, it's a wall of noise, isn't it? Imagine standing there among thousands of people and trying to listen to each and every voice. It's not possible. Precisely. That's what it's like in my head. And the loudest one is my father. Jesus Christ, Olivia. That's not natural. Surely you have something other than work to offer a distraction. And don't say all you have is your sausage dog. Olivia swallowed her tears. I'm afraid he is all I have. What? But as a psychologist, you must know that's not a normal way to live. She shrugged, as if to say, that's life. You need an outlet, Olivia. You're going to end up sectioned if you're not careful. She drained her wine glass. She placed the empty glass on the desk and looked up at Linus. He was blurred. She thought it was the drink until he told her she was crying. She hadn't realized. Olivia was so numb to her own emotions that she no longer knew when they were on display. Oh God, Olivia, I'm so sorry, Linus said. He went over to her and wrapped his arms around her, pulling her to his chest in a comforting, manly hug. I didn't mean to upset you. She sniffled. I know, it's not normal. I can't let go. There must be something you can do to unwind, to switch off. It can't all be mass murderers and sausage dogs. She laughed through the tears and pushed herself out of his embrace. She looked up at him. His brown eyes were wet, filled with tears waiting to fall, looking bigger, sadder. He needed comfort as much as she did. She reached up on tiptoe and kissed him softly on the lips. They made eye contact. There was a small hint of lightness behind his eyes. They kissed again, more urgently this time. They should stop. Linus knew it was wrong. His wife had been dead a year, just one short year. In those 12 months, he hadn't even looked at another woman. He hadn't missed sex or even thought about it. But right now, he needed to do this. But a small part of his mind was telling him to stop, to put Olivia down, pick up his jacket and leave. Now. Go now before it's too late. It was too late. He lifted Olivia up off her feet. He wrapped her legs around his waist, and they kissed hard. Her hands reached up and pulled at his hair. He pushed her down on the bed, climbed on top of her, and began unbuttoning his shirt. He was taking too long. Olivia reached up and tore it open, sending buttons flying. She pulled him back down onto her and kissed him hard, biting his lip and tongue. She ran her fingers up his back, under his shirt, and dug her nails into his skin, dragging them down. The pain ran up his spine. He hated it and loved it in equal measure. He sat back up again and undid his belt. While he unzipped his trousers, Olivia reached for the bedside lamp and turned it off, before undoing her own shirt. "Do you have any protection?" he asked. "Just fuck me, Linus," she hissed.
Chapter 48. Leslie Quinn sat down on the sofa, legs tucked up beneath her, and turned the television on to ITV1. It was 9 o'clock, and the Riverside Killer was about to start. She'd seen the drama advertised on TV for weeks, but hadn't been interested until she met Olivia. The subject of the drama had been in her house, had sat on her sofa, and now her life story was being told on television. It was exciting. The program opened with a young girl crossing a street to an unassuming house. It was dusk, and flakes of snow were falling from the sky. The caption in the bottom corner of the screen read, December 21st, 1999. Leslie guessed this was the young Olivia Winter, or Button, as she was then known, arriving home after seeing a friend. The drama was about to begin. Across the street, Hal Garfield was also sitting on his sofa in front of the television. Whereas Leslie was watching for entertainment purposes, Hal was hoping to learn something. On the coffee table in front of him, he had a notebook and pen, ready to make any notes that might come in handy later. The lights were off, the living room lit only by the muted colours from the television screen in the corner. Hal hadn't had a good day. The comments on the message board hadn't been what he'd expected. He thought people would have been impressed by the fact he lived opposite a serial killer. Instead, they wanted proof. How was he going to do that? Then it came to him. He had a spare key Isaac had given him years ago when he had his chest freezer delivered. When the drama was over, once the street was quiet and lights extinguished, he was going to pop over there and prove to his online friends that he knew Isaac McFadden far more than anyone else. Eleanor had been tormenting herself all afternoon. Once she'd arrived home from the police station, she'd sat down, opened her laptop, and Googled Olivia and this sodding drama about her father. Features had been written in all the national newspapers. The drama was on the cover of the Radio Times. The whole country seemed to be fascinated by Richard Button and his murders, and the mystery surrounding his surviving daughter. Eleanor assumed Olivia thought that if she ignored the press and refused to give interviews, they'd leave her alone. The opposite had happened. Olivia's silence had made the reporters eager to discover more about her, and if they couldn't get direct answers from her, they'd used other sources, including Eleanor herself. Damien Littlejohn had been salivating whenever Eleanor mentioned Olivia's name. He'd call her tomorrow after the second feature was printed, She knew he would. He'd ask about Olivia again. And this time, she'd tell him. Eleanor smiled to herself as the drama on television began. Poor little Olivia was being chased through the house by her father, dripping with the blood of his wife and youngest daughter. It was a shame he hadn't caught her and killed the little bitch. Ryan Sweetland hadn't said he was going to watch The Riverside Killer. But then, he hadn't said he wasn't going to watch it either. Linus had categorically stated he wouldn't be viewing. He didn't like true crime adaptations. But Ryan was fascinated. He knew not to expect a psychological profiling of a serial murder. He knew this was an entertainment program. But it would be interesting to see what Olivia went through, and how she was able to survive and cope with the aftermath. Sitting in his small flat on the outskirts of the village of Wideopen, Ryan watched the drama begin in the style of a slasher horror film as Olivia discovered the bodies of her mother and younger sister before being attacked by her father. As the final knife came down on the 9-year-old Olivia, the camera angle was from her point of view, and the dripping red blade swiped in slow motion across the screen before cutting to the main opening titles. This was gratuitous entertainment. Ryan got himself comfortable and settled in for the evening. Hal waited until gone midnight before risking going over to Isaac's house. After the drama, which, in his opinion, was way over the top, he'd watched the news and had a cup of tea and a few biscuits while reading one of Olivia Winter's books. Every now and then he got up and went over to the living room window, peeling back the curtains and risking a glance outside to see if there was anyone around. He saw the odd dog walker taking their pet for a final pee of the night, but most of the houses were in darkness. He waited a little while longer and read another chapter of The Secrets of a Serial Killer, Olivia's first book on serial killers, and one Hal had read a few times already. Eventually, he tore himself away from his book and left the house by the back door, taking the long route round to Isaac's house. The police had been there for most of the day. Various CSI vans had pulled up, and white-suited forensic officers had gone inside and come out again. From the discreet distance of his living room, Hal had risked taking a few snaps on his mobile and uploaded them to the message board. The final van had driven away around tea time. Hal had watched as a man had locked the front door and pocketed the keys. He'd noticed a marked police car drive by slowly over the past couple of hours. They were obviously keeping an eye on the house. What did they know? And, more importantly, why didn't Hal know about it? It was a cold night. Temperatures were a few degrees below zero, and Hal's breath appeared in great clouds as he exhaled. Dressed in black from head to toe, he tried to be inconspicuous and stealthy, while also looking as if he was simply on a late-night stroll, should anyone notice him. He walked in silence, and once he was in Isaac's back garden, he was pretty sure nobody had seen him. He certainly hadn't seen anyone else. He slowly inserted the key into the lock and turned it. He wasn't sure if it was his overactive imagination or the silence of the night, but he was sure the sound of the lock mechanism was echoing around the quiet neighborhood. He opened the door. The alarm started beeping straight away. He ran on tiptoe into the house and tapped in the code on the alarm panel. 1170. The beeping stopped. Hal remained still for a while and allowed the silence and the darkness to wrap their fingers around him.
The magnitude of the occasion was not lost on him. He was alone, in the house of a serial killer. He couldn't keep the smile off his face. Where to begin? He asked himself quietly. The garage was the obvious choice. Hal often wondered why Isaac had gone to the expense of having a garage built when he never parked his car in it. What was he hiding in there? Or, to be more accurate, what was he hiding under there? He went into the kitchen and over to the door leading into the garage, pushed down the handle, and opened the door. What he saw was not what he was expecting. Not in his wildest dreams would he have guessed that. "Oh," was all he managed to say. Extract from a notebook allegedly written by Isaac McFadden. I met a murderer once. I didn't know it at the time, but when he was arrested and appeared on the news, I recognized him. He was a barman at a pub I used to drink in when I worked for Carter, Weddell and Thrupp. He was a nice bloke. He was approachable, personable. You need to be in that job. Often I'd go in on a weeknight, after work, and prop up the bar with a pint or three before going home, and we'd chat about this and that. He was a few years older than me, slim, good-looking, always smiling. A few of the regular lasses fancied him. They'd do that coy smile thing at him, yet pretending they're not looking at him. He played up to it. Next thing I know, he's on the front page of every newspaper in the country. Scott Knight had killed his girlfriend and her mother and father in a frenzied attack, stabbing all three of them a total of more than 100 times. I've no idea of his motive. I followed the case in the news, but it soon disappeared. I did think about going to see him, but, well, everyone who does this kind of thing are different, aren't they? That was probably when my fascination for murder began, though I didn't do anything about it until much later. Looking back, I didn't really have much choice in the matter. It was circumstance that led me to murder. It was an alignment. It wasn't manufactured. How could it have been? I didn't start it. Chapter 49. Tuesday, 4th of February, 2025. Olivia had forgotten what it was like waking up next to someone she hardly knew. For the last year, the only man who had stayed over in her house was Ethan Miller. In the past, if she met up with a stranger, they usually left after the deed was done. She would hear them leaving the house, the front door closing behind them, while she was curled, fetal in her bed, holding back the tears and internally screaming. As she looked over at a sleeping Linus Sutton, she realized it had been a long time since she'd had sex with a stranger. When Ethan hadn't been available, she'd settled for an early night and a good book, with Stanley curled up at the bottom of her bed. As time went on, she was realizing dogs were more reliable for company than men. Dogs gave you their love unconditionally. One look into the big, deep, dark eyes of a dachshund, and the love was more than reciprocated. Maybe Olivia should have brought Stanley to Newcastle with her. Linus began to stir. As he woke up, Olivia tried to put herself in his position. How would he be feeling this morning when he opened his eyes and the realization dawned that he'd slept with someone who wasn't his wife for the first time since she died? She hoped he wouldn't be full of regret, anger, grief, and torment. There wasn't enough room in the bed for two people to be suffering such emotions. "Morning," he said, in a tired voice, a smile warming his face. "Good morning," she returned. "Sleep well?" "Yes, fine. You?" "Not bad." She didn't add that she'd spent the best part of 4 hours wide awake, trying to make sense of the noises in her head. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." He beamed. "Thank you for last night," he said. He placed a warm palm on her bare shoulder. She tensed and tried not to flinch. She didn't like being touched. Well, she did, but only on her terms. "You're welcome," she said. "It was fun." "Yes, I enjoyed it. It's just, you know, I mean, it was just sex, Linus." Olivia quickly jumped in. "Oh, good. That's what I was trying to say. I'm nowhere near ready to..." "No, we were just having fun." "Absolutely." She swung her legs out of bed and wrapped her dressing gown around her. "Well, I was thinking that we still need to go out to Robin Hood's Bay." "Yes," he said, sitting up and rubbing his eyes. "I know the entry sent to me in the code matched where Thomas Landy's body was found, but I still think we should take a look for ourselves. Yes, I want to make sure we're 100% certain before I tell DCI wise." "That's very wise," she said with a grin. "It's too early for bad puns. Mind if I jump in the shower?" "Sure. I'm going to order some breakfast. Do you want anything?" "I can't stomach anything first thing. The strongest coffee they can do is fine with me." Olivia opened her mouth to say something, then stopped herself. She was about to say he was a man after her own heart. She was glad she had caught herself in time. As Linus made his way to the ensuite, Olivia looked up and saw the lines of scratches on his back. She looked back to the bed and saw a clump of black hair she must have torn out of him during their violent sex. She smiled to herself. It had been a very good night. Olivia went over to the desk, a mess of paperbacks and notebooks. She moved some of them around, and the photo of her with Ethan came into view. She picked it up and looked down at it. Before he left for the Amazon, he printed off 2 copies and handed one to her. He said they could both take it out and look at it whenever they wanted, knowing the other was also looking at it at some point that day. It was a sweet thing to say, if slightly sickly, but it had made Olivia smile. And despite not liking how she looked in photographs, she had to admit she genuinely loved this one. "Who's that?" Olivia must have drifted. She turned to see Linus standing over her, his hair dripping from the shower, towel wrapped around his waist. "This is Ethan," she said, handing him the photo. Linus smiled. "You look completely different in this picture." "Really? It was only taken a few months ago." "You look so happy." Olivia didn't know how to respond to that. "You like him, don't you?" She struggled to find the right words. "Yes, I do." "What are you scared of?" "I'm scared of hurting him," she admitted. "I can't be a normal girlfriend to someone. I can't share things. I can't open up to him. That's what partners do. I'd ruin him." "Are you sure you're not scared of falling in love? Of being happy? It's not a crime to enjoy life, Olivia. I'm no forensic psychologist, but don't you think you're punishing yourself for surviving when your mother and sister didn't?" Olivia was struggling to hold back the tears. I'm not trying to hurt you, Olivia,
Linus continued.
but don't give up on this man.
He handed back the photo.
It's obvious you like him. It's obvious he likes you. Give it a try. Nobody knows what's round the corner. I never thought I'd be a widower, but here I am. If you find even a modicum of happiness, grab it with both hands.
Linus leaned forward and hugged her. She placed her head against his wet chest, smelled the familiar shower gel. She felt safe in his arms. According to Linus's sat-nav, it would take 1.5 hours to get to Robin Hood's Bay by car. Traffic depending. They decided to skip the coffee and pick up a takeaway Costa on the way, and hopefully beat the rush hour traffic. They set off a little before 7 o'clock. It was still dark, and Olivia watched as early morning commuters made their way to the train station, wrapped up in layers against the cold, faces hidden behind scarves pulled up over their mouths, hats pulled down low. "Winter seems to be lingering," she said, as she noticed a few flakes of snow hit the windscreen.
It tends to linger longer in the north. There's the rest of February, March, and April for more bad weather. We generally wait until late May before we can say winter is definitely over.
Bloody hell, I'd go mad.
You like the sun?
I'm not overly fond of hot weather, but it's nice to look up and see a blue sky from time to time.
Are you having a holiday this year?
I've been invited to guest lecture in Germany in June and San Francisco in September. I'll add a couple of days to my visits there.
Don't you ever take time off?
She didn't answer that question. What's the plan for Ryan today, then?
He's back out at Isaac's house with the forensic team. They're doing a full sweep of the whole house in case the killer used more than the garage. I've asked him to talk to the neighbours too, see if they've noticed anything in the past few days. Let me put the radio on and see if there are any traffic updates, he said, as he played with the buttons on his steering wheel. The news was just beginning. The hurried presenter gave the headlines. She had a soft Geordie accent, which Olivia found quite soothing. And in a second interview with the Sun newspaper, Newcastle woman Eleanor McFadden reveals more information about her father, Isaac McFadden, sentenced to life in prison last year for the murder of homeless man Sean Bridger. In today's interview, Miss McFadden states she believes her father could have killed as many as 12 men. Northumbria police are currently investigating and are being helped by forensic psychologist Dr. Olivia Winter. Dr. Winter is the daughter of serial killer Richard Button. Last night, the first episode of a 4-part drama telling the story of his crimes and capture aired on ITV1. It has been met by... Olivia reached out and turned the radio off. I completely forgot about the drama last night, Linus said. So did I. How are you feeling? Olivia was looking out of the window, watching the dark world go by at high speed. How are you feeling? Should be such a simple question to answer. For Olivia, it had the potential to open more darkness than Pandora's box. I'm fine, she said, turning to him with a fake smile. I just hope they've made me a 6-foot leggy blonde, she said. It was her usual remark when asked how she felt about the drama. It was starting to wear thin. Even she no longer believed herself. They approached Robin Hood's Bay via the B1447. As they turned right off Raw Pasture Bank, Olivia told Linus to slow down, as, according to what 3 words, they were almost at their destination. It was a similar location to where they found Thomas Landy, a single-track road,
No place to pull over, with woodland on either side. "We're going to have to get out and walk," Olivia said. Linus indicated and pulled over. Olivia took off her seatbelt, opened the door, and stepped out of the car. She was hit in the face with the smell coming in from the nearby North Sea. She could hear the waves crashing on the shore. She couldn't remember the last time she heard the ocean. It brought back memories of her grandparents taking her on holiday abroad, of running in and out of the warm water, the sun on her bare skin, not caring if anyone saw her scars. As a child, she was immune to the stares of others, and basked in the innocence of youth. But the holidays were always tinged with sadness. Her younger sister Claire would have loved those trips. She loved the beach so much. "I haven't heard the sea for so long," she said, the ghost of a smile on her face. "I think I might have to treat myself to a holiday at some point." "Clacton?" "Nowhere so exotic. Maybe Grimsby," she said. This time her smile was real. Linus smiled back. "Which way are we heading?" Olivia looked down at her tablet, over the wall and into the woods again. "We're going to get a reputation if we keep doing this," he said, as a car slowed down to pass them, the driver giving them a strange look. "We don't have Ryan with us this time. It looks even stranger when 2 guys and a woman enter the woods." She winked. Linus helped Olivia over the wall, and they entered the thicket of woodland, making their way over uneven ground, passing gnarled trees and ducking beneath low branches. "Do you think Eleanor will tell the press about us looking for a second possible killer?" Linus asked. "I'm not sure. I've no idea what she's thinking at the moment. It might be worth saying something to your DCIYs about releasing a statement." "I'll have a word when we get back. If we're going to start finding bodies, she'll definitely need to inform the press." They continued walking on in silence for a few minutes. Further into the woods, Linus climbed over a felled tree. He turned and held out a hand for Olivia to hold so he could help her over. As he turned back again, something caught his eye in the hollow trunk. He reached into his pocket, took out his mobile phone, and turned on the torch. "Have you found something?" Olivia asked. "Hold this." He passed her the phone while he took a pair of latex gloves from his coat pocket and struggled to put them on over cold hands. He reached inside the tree, grabbed something, and began to pull it out. Whatever it was seemed to be either wedged in tight or snagged, as it took several tugs for Linus to bring it out into daylight. Olivia knew they'd found what they were looking for. She could see the edge of a red clinical waste sack, dulled and decayed over the past year. Linus gave one final tug. The plastic tore, and out fell a bundle of decomposed limbs. Olivia staggered backwards as a half-decomposed skull, muscle and sinew still attached in places, rolled towards her, stopped at her feet. Chapter 50. Olivia was left waiting in Linus's car, alone, for a long time, when officers from nearby North Yorkshire Police arrived. Linus took them into the woods, showed them what he found, and explained why he was looking for it. A forensic van pulled up in front of the car just as Linus opened the driver's door and climbed in. Olivia couldn't take her eyes from the team in front of her, putting on their paper oversuits. Some people questioned how Olivia could sit down and chat to serial killers while they admitted and revelled in their disturbing crimes. She would much rather do that than have to painstakingly pick through a dismembered body,
and work out which part went where. As far as we can tell, there is no ID on this one, like there was on Thomas Landy,
Linus said, as he closed the door behind him, keeping the cold outside.
There are 3 bags in total. 2 contain body parts. The third is clothing from the victim. I really hope we're able to positively identify him.
I know you said Pieter had little family, but surely there's someone you can get DNA from to make a positive match, she said, still not taking her eyes from the forensic team. She pulled a face and placed a gloved hand over her nose and mouth. Linus had brought into the car the stench of death. She looked down at her tablet, and Isaac's code she had open on it. He was only 21, 6 feet, and cut into 8 pieces. Then he was put into plastic bags and dumped like rubbish at a tip. There was sadness in her voice. Before it was clinical, she had been looking at a code on her laptop, trying to understand how Isaac's mind worked. Now she was facing the reality of everything he'd done and putting a rotting human face to it.
Olivia, I will do everything in my power to make sure this is Pieter and find someone who can give him a proper burial.
She turned to him and saw the sincerity on his face.
I hope so. I hope he doesn't end up being cremated by the local council with nobody to say goodbye to him.
Linus reached over and placed a cold hand on hers.
I'll say goodbye to him.
She looked into his eyes and saw that he meant it.
You can't say goodbye to them all.
I can,
and I will.
Thank you.
So what happens now? Do we need to give a statement or something? No, the DI is going to contact me later. We'll liaise on this one. I know him, he's a good bloke. Do you want to head back to Newcastle?
I suppose we should. We're obviously right about the code. You need to get DCI Wise to open an investigation and send a team out to all the other sites and find the rest of the bodies.
Linus nodded. Do you need to rush back?
Olivia looked at the time. It wasn't even 9:30 yet. She felt like she'd been up for hours. No.
We could take a detour. Nidderdale is only a couple of miles west of here. That's where victim number 10 is. What 3 words points to an abandoned mine?
Olivia looked down at the code again. Whoever's resting place was Nidderdale was only 19 years old and had been cut up into 9 pieces. She couldn't leave them there a moment longer. They needed bringing back up to the surface.
Let's go,
she said. Chapter 51. HM Prison, Belmarsh, Thamesmead, London. From the outside, Belmarsh Prison, opened in 1991, looked like a characterless building with its well-maintained grounds and brickwork. Behind those tall security doors lived some of the most dangerous men in Britain. Former inmates included Wayne Couzens, police officer and murderer of Sarah Everard, Islamist terrorist Michael Adebowale, and John Warboys, known as the Black Cab Rapist, who was convicted in 2009 for attacks on 12 women. Current inmates included Ali Harbi Ali, who murdered MP David Amis, David Carrick, serial rapist and former Metropolitan Police officer, and Stephen Port, known as the Grinder Killer. Dr. Sebastian Lister had been in this prison on numerous occasions. Like Olivia, entering a prison no longer fazed him. Neither did the inmates. The majority liked to frighten people for shock value. Sebastian could no longer be shocked. He entered the prison with his head high and a strolling gait, as if he was entering his local Tesco. The staff knew him, and he chatted animatedly as he signed in, emptied his pockets, and walked through the scanner that checked he wasn't hiding anything he shouldn't be. He was then led through the labyrinthine corridors to a special room where his meeting with Olivia's father, Richard Button, was to take place. While Sebastian was researching his book on Richard, he had visited him in Belmarsh many times. Their interviews were always conducted one-on-one and away from other inmates. Last year, when Richard suffered a heart attack, Sebastian visited him in hospital. Before that visit, it had been a number of years since they'd last met, and Sebastian was surprised by the change in his appearance. He seemed much older, fragile. But once he built his strength back up, the disturbed and twisted psychopath inside came back to the surface. Richard was not a man to be trusted. Sebastian was shown into a room where Richard was waiting. He was now back to full health, and seemed to radiate a warm glow as he looked up and smiled at his visitor. Richard always enjoyed keeping himself fit. He used the prison gym on a regular basis, and was a fan of running on the treadmill and lifting weights. His physique was trim, his hair buzz-cut short, and he was clean-shaven. Even his eyes sparkled when he smiled. He seemed to be reveling in life behind bars.
Sebastian, long time no see. Are you well?
Richard asked. He stood up and held out his hand for Sebastian to shake.
I'm doing very well, thank you. Yourself?
Sebastian asked, taking his hand in his and squeezing hard. You could tell a lot about a person by the firmness of their shake. A manipulative killer was an expert in mind games, and even though they had met many times in the past, Richard would consider it 1-0 to him if Sebastian's palm had been clammy or the shake weak in any way. Sebastian made sure his grip was firmer.
Can't complain. Did you see the drama last night?
No, Sebastian said. He'd watched the first half and couldn't cope with the hatchet job the writers had done on his book.
It was good. I enjoyed it, though I didn't like the tart they cast as my Geraldine,
he said, referring to the wife he stabbed to death.
They got some woman who used to be in EastEnders. Gave my Geraldine a Cockney accent. She never spoke like that. Still,
he clapped his hands together and grinned.
It's given me some cachet in here, a little bit of celebrity. Good for the ego. I didn't think your ego needed boosting. Being confined to this place for the rest of your life tends to put a dent in your confidence, Sebastian. I'm only human.
As much as Sebastian wanted to react to that, he decided against it.
I'm guessing there's been a revival of interest in your book,
Richard continued.
You must be making a fortune out of my story. And Olivia's too.
How's she doing?
Olivia is the reason why I'm here today. Did she watch the drama?
He asked, eyes wide and smiling.
I very much doubt it. She's away with work at the moment. I'm looking after her house. You've been sending her a lot of mail lately. I hope you haven't been opening post that isn't addressed to you, Dr. Lister. Olivia gave me permission,
he said, and almost hated himself for justifying his actions to him.
Why are you bombarding her with requests to visit? I want to see her. You know that's not going to happen. You need to make it happen,
Richard said, his expression suddenly serious.
Why?
Richard shifted in his chair. He leaned forward. Sebastian glanced over Richard's shoulder to make sure the guards were still keeping an eye on the room.
Me and Livy, we have a connection, a bond. We've got a lot in common.
Sebastian raised an eyebrow.
You think so?
Oh, yes. I sent her a letter last year, just after she killed Jamie Farr.
The man you sent after her?
I knew she could hold her own against him. She did me proud. He beamed. The thing is, Seb, I'm in here and, well, it can get a bit boring, a bit lonely. And you know, as a killer, you're going to get caught one day and spend the rest of your life banged up. So you need to keep things exciting. And you do that by withholding certain things and revealing them when the time is right. Sebastian swallowed hard. He thought he knew everything there was to know about Richard Button and the crimes he'd committed. What else was there to divulge?
Olivia won't want to hear you try to justify what you did.
That's not what I want to do. I have something I want to get off my chest. Something, well, let's just say I need to put things right. Sebastian frowned. He couldn't read Richard at all. What was he playing at? Richard, you know Olivia won't come to see you. If you really want her to visit, if you have something to say, she's going to need to hear it beforehand. Richard seemed to think long and hard before he spoke again.
Before I met Geraldine, I had a little ground floor flat in Peckham. Not the nicest place in the world, but a lovely bit of garden. Did I ever tell you about it? No.
That's what I want to talk to Livy about. My life before I met her mother. Remind her that people don't just wake up one morning and decide to kill. Remind her that murder is an evolutionary process. She will not come here on the basis of a few cryptic clues. You know that. You need to tell me. Richard interrupted.
No. It doesn't work like that.
You come here and have Livy sitting next to you, and I'll give you chapter and verse.
Olivia won't agree to that,
Sebastian stated. Richard mimed, zipping his lips closed. Chapter 52. Blythe, Newcastle. D.C. Ryan Sweetland wasn't enjoying his visit to Isaac McFadden's house. Standing in the hallway at the entrance to the garage, looking at all the blood, turned his stomach. He had only attended 2 truly gruesome crime scenes in his short career, and had been ill at both of them. The concrete floor was a river of red. Sprays and splatter adorned the walls. The smell of metal was in the air. He could taste it. It was scratching at his throat. A hand slapped hard on his shoulder, making him jump. He turned around and looked into the pinhole eyes of D.C. Edgar Lowell. Lowell was in his mid-40s. He had high blood pressure and was overweight. He lived on a regime of late nights, cholesterol and caffeine. When he smiled, he revealed a graveyard of crooked teeth, and his long, thinning hair resembled a comb-over. When out of earshot, he was called Homer, for obvious reasons. Lowell didn't make waves. He didn't volunteer for overtime. He didn't stick his neck above the parapet, and he didn't go above and beyond the call of duty. He performed his job by the rulebook, and he collected his wages at the end of the month. He also expected everyone else to do the same. One thing he didn't like was university graduates entering the police force straight into plain clothes with no experience under their belt. Especially when said detectives had an impressively high IQ. His favourite person at Forthbanks was certainly not DC Ryan Sweetland.
"I love the smell of dried blood in the morning,"
he said to Ryan. Ryan recoiled. Lowell was a stranger to toothpaste and mouthwash. His breath was pure Greg's steak bake.
"What's the matter, Sheldon?"
Lowell asked.
"Is the smell bringing up your granola and Greek yogurt?"
No, Ryan said. A lie.
You'd need to have a heart of stone not to be affected by a sight like that, surely. A person has died. It's sad. People die every day, Ryan. Suck it up. I'm going next door to interview Leslie Quinn. You coming?
Me?
You can impress the DI with your meticulous notes in shorthand,
he said, heading for the door.
I don't do shorthand,
Ryan said, following.
Hello, Mrs. Quinn. I'm not sure if you remember me. I'm DC Lowell from Northumbria CID. I interviewed you last year when Mr. McFadden...
Yes, I remember, Leslie interrupted. He gave her his best placatory smile, keeping his mouth closed to avoid frightening her with his stained teeth.
This is DC Sweetland. I was wondering if we could come in and have a word.
What about? She asked. She had barely opened the door and only poked her head through the gap. She looked worried, scared, and kept glancing beyond the detectives and out into the street at the drama of police cars and forensic vans blocking the road. Has something happened next door? Has there been a break-in?
If we could just come in, Mrs. Quinn, it would be better than chatting on the doorstep.
Of course, she said, though she seemed reluctant to allow them entry.
Thank you,
Lowell said, wiping his feet exaggeratedly on the coconut matting.
It's parky out there,
he said. Come on through to the living room. I've got the fire on. As the detectives entered the house, she went to close the door, but looked around outside first to see if anyone was watching. Luckily, there was nobody about. Julie's blinds were half closed, and it was all quiet at Hal Garfield's. Leslie pointed the detectives to the sofa, and she sat on the armchair opposite. I saw the police vehicles yesterday afternoon, she said. My office overlooks the front. I thought someone might have broken in, but, well, I've seen my fair share of police dramas to know you don't send that many vehicles out for a break-in.
No, we don't,
Lowell said.
Mrs. Quinn, have you seen anyone hanging around next door recently?
No, she answered quickly.
Has anyone knocked, asking about next door?
No. I had a few journalists knock during the trial, but that's all finished now.
Do you have CCTV?
No, I have a burglar alarm. Look, what's happened next door? Has someone broken in? Does Eleanor know?
Mrs. Quinn, Leslie, I'm sorry, but I have some distressing news for you,
Lowell said, with a tinge of sadness in his voice.
We have a forensic team next door looking through the entire house. A body was found yesterday near Colt Crag Reservoir, and we have reason to believe the victim was killed in Mr. McFadden's house. The garage is covered in blood.
Leslie looked at Lowell in disbelief. She opened and closed her mouth a few times, as if unsure what to say. She blinked hard, several times. I'm sorry. I have no idea what you just said. Someone killed someone in Isaac's garage?
Yes.
What? How? I mean, how did they get in? Who?
We're asking ourselves those questions at the moment. What we want to know is if you've seen anyone hanging around next door in the past 48 to 72 hours.
No, I haven't seen anyone. I haven't been looking, to be honest. When Isaac was first arrested, there were a few broken windows. I called Eleanor and she sorted it out. Wait a minute. Is this like, what do you call it, when someone commits a crime similar to the one that's been done? Copycat. Is this a copycat killing? Leslie asked. She wiped a tear from her cheek.
We don't know.
Will there be more? Am I in danger? Should I move out?
Leslie, please calm down.
Lowell said.
We have no evidence that you, or anyone else in this street, are in danger. However, we will be increasing patrols in the area and keeping an eye on the house next door.
It's some sick fantasist, isn't it? The internet loves things like serial killers and all that weird true crime stuff. There should be a ban on all these podcasts that are doing the rounds. It's feeding people's imagination. Him opposite. Hal Garfield, he loves all that kind of stuff. It's not normal, is it?
I couldn't agree with you more,
Lowell said, standing up. He fished inside his jacket pocket and pulled out a creased business card.
These are my contact details, Leslie. If you think of anything, give me a call. Or if you see anyone hanging around next door, let me know.
Thank you, she said, taking it from him and studying it. Will you keep me informed about what's happening next door?
Of course,
he said, leaving the living room and heading for the door. Thank you for your time, Ryan said, offering her a sweet smile as he left the house. You're welcome, Leslie said. She closed the door on them and double-locked it. Leslie remained in the hallway, a perplexed expression on her face. She looked back at the business card D.C. Lowell had given her. There was a grease stain on it. She placed it in the pocket of her trousers, turned and headed upstairs to her office. In the box room overlooking the front of the house, she peered around the curtains at the events taking place next door, then went to her desk and pulled out the chair. Waking up her computer, she went onto the BBC News website. There was no mention of Isaac McFadden being a serial killer, or of another body being found in his house. She tried Sky News, and there was nothing there either. She typed Isaac McFadden into Google, then clicked on the News tab. She was presented with images of Eleanor and various headlines, all saying the same thing. Killer's daughter speaks out. My father, the serial killer. Growing up with killer dad. Leslie clicked on the link for the Sun newspaper and read the feature, focusing on Eleanor's childhood. Jesus Christ, Eleanor, what have you done? She asked herself. Chapter 53. Nidderdale, North Yorkshire. Nidderdale was listed as an area of outstanding natural beauty in 1994. From where Olivia Winter was standing, there was nothing outstanding or naturally beautiful about an abandoned mine that had been allowed to rot. As Olivia looked around at the exposed buildings, missing doors and windows, and crumbling brickwork, she found it difficult to picture this as once a prosperous business with hundreds of workers.
Welcome to Blackwatch Drift Mine,
Linus said. He was sitting on the edge of the boot of his car as he replaced his shoes with Wellington boots. Olivia looked down at her feet. She was wearing boots, but they were not practical for trudging around an old mine. She was going to get soaked. She knew it.
Do you know what a drift mine is, as opposed to a shaft mine?
he asked. Well, I know that a shaft mine goes straight down below ground, she replied.
A drift mine is on a gradient, rather than straight down. If you look over there,
he pointed over his shoulder,
you'll see exposed track lines. Coal was brought out in tubs on those tracks.
You sound very knowledgeable.
I come from a mining family. My grandfather and great-grandfather worked the mines. I spent a lot of time with my granddad growing up. He told me plenty of stories,
he said, with a smile.
He told me a lot of swear words, too.
He slammed the car boot closed.
How far off are we from the What Three Words site?
Olivia glanced at her tablet. Not far. She pointed up ahead. They made their way over the unstable ground. The recent snowfalls and rain had caused the ground to be muddy and slippery underfoot. Olivia was careful where she stepped. Linus walked confidently, trusting the grip of his boots. Olivia spotted the tracks and followed them into an archway cut into a stone wall. She dreaded to think how far down the mine went, and shivered at the thought of being enclosed in the darkness for several hours each day. Is this place maintained at all? She asked, slipping and having to hold on to a skip to keep her balance.
See those things over there?
Linus pointed to a row of 3 stainless steel tanks.
It's a pumping site. The mine is flooded and those tanks are bringing it out and cleaning the water. It's full of metals, iron, lead, zinc, cadmium, and all of it is flowing into our rivers.
Who's responsible?
The Coal Authority Board, I suppose.
How long has this place been closed down?
Decades. I'd say the late 80s.
And it's been like this ever since? Can't they, I don't know, fill the mine in or something?
I'm sure there's a reason why it's not that simple.
Oh, God, Olivia said.
It's in there.
She pointed to the archway where the tracks went into the blackness. Linus came back for her. The land grew steeper the closer they came to the entrance to the mine, and she was struggling up the slippery incline. He took her hand and pulled her up. The entrance archway was barely 5 feet high, and even Olivia would have to duck down to enter.
This looks like the kind of place Pennywise would live,
Linus said, referring to the clown from Stephen King's horror novel. Something tells me we shouldn't be going in there. Linus looked at her with a face of concern.
No, but we've come all this way.
Surely we can call someone from the Coal Authority Board. They'll come out on a regular basis to inspect the site, won't they? They'll have all the safety equipment to go in there.
If this place was regularly inspected, the body would have been found by now. Besides, look around you. Do you honestly think this place is visited often?
I suppose not.
Look, you stay here. I'll go in. I won't go far.
Shouldn't I go in instead of you? I'm smaller.
Do you want to go in?
There's going to be rats in there, aren't there?
I hadn't thought of that,
he said, shuddering in horror. He took his phone from his back pocket, turned on the torch, and pointed it inside the drift mine. The ground underfoot was unstable, with track lines, loose stones and bricks that had fallen from the roof. He bent almost double as he entered, and looked up to the roof.
Jesus,
he muttered to himself.
It's all bored in here. The weight of the land above it is pressing it down.
You really shouldn't be going in there, Linus. Come back out. We'll get someone who's into potholing or something, or someone who owns a hard hat at least.
How close are we to where the code said the body was?
She looked down at her tablet. Well, if each square is 3 meters, you're about
12 meters away. I can't not go further, can I? He asked, looking back to her from inside the mine. Olivia chewed her bottom lip. She could feel her face frowning in worry. Your face isn't inspiring confidence, Linus said. What do you want me to do, wave you off with a mariachi band? Painfully slowly, Linus eased his way further into the mine, disappearing into the blackness. It wasn't long before Olivia couldn't see him at all, or even the weak beam of his torchlight. She stepped closer to the entrance, turned on the torch on her own phone and pointed it inside. She looked at the brickwork of the walls and roof. There's no cement at all between these bricks. It's all worn away. What the hell is holding it up? Thanks for that, Linus's voice echoed. How far down does that thing go? I've no idea. Maybe 150 to 200 meters. Olivia blew out her cheeks. The thought of going all that way underground filled her with dread. Can you see anything? Actually, I think I can, he said. Olivia could see him squatting. She heard him straining as he moved a heavy stone. I could do with an extra pair of hands, he called out over his shoulder. You can piss off, she called back. I need you to hold the torch while I pick this thing up. Oh, I see. Shit. Do you seriously want me to come in there? If you wouldn't mind. Can I play the pathetic weak female card? You can, but I'll play the feminist we're all equal card. Carefully and reluctantly, Olivia stepped into the mine. It's at times like this I wish the suffragettes had stayed at home and made a Victoria sponge for their loving husbands. Linus laughed. Have you seen any rats yet? Olivia asked. I've seen a dead one. Fuck, 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 she said, with each short step. The quicker we do this, the quicker we can be back out in daylight. The mine could collapse at any minute, Olivia said. I don't want to risk slipping and falling and disturbing any bricks. How the fuck did Isaac McFadden get in here in the first place? He's taller than you. Linus turned to see Olivia over his shoulder. She shone the torch in his face. In this dim light, he almost looked sinister. Maybe he didn't. Whenever I think of a second killer, my mind immediately jumps to Eleanor, yet I can't find a single shred of evidence. She'd certainly fit in here. She's not much taller than you. Olivia reached Linus. He handed her his phone. Shine both torches down here. I need both hands to lift this. Olivia did as she was told, and concentrated on her breathing. The further into the mine she had gone, the more claustrophobic it had become. She wanted to get out. She needed fresh air and a wide-open space. She needed to breathe. Okay, hang on, Linus said, straining to move whatever it was on the floor. Can you point the phone over here now? I can't get round you, she said. Pass me the phone. He wiped his hands on his trousers and took his phone from Olivia, pointing it where he needed it. Jesus Christ. He hissed. What is it? It's what we expected. There's only one bag this time, though. Olivia remembered the code. He's 6 feet tall, 19 years old, and has been cut up into 9 pieces. All that wouldn't fit into one bag, surely. Maybe it's not all here. Maybe some of it has drifted further down the mine. Look, slowly back your way out and we'll see what we've got in daylight. Just outside the entrance to the mine, Olivia released a deep sigh of relief as Linus, filthy, placed the clinical waste sack down on a pile of leaves.
It was difficult to tell what was inside, given how dirty the bag was. "There's a hole in it," Olivia pointed out. "I'm guessing that's where rats might have opened it up and feasted on what's inside." "Will there be anything left of him in there?" "I don't know. Look, I've got some hand sanitizer in the car. I'm going to wash my hands, then I'll call North Yorkshire Police." Linus returned to the car, leaving Olivia standing sentry over the bag. She squatted down and tried to peer inside. A disturbing, sickening smell emanated from the tear. She pointed her phone towards the hole, turned on the torch, and sneaked a look. She could make out the edges of a bone and an item of clothing, but nothing else. She felt a tear roll down her cheek. "I'm so sorry," she said. By the time Linus returned, he was putting his phone in his back pocket. "Police are on their way." It's bad enough for someone to murder someone, but to then make it so their body is never found is beyond evil. I want to see Isaac in a courtroom charged with 12 murders. I want him on the never, never list. But I don't think that's going to happen, do you?" she said, clearly fuming. "Look, go and wait in the car and try and calm down. Maybe you should cancel your visit to Franklin Prison this afternoon." "Oh, absolutely not. I'm going into that meeting, and I'm telling Isaac McFadden exactly what I think of him," she said, storming off to the car, not caring if she slipped and fell in the mud. Chapter 54. Franklin Prison, County Durham. The drive to County Durham from Nidderdale should have taken a little over 1.5 hours. However, Olivia and Linus had stopped twice. The first time was at a nearby service station so they could freshen up, and the second time was so they could have a sit-down somewhere warm and comfortable for something to eat and drink. By the time they pulled up outside Franklin Prison, Olivia had calmed down, slightly. There was no way Linus would be allowed into the interview room, and Olivia doubted Isaac would reveal anything with a detective inspector present, so he decided to wait in the car and possibly catch up on some sleep while Olivia headed for the main entrance, folder in hand. She underwent the usual security checks and had her pockets emptied and folder searched, and then was led deep into the bowels of the prison, where Isaac McFadden was already waiting for her. He was sitting up straight in his chair, a rueful smile on his cleanly shaven face. "It's lovely to see you again, Olivia," he said. Olivia didn't say anything. As she walked into the room and saw his face, the rage came boiling back to the surface. She thought of Sean Bridger, of Thomas Landy, of Peter Tchaikovsky, and Shane Waterhouse. 4 men, so far, all of them young, with their whole lives ahead of them, and the freedom to do what they wanted, and it had all been torn away because of one man's sick desires. If she could get away with it, she would jump across the table and punch him continuously in the face. The problem with interviewing serial killers was that Olivia needed to leave her emotions outside the door. Multiple murderers are manipulative, and despite what they've done, they'll sit on the other side of the table with the calm contentment of an innocent child. It's almost as if they have done nothing wrong. It was that attitude that immediately raised the hackles, and Olivia had to dig deep to find the strength to conduct the interview in a professional manner. She was searching for answers. She wanted the victims found and returned to their families. This was not about her. Whatever she felt for the loathsome creature across the table was academic. "We're finding your victims, Isaac," she began. 2 so far, but police teams are out in force across the north of England locating your hiding places.
You've cracked my code, he said, a twinkle of happiness in his eyes. We have. It'll all be making the news in the coming days. How will your partner react? He remained still and silent. Speaking of the news, Eleanor has been to the newspapers to give her side of the story. I've seen. She's not coping with this very well at all, Isaac. She's hurting. She's struggling to understand who you really are. She's so petrified of the media camping out on her doorstep when your crimes are revealed that she's selling her soul to the press while she still has some hold over events. You're destroying her life. Olivia watched Isaac and waited for a response. None came. He was clearly struggling with what was happening on the outside. He loved his daughter. There was no doubt about that. Olivia hoped that the more she expressed how difficult Eleanor was finding it to cope with her father's actions, the more likely Isaac was to reveal the identity of the second killer. Olivia prayed to God it wasn't Eleanor. She reached for the folder and took out the paperwork. Shall we talk about your victims? Number 11. She began. Peter Czukowski. You killed him in January 2024, picked him up from Morecambe before dumping him in Woodland at Robin Hood's Bay. He was 21 years old, 6 feet tall, and you cut him up into 8 pieces. He had blonde hair, was wearing a white top, black jeans, and black and white trainers. You ranked him 9 out of 10. I can go through the rest of the code if you wish. Olivia spoke firmly and decisively. She needed to come across as the strong one in this exchange and not allow Isaac to gain the upper hand. You haven't worked out the whole code, Isaac said, that knowing glint in his eye back to taunt her. Haven't I? No. The words in brackets, what do they signify? A thought entered Olivia's head. Why hadn't she realized this before? She might be wrong, but it was worth a stab. She had never heard of the What 3 Words website before. Linus had. Maybe if he'd seen 3 random words, he might have guessed the link sooner. But the addition of a 4th word ruled it out straight away. The fact it was bracketed added mystery. But what if it was meaningless? The 4th word means nothing. You knew that one day this code would be found, and you decided to add an extra word so whoever found it wouldn't get the What 3 Words link. The word in brackets is pointless. She might have sounded confident, but Olivia was shaking inside. She hoped she was right. Congratulations, Dr. Winter, Isaac said. She hoped she wasn't showing the smile on her face that she felt glowing inside her. Where do we go from here? He asked. Tell me who the second killer is. Thomas Landy was killed on the 1st of February this year. He was picked up from Benwell in Newcastle and dumped near Colt Crag Reservoir. He was 18 years old, 5 feet 11 inches tall, and cut into 10 pieces. He had brown hair and was wearing a grey top, black jeans and black shoes. He was rated 7 out of 10. His blood is all over your garage floor. Oh, Isaac said, surprised. A copycat killing? No. A continuation. There is no way you killed all these people on your own. The second killer is still out there. You see, I've watched your recorded interviews with D.I. Sutton at Forthbanks Police Station. I've read the court transcripts. You're not a devious and psychopathic killer. On your own, you may have harboured thoughts of taking a life, but you would never have done it if you hadn't met a second person who was just
that bit more disturbed than you, and edged you into a life of murder. When two people commit murder together, one of them is the supplicant and the other the dominant. You are in no way a dominant personality. If you were, once arrested, you would have sat back and spoken about your crimes. D.I. Sutton would have had trouble shutting you up. Knowing the bodies would never be found, you would have given him chapter and verse. But you didn't. Why? Because you were told to keep your mouth shut if you were ever caught disposing of your victims. You had to protect your partner from capture. And that's why you gave no comment answers to every question put to you. Is that so? It is. Who is the second killer, Isaac? They maintained eye contact, neither wanting to be the first to look away. As much as Olivia wanted to ask if it was Eleanor, she decided to keep her mouth shut. If she was wrong, and she hoped she was, Isaac would laugh in her face. He would love how completely off the mark she was. We will find out who it is eventually. Olivia continued. You put the body parts in clinical waste sacks you sold through your job as a rep for MediSupplies UK. Their supplier reference number is on the barcode, for crying out loud. And you honestly think you're not going to have left your DNA behind while stuffing the body parts into the bags? You could save the police time and effort by telling me, right now, who the second killer is. Isaac looked away, as if weighing up his options. He inhaled a deep breath. He nodded and leaned closer to Olivia, across the table. I'm saying nothing. You're killing your daughter. Olivia shouted. I killed her when I killed my first victim. You of all people should know there was no coming back from that. I maintained the facade of a father, but I'd ruined everything, just like your father did with you and your family. Olivia hated people knowing who her father was. They always threw it back at her. Her thick skin needed to be thicker to withstand a blast from a manipulative murderer. You have the chance here to do the right thing. Why should I? Eleanor is on a slippery slope to God knows where. You can stop all of that. It's not too late for her to be able to pick herself up and move on. No, I can't, he said, his voice back to being calm. Once the truth is out, the whole truth, she'll be back on that slope. What do you mean? You figure it out. You're supposed to be the great forensic psychologist. Olivia bit the bullet. She had no proof, but it was worth a stab in the dark. You killed your wife, didn't you? A mercy killing. Still murder. She was suffering. It had to be the first of the month, didn't it? My special day. He smiled. Who else is there? How many more victims are there that aren't on this code? He winked at Olivia. She wanted to laugh. He was trying to come across as being sadistically vague, but it wasn't working. The eyes revealed the truth. He was keeping quiet because he had been told to do so. Isaac, I'm asking one last time. Tell me who your partner was in all this. End this now. Sorry, I'm saying nothing more. More people will die. What if the next victim is Eleanor? I don't care. You don't care about your own daughter? He thought about this for a moment. No, I really don't. If you're saying that to shock me, then there really is no need. I'm not shocked, and I'm not playing your games. He shrugged. There really is no point in me being here, she said, gathering her paperwork. She stood up, went over to the door, and knocked to alert the prison officers she was ready to leave.
I won't be coming back, Isaac.
He shrugged, unperturbed. She paused, waiting, hoping he would say something to keep her in the room. She turned her back on him, walked out and listened to the door slam closed behind her. In the corridor, Olivia leaned back against the wall and sighed. I could have handled that much better, she said to herself. It didn't matter what happened now. She couldn't go back on her word and return to interview him. He would see her as weak. She just hoped Linus and his team found the second killer before he had a chance to strike again. Chapter 55. Eleanor risked a look out of her bedroom window. She didn't want it to appear too obvious, so she remained in the shadows of the room and carefully peeled back the edge of the curtain and glanced down. The press was there. Newspaper reporters, both local and national. And there was someone she was sure she recognized from reporting on BBC Breakfast. The crowd had been steadily growing throughout the day. Her door had been knocked on several times, and she'd ignored it. Her phone had rung more times than she could remember. All calls went unanswered. She had signed a contract with The Sun to give them an exclusive interview, which would run over 5 consecutive days. Only after that would she be allowed to talk to other media outlets. The problem Eleanor faced now, however, was that she needed to leave the house. She was running low on milk and cereal, and she was starting to feel like eating something more substantial. Taking control of events had brought back her appetite. She fancied chicken. Roast chicken, with a few roast potatoes, and maybe a Yorkshire pudding. Her dad had showed her his special way of making Yorkshire pudding so that it came out risen and crispy every time. She found herself almost salivating as she thought of such a meal. To make it, she would need to leave the house to buy the ingredients. And she would be hit with a barrage of questions, and photographed. Eleanor sat at her dressing table and looked at her reflection. She had lost weight since her father's arrest and incarceration. Her cheekbones were now clearly defined. That wasn't a bad thing, she thought, as she turned her head and looked at herself from different angles. She applied blusher to give her pale skin some colour and highlight her cheeks. Black mascara extended her lashes, and a touch of eyeliner made her eyes look deeper set. She didn't want to appear to be making herself up for the media, so she applied a natural-looking lipstick, just to take away the dryness. She leaned back in her seat and looked at herself. She looked like a new woman. She put on skinny black jeans and an oversized jumper, black boots and a cream bobble hat. Her roots desperately needed doing. She didn't want to be judged by her appearance, but she decided to leave her thick winter coat open, despite the cold. At the doorway, she checked she had everything she needed: wallet, keys, phone. And braced herself for the onslaught. She took a deep breath and pulled open the door. The blitz from the journalists started straight away. "Eleanor! Eleanor!" The calls came, followed by camera flashes. She kept her head down as she tried to fight her way through the scrummage. "Eleanor, have you been to visit your father in prison yet?" She didn't answer. "Eleanor, you said you think your father has killed up to 12 more people. Are you helping the police with their inquiries? What are they doing about it?" She had no idea what the police were doing. She didn't want to know. "Did you ever feel in any danger as a child? Did your father frighten you? Threaten you?" She had been over her childhood many times. There were no signs. Her father was perfect to her. Dr. Olivia Winter has been seen with the police. Have you spoken to her? Eleanor hesitated. She paused briefly before continuing in the direction of the shops. What can you tell us about Dr. Winter? Has she spoken about her own father? Has she seen the drama on TV? Eleanor pushed a reporter out of the way. She was suddenly clear of them and was able to get to the other side of the street. She picked up the pace and headed for the shops. She swore to herself. Not everything was about Olivia fucking Winter. It was growing dark by the time Olivia and Linus returned to the police station in Newcastle. Although they had progressed enormously in locating the bodies which would hopefully lead to them being positively identified, Olivia berated herself for how she had reacted to the interview with Isaac. She had wanted to remain cool and calm throughout, but her emotions were close to the surface, and she'd allowed Isaac to see how near she was to displaying them. She would not go back to see him again. She couldn't allow that. On the journey back to Forth Banks, Linus had been able to see Olivia was upset, and had kept the topics of conversation away from the McFadden family and Isaac's victims. He cleared his throat. I spoke to Clara's sister, Jill, in Canada, last night. She's booked to come over next month. We're going to make a bit of an event of scattering the ashes. Olivia looked over at him. She could only see him in profile, but he seemed brighter. His head held high. His shoulders relaxed. That's good. I'm so pleased, Linus. It's important to remember those we've lost, but it's equally important to remember that we're still alive and need to move on. He glanced at her. Do you ever take your own advice? She didn't want to answer that question, but Linus's silence showed he wasn't going to let her get away without saying something. No, I'm afraid I don't, she said. Why not? Olivia didn't reply. She knew what the answer was, but was afraid of saying it out loud. The reason she hadn't moved on was because she felt guilty that her mother and sister were dead, while she had survived. Linus turned the corner and almost slammed his foot down on the brake pedal when he saw the swarm of people gathered outside the main entrance to the police station. They both knew straight away they were journalists. Shit, Olivia said to herself. Linus turned again to find a parking space and pulled up. It's hardly surprising, Linus said. Do you want to talk to them? Definitely not. I'm not here for that. It shouldn't take us a minute to get from the car to the foyer, he said. Try to tune out their questions. I always do, she said, with a false smile. She was never able to tune them out. Their questions were always blunt and hit home like an arrow direct to the heart. On the darkest of nights, she could still hear the calls from reporters when she was 9 years old and attending the funeral of her mum and sister. Olivia, we've got a message for you from your dad. Ready? Linus asked. Sure. She tried for nonchalance, but she wasn't sure if she'd pulled it off. Linus's worried expression told her she hadn't. They made their way to the front entrance, and as soon as the reporters saw them, they lunged towards them, phones held aloft, ready to record anything they said. D.I. Sutton, is there a serial killer on the streets of Newcastle? I can't answer any of your questions right now, Linus said. We will be releasing a statement soon. Olivia, you're the serial killer hunter. What does your presence here mean? Neither of them said anything. Did you watch the drama on Monday night, Olivia? Have you been to see your dad in prison lately? Do you have anything to say about the private prosecution Suzanne Farr is starting against you regarding the death of her son last year? Olivia stopped dead in her tracks. This was the first she had heard about any such prosecution. What? She asked. Linus put his arm around her shoulders and urged her towards the entrance of the police station. He whispered something in her ear, but she hadn't heard him. Her gaze was locked on the journalist. He was smirking at her. It's all over the papers, Olivia. She believes you caused the unnecessary death of her son. I did. Leave it, Olivia, Linus interrupted, pushing her further towards the doors. Once inside, Linus let her go. Olivia headed for the stairs and took them 2 at a time. She needed to get to a computer to find out what was going on. She rarely read the news, and only searched its archive if it concerned a serial killer she was preparing to interview. She threw open the door of the small room she, Linus, and Ryan had been using for their investigations. Ryan was sitting at the paperwork-strewn desk, studying his tablet. I didn't think you'd be coming back today. We've had some huge developments, Ryan began. Olivia wasn't listening. She sat down, pulled her laptop out of her case, and switched it on. 3 more bodies, or rather, body parts, have been found in locations around the north of England, and I've just got off the phone with D.I. Duggan in Carlisle. He's had a team out at Downdale Colliery in Armathwaite all day, and they've found... Ryan, not now, Linus said, as he followed Olivia into the room. What is it? Has something happened? Jesus Christ, she is as well, Olivia said, sitting back and looking at the screen. What? Ryan asked. She's given an interview to the Daily Mail, stating that she's taken legal advice and she's going to sue me for the unlawful death of her son. Jamie Farr was a bloody serial killer, for crying out loud. Olivia fumed. He didn't just kill his victims either, he tormented them. He attacked D.I. Foley, he stabbed me 4 times. What I did was in self-defense. Ah, Ryan said. I saw that earlier. I was going to call you, but... He trailed off. You'd think she'd want to forget about what her son turned into. Olivia, I can't see this actually getting anywhere, Linus said, soothingly. I'm sure this is just in the early stages. She'll have got a shyster lawyer who's hoping to get a decent payout. No judge will hear this case. If you hadn't killed him, he would have killed you. And why did I have to hear it from a fucking journalist? Well, that's good, isn't it? Ryan asked. I mean, if she was taking a prosecution out against you, you would have heard about it by now. It's probably just rumour at the moment. Ryan's right, Linus said. He removed his coat and took his phone out of his trousers pocket. Shit. Ryan, we haven't got a charger for a Samsung lying around, have we? Yours is still plugged in over there, he pointed out. Oh, I wondered what I'd done with that, he said, plugging his phone in. He looked at Olivia, whose face was steely as she continued to read from her laptop. Ryan, you were saying about Carlisle. Oh, right. Yes, well, I called them up earlier, and D.I. Duggan sent out a team to Downdale Colliery. It's an abandoned mine. It's been closed since the mid-1980s. According to what 3 words, the place the body was dumped was down a mine shaft. They managed to send a team down there, and they've found remains. 2:01. Bait, angel, cog, brackets, kite. Dreading, origin, gander, brackets, Grinch. Brown, grey, black, black. 0/?/?? Ampersand.
Where did Isaac pick him up?
Linus asked. Somewhere around Whitby?
So he picked him up in Whitby and drove him over 100 miles to dump him in Carlisle intact. How has he managed to drop an entire body down a mine shaft? There's no way he could have done that on his own, surely.
The body is heavily decomposed. It's practically skeletonized. The post-mortem is going to take place first thing tomorrow, and D.I. Duggan will let me know the results. I mean, this victim could have been a child, or someone slight. Isaac could have done this alone.
No,
Olivia said. She closed the laptop. Isaac had a partner. I don't know why he chose not to cut this one up. There are many different scenarios. And I don't think we're going to get all the answers we're seeking, if any. But Isaac did not act alone in any of this. When we catch the second killer, Ryan began, would either of them talk then and reveal everything? I mean, you can understand Isaac keeping his mouth shut now as his partner is still out there, and if he's the submissive one, then he's going to want to make sure he doesn't say anything to drop him in it. Once the other killer's caught, there's nothing left for him to be quiet about, is there? The dominant one won't talk, Olivia stated. So long as we're in the dark about some of his victims, he'll have a hold over us. Revealing information isn't in his interest at all. It is possible that Isaac could talk eventually, once the second killer is arrested and sentenced. While she was speaking, she was frantically typing an email on her phone to Sebastian, asking him to find out more about the prosecution Suzanne Farr had allegedly taken out against her. But we're still no closer to finding who the second killer is, Ryan said. Oh, bugger, he said, finding a post-it note stuck to his tablet cover. DCI Wise said she wanted to see you as soon as you came back. She wants to put a statement out about Isaac McFadden now that it's obvious he's a serial killer.
Yes, I emailed her in the car. I might be some time. Olivia, don't hang around. I'll give you a call when I'm finished.
Right, she said. I think I might head back to the hotel anyway. I feel dirty after being in that mine. Linus grabbed his laptop and a folder before leaving the office and heading for DCI Wise's room. Olivia, can I ask you something? Ryan asked. Of course. Ryan had a heavy frown on his face. There was obviously something troubling him. Isn't it odd that we've got Isaac, who we know to be a serial killer, with an elaborate code he's created? But if he has a partner in crime, we have no idea who that other person is. Is it just possible Isaac did all of this on his own? No, he didn't do this on his own. He couldn't have done. I'm not doubting you. You're the expert on this. But without clear proof, how can you know that? She looked at Ryan and found herself smiling. She liked him. He was always questioning and asking for evidence. She wished her students were like this. You're right, there is no definite proof right now. But the main proof is that whoever cut up these bodies needed medical training, and Isaac doesn't have that. So who in his life does? That's another head-scratcher for you to find out. Oh, did you get copies of Isaac's work diary and appointments going back to when the code started? Yes, he said, opening his tablet once again. It's quite simple. Early on, as for all of 2020, 2021, and the first part of 2022, his appointments were via Zoom because of the pandemic. Okay, so we know the dates when Isaac killed his victims because we've worked out the code to the second column. We have the month and the year, and it's safe to say he killed on the first day of the month, as we know that's a special date for him. If we look at his appointment schedule, We can see where he was in relation to the pickup place for his victims. Sean Bridger, for example, was picked up in Whitley Bay. Where was Isaac on the 1st of March 2024? Ryan looked down at his tablet, looked for the correct file, then began scrolling through. Let's see. The 1st of March 2024 was a Friday. He had a 10 o'clock appointment at St. Jude's Hospice in Monkseaton, Whitley Bay. Look at the rest of the entries, Olivia said. If there are any that you can't match, where Isaac might have been too far away from the pickup point, it's possible the second killer could have chosen that victim and brought him back to Isaac's house. The garage, as we found out with Thomas Landy, was the place where the victims were cut up. It's just possible that Isaac was the one who was in charge of hiding the bodies. After all, he was found alone on the night he was arrested. But what about the body found in Carlisle today? He wasn't cut up. Perhaps he was a hitchhiker. Maybe Isaac picked him up on his way to Carlisle and just killed him and dumped him there. It's a change to the signature. But sometimes the urge to kill is too strong to allow for planning. That's a frightening thought. It is. In 2017, I was in California at a correction facility. There was a man, Carl Lee Harris, who was jailed for killing 4 women. He said he heard voices telling him to kill them, that the world would be a better place without them in it. I interviewed him 3 times. On the 4th occasion, I went into the room and the atmosphere felt different. Carl was a polite young man, and we got on well. This time he seemed quiet, and he wasn't as forthcoming. I kept asking if he was feeling unwell and wanted to postpone the interview, but he said no. After about 20 minutes, he jumped up from the seat and ran to the door, begging the prison officer to unlock it. He was screaming and crying and scratching at the door to be let out. The guard opened it and asked what had happened. Carl told him that he had to go because he was going to kill me, and he didn't want to because he liked me. He was fighting against the voice telling him to kill. He hadn't ignored the voice for the other victims because he didn't know them. Bloody hell. I bet you were scared to death, weren't you? A little. What happened to Carl? Is he still in prison? No, he killed himself about a year later. He was receiving psychiatric treatment, and he couldn't cope with what he'd done. That's sad. It is. Right, Olivia said, standing up. I'm in urgent need of a hot bath and something alcoholic. Is there a back way out of here to avoid the press? Yes, I'll show you down. Thanks. Ryan, do me a favour. Don't spend too long agonising over all of this, she said, pointing to the mass of paperwork and photographs. I know it's fascinating, and you're full of questions, but don't let Isaac's crimes set up home inside your head. I won't, I promise. I'll be going home myself soon. After Ryan had shown Olivia out, he went back to the office, closed the door behind him, and pulled the Venetian blinds shut. He spent the next hour comparing Isaac's appointments diary with the code. He looked at his watch. It was almost 6 o'clock. He should be heading home. He'd been at work since 7 this morning, and he needed to catch up on some sleep. The problem was that investigations like these came along so rarely. He was absolutely fascinated by it, and wanted to live, breathe, eat and drink everything he could get his hands on. He decided to give it another hour, and then he would force himself to go home. One thing Ryan still couldn't get his head around was Isaac's garage. Why didn't he park his car there? Why leave it on the driveway? He could understand it if the garage was chock full of crap, but it wasn't. It was neat and tidy. Yes, he used the garage for cutting up his victims. But he could have left his car out on the drive whenever he was doing that. He pulled up the file on his tablet showing the photographs of the garage when the police first visited the house. It had the usual detritus of a normal garage: storage boxes, shelves, tins of paint, ladders leaning against a wall. But there was something wrong with the photographs. Something at the back of his mind was troubling him about the layout of the garage, and he couldn't shake it off. It was driving him mad. He opened Google and typed in Citroën Picasso, Isaac's car, and looked up the dimensions of the make and model Isaac drove. He needed to measure the garage and see if the car fitted. If it did, then it was simply an ordinary garage with an extraordinary owner. If the car didn't fit, then the garage was built for nefarious purposes. And maybe it was worth digging it up to see what might lie beneath. Chapter 56. Olivia walked out of the ensuite bathroom with an oversized bathrobe wrapped around her body and a towel around her head. She felt so much better for washing off the detritus of the day. Her skin was red from the heat of the shower. Olivia always had the water scalding hot. It was a cleansing ritual. The needles of water needed to almost pierce her skin. She stood beneath the shower for as long as she could take it, before turning the temperature down to a more manageable level. She sat on the edge of the bed and dried her hair. Her laptop was open, but switched off. Her mind hadn't fully been on work today. Maybe that's why she had snapped at Isaac in prison and ruined any further chance of interviewing him. There was something nibbling away at her synapses, and it didn't matter how much she tried to focus. It was constantly nagging at her. Fuck it, she said to herself. She went to the desk, turned on the laptop, and went to the ITVX homepage. The drama about her father was prominently placed. All episodes were available now to watch. She shouldn't be doing this. It would be incredibly bad for her. But she needed to know. She needed to see what the viewing public had seen. Taking a deep breath, she started the first episode. The opening shot was of an innocuous-looking house in a suburban road. It was dusk. There were no lights on inside. A caption came up on the screen. December 21st, 1999. A young girl came into view and headed for the house. The viewer could only see her from the back. Olivia knew this was supposed to be her as a 9-year-old. She opened the front door, closed it behind her, and walked into the living room. It looked nothing like Olivia's childhood home in Kingston-upon-Thames. The layout was all wrong. Her mother took pride in their home. She wouldn't have had the clutter on the coffee table or the cushions on the sofa squashed, and she certainly wouldn't have had a fake Christmas tree. She always had a real one. "Mum, Claire, I'm home," the fake Olivia called out. She looked in the kitchen for her mother and sister. There was nobody there. She went back into the living room, then into the hallway, and stood at the bottom of the stairs. As she looked up, the camera panned upwards at an odd angle to show something dark and disturbing was waiting for her upstairs. With every step, the intensity of the music grew. The camera kept switching from the young Olivia's face to her point of view. She already looked scared, which was anathema to Olivia watching on her laptop. Why should she be scared in her own home? She wasn't yet aware that anything had happened. "Mum, are you up here?" The young Olivia opened a couple of doors and looked inside. She eventually turned to the main bedroom, the door of which was ajar. A shadow moved on the other side, indicating that someone was in there. The intrusive music increased in volume and suspense. Olivia reached out, placed the flat of her hand on the door and pushed it open. Tentatively, she stepped inside, and the viewer saw what she was seeing. It was a bloodbath. It was a horror film. Blood spatter adorned the walls and ceiling. The carpet was saturated with it. It was dripping off the light shades on the bedside table. There was a mound on the bed that Olivia guessed was supposed to represent her little sister, Claire. That wasn't what it looked like. Her mother was cradling Claire. With her dying breaths, she was still holding on to her dead daughter. The woman playing her mother, whose hair was all wrong, was leaning against the headboard. She was soaked in blood. She opened her eyes and told Olivia to run. That part was true, and Olivia, watching in the safety and comfort of her hotel room, slapped a hand to her mouth as the memory came flooding back. Olivia, run! Her father came out of the ensuite, blood-dripping knife held aloft. Olivia turned and ran, and the music was kicked up a notch as she was chased into the main bathroom, where she slammed the door behind her and locked it. The rest of the opening scene played out as Olivia remembered it. She struggled to climb out of the bathroom window, dropped down onto the roof of the extension at the back of the house, jumped onto the grass and ran to the fence at the back, which she fought to climb over. Her father called out to her. She stopped and looked round as a police officer came through the back fence. Her dad lunged out and stabbed him before turning his attention back to his daughter. A scream-style chase through the woods, father pursuing daughter, was overly dramatic. He caught up with her, leaned over her, and told her he loved her before stabbing her repeatedly. The screen went black, and the title of the drama, The Riverside Killer, faded in as if written in blood drops. Olivia slammed the lid of her laptop closed. She ran into the bathroom and vomited. Blythe was nowhere near where D.C. Ryan Sweetland lived. It was a good 30-minute drive away, but the niggling suspicion in the back of his mind that there was something lurking beneath the floor of the garage, that it had been built purposely to kill in, rather than house a Citroën Picasso, would give him a sleepless night if he didn't find out for sure. He pulled up outside Isaac McFadden's home and turned off the engine. He looked up at the house. In the darkened street, it looked isolated and lonely. In every other home, a typical weekday evening was playing out. Isaac's, a house of horror, was already descending into decay. He took a tape measure and a notebook from the glove box and climbed out of the car. A fine drizzle was falling. A few flakes of snow, too. It was going to be another bitterly cold night. He took the keys for the house from his coat pocket and made his way up the driveway to the front door. The sound of her mobile ringing made Olivia come out of the bathroom. She had vomited everything she had eaten today, and more. By the end, she was just dry heaving. The display said Sebastian was calling, and she swiped to answer. Right now, she needed to hear the voice of someone she loved and trusted.
Olivia, I haven't heard from you for a few days. I thought I'd check in and see how you are.
She sat down on the edge of the bed. Have you seen it? She asked.
What?
The drama. Did you watch it?
A little. I watched until the second ad break.
What did you think?
Does it matter?
Yes, it does.
It was a travesty, gratuitous. I hate myself for selling the rights just so I could keep my head above water. I'm so sorry.
It might be dirty money, but you've put it to good use. That's the main thing.
I suppose. Olivia, please don't tell me you've watched it.
I saw the opening scene.
Jesus, Olivia, you said you wouldn't.
I know, I was curious.
And?
It looked like a cheap slasher film.
Don't watch any more,
Sebastian said sternly.
I won't. You said you wouldn't watch any of it. Olivia, if you watch more, it's going to burrow itself into your head. You don't need that.
She wiped away a tear.
Are you still there?
He asked.
Yes. The press has discovered I'm up here. I've seen the stories in the papers by Eleanor McFadden. What was she thinking?
I don't know.
Daisy's been keeping an eye on social media. She's already being vilified. People are saying she's cashing in on the torment of the victims. Some are saying she must have known what her father was doing. Very little sympathy for her.
It's my fault. I told her she needed to prepare for the press onslaught. She's actually gone out and struck first.
It's not your fault, Olivia. Eleanor is a grown woman. She can make her own decisions.
Do you think I should go and see her?
It might be worth just telling her to take the comments with a pinch of salt. The world is full of keyboard warriors. They say these things for shock value, so they're noticed. It's all about attention.
But when you're feeling vulnerable, you don't see it like that.
No.
Did you look into the Suzanne Farr thing?
Yes, I can't find any evidence of her launching a prosecution. I forwarded your email to Amias. He's looking into it for us.
Olivia's phone pinged a second incoming call. She looked at the screen and saw that Ryan was calling. She ignored it and returned to Sebastian. Ryan stood in the cold of the garage and looked around him. He'd taken the measurements and a Citroën Picasso would fit, just about. But there was still something strange about this garage that didn't make sense. There were 2 strip lights on the ceiling of different wattage. The one close to the door was a brilliant, blinding white. The one at the back, if it worked, would have been dimmer. And those shelves on the side wall, they didn't belong there. They should be on the back wall. That was why a Citroën Picasso wouldn't fit perfectly in here, because the shelves were in the wrong place. Why was that? Ryan turned on the torch of his phone and walked to the shelves, his shoes echoing on the concrete floor. Close up, he saw what he'd missed the last time he was in here. The shelves were in a recess. It was only a narrow space, but there was definitely a recess in the wall. Putting the phone in his back pocket and struggling under the dull lighting in this corner of the garage, he grabbed one of the shelves and found it wasn't secured to its bracket. He took it down and propped it up against the wall. He removed all the other shelves and stood back, looking at an insert in the wall. At some point, there had been a door here, and it had been bricked up, though not professionally. He grabbed his phone and took a couple of photos. He then decided to give Olivia a ring and tell her what he had discovered. Maybe being a detective wasn't what he was supposed to do with his life, but unraveling the dark life of a serial killer definitely was. Olivia didn't answer. He tried Linus, but it rang several times before the voicemail kicked in. He decided against leaving a message. He was about to leave, head back to the warmth of his car, when a light was turned on somewhere, and a sharp line appeared at the bottom of the recess. Slowly, it began to open. Chapter 57. Olivia couldn't get Eleanor out of her mind. There were times when she thought she was the second killer, but more often than not, she saw her as another victim of her father. If Eleanor was a killer, would she have drawn attention to herself by selling her story to the press, and allowing a tabloid to print features over 5 days? No, definitely not. Especially not with a 13th victim being discovered. Nobody was that complacent, surely. Eleanor was a victim, and she was struggling to come to terms with everything her father had done. Olivia, more than anyone, could understand what she was going through. At least, when Richard's crimes were discovered, Olivia had her grandparents to shield her from the media circus. But who did Eleanor have? She was completely alone in all this. Olivia dressed in jeans and a jumper. She threw on her coat and boots and left the warmth of the hotel room. She needed Eleanor to know she wasn't alone, that there was someone she could talk to. An Uber took Olivia to Eleanor's house in Heaton. She had expected to see a scrum of journalists camping outside her door, but was pleased to see nothing apart from a litter of cigarette ends and wrappers they'd discarded. She rang the doorbell and stood back, looking up at the dark house. It wasn't late, but maybe Eleanor had decided on an early night to block out the horror of what she was going through and hope her dreams would make sense of it for her. The door opened, and Olivia was bathed in a warm glow from within. She smiled. "Eleanor, I thought I'd come round to see how you are." "Oh, that's nice of you. Come in," she said, stepping to one side. Olivia entered the house and wiped her feet on the mat. "The press was outside the police station when I arrived earlier. I wondered if they'd been bothering you." Eleanor closed the door. "They were here most of the day. When it started to go dark, and I went around closing all the curtains, they seemed to take the hint. I'm assuming they'll be back tomorrow. Go on through to the living room." Olivia took off her coat as she made herself comfortable in the warm lounge. She sat down on the sofa. They can be very insensitive with their questioning. Their words can sometimes hurt. Eleanor sat on the armchair and looked at Olivia with icy disdain. Her smile looked almost painful. They can. A silence fell between them. Olivia cleared her throat. "I just wanted you to know that I know what you're going through. If there's anything I can do, or if I can help in any way, or even if you just want to vent some frustration, I'm here for you." "Yes, I'm sure you are," Eleanor said, an edge to her voice. "I'm sorry? Has something happened?" Olivia asked, confused. "They don't want me," she said. "Typical, isn't it? My father is in prison. He could be a serial killer. All those journalists out there are wetting themselves for an exclusive, but it's not me they want to hear about." Eleanor was knotting her fingers together. She was red with rage, seething as the anger within threatened to explode. "Oh, they ask a few questions to begin with," she continued. "Did you know your father was killing people? Did you know any of the victims? But it's not long before they move on. You've met Olivia Winter. What's she really like? Has she mentioned her dad? What does she think about the drama? How well do you know her? Is she as fucked up as she seems? It's all Olivia, Olivia, fucking Olivia," she ranted. Olivia watched, wide-eyed, as Eleanor crumbled and fell apart in front of her. "Eleanor, I'm so sorry. Some reporters, they don't—" Eleanor interrupted. "I've been talking to Damien Littlejohn from The Sun. He's been asking me questions for the features. It's blatantly obvious he's not interested in my dad, in me. And he'll find any opportunity to bring your name up. He's even emailed me a list of questions to ask you on his behalf. Can you believe that?" "I think what you're best off doing—" "No!" Eleanor shouted. "I do not want any more of your advice. Olivia. All I wanted was just a little bit of attention, someone to sympathise with what I was going through. But no, while you're around, you're the only one they want. You're the elusive final girl. There can only be one. Olivia took a breath. Suddenly, coming here tonight didn't seem like a good idea after all. She stood up. I think it's probably best if I go, Olivia said. I can see you're hurting. I don't want us to get into an argument and one of us say something we might regret. Eleanor jumped up from her seat and reached the door to the hallway before Olivia could. She slammed it closed, blocking her from leaving. You're not going anywhere. Like I said, there can only be one final girl. And it's going to be me. Chapter 58. Linus left DCI Wise's office and stretched his aching body. He had been in there for hours, working on a statement, and trying to include each police force that had helped in recovering victims. So far, 5 had been found, though no new ones had been identified, and Linus couldn't even begin to guess which of the trophies Isaac saved belonged to which body. Between them, DCI Wise and Linus hoped that a full national press conference, at which the victims were described as accurately as possible from information gleaned from the code, and the trophies would be shown, would get people coming forward to say they were friends or family of the missing. Then there was the question of a report to the Crown Prosecution Service, in the hope of being able to charge Isaac McFadden with a dozen more murders. However, it seemed that some victims might never be found. The code for Victim 4 stated that he was buried, or dumped, at Rockman Colliery in Carlisle. Police had visited the mine this afternoon, and the What 3 Words location had taken them to the mine shaft. Upon removing the cover for the shaft, it was obvious they were not going to be able to send someone down to look. It was flooded, the water running fast below ground, its temperature in the 20s. If a bag had been dumped there, it could have been swept out to sea, or if it had become stuck, the heat of the water and the chemicals and minerals in it would have eroded the plastic and eaten away at the body. He had been down there since July 2022. There would be nothing left by now. Linus left DCI Wise's office and headed back to his own. The station was quiet, running on a skeleton staff in the hours of darkness. He yawned. His stomach growled. He wanted nothing more than to go home, fall into his bed and sleep until at least midday tomorrow. He unplugged his phone from the charger and saw he had 3 missed calls from Ryan. He called him back, but it went straight to voicemail. It obviously wasn't important. He'd try him again in the morning. By the time Ryan had worked out what he was seeing, he'd been hit on the head by a blunt object and was unconscious before he dropped to the floor. When he came to and opened his eyes, he was tied to a chair, his hands behind his back, his legs at the ankles. His head throbbed. He was cold, shaking in fear. Yet in front of him, what he saw defied belief. The concrete garage floor was awash with blood. Body parts were strewn about. He spotted an arm, a leg, a foot, a head. There were tendons, muscles, veins and bones sticking out of various chunks of body. The air was filled with a metallic stench of blood. He could almost taste it. His eyes went back to the head. He recognized it as belonging to Hal Garfield. But it didn't seem real. It was like a model, a plaster cast, a waxwork impression of a head. In the centre of the nightmare, dressed in a clear plastic onesie, Leslie Quinn had a wide-eyed, determined look as she set about detaching a thigh bone from the torso. She wiped her brow with the back of her hand, then went back to snipping away at veins and sinews. She was oblivious to Ryan having regained consciousness. Eventually, the leg came off. She sat back on her haunches and released a heavy sigh of relief. She looked up and spotted Ryan watching her for the first time. "Oh, good! You're awake," she said. "I was worried I'd hit you too hard. I don't know my own strength sometimes." She looked back down at the mound of body parts. "You know, I've never liked Hal. Right from the first time I saw him, isn't it strange how you can just take against someone without even knowing them? He was a nosy bugger. Isaac wanted to kill him a while back, but that would have brought the police right to our doorstep. I couldn't have that." "You," Ryan said. He was in shock. He was in the middle of a nightmare. There were so many questions in his head he wanted to ask, but he couldn't seem to get them to come out of his mouth. "You're... Why? Why are you doing all this?" Leslie placed the blood-soaked scalpel on the floor. She flexed her fingers and cricked her neck. She was obviously in pain from being hunched over the body. "It's a long story. Me and Isaac were sort of a couple. I fell for him as soon as he moved in next door. He had a wife then, as you know. I liked Louise. I would never have come between them. When she fell ill, I helped as much as I could. I watched as the cancer took hold and slowly killed her. I couldn't stand seeing her fade away so slowly and in so much pain. Isaac said he wanted to end her suffering. I was with him when she died. I held his hand as he held hers. I stayed in the background from then. I played the long game. I'd be there for Isaac when he wanted me, but he went off the rails slightly and left me looking after Eleanor. I could see he was heading for destruction, so I gave him an incentive to get back on track. Eleanor didn't have an accident at school. I made sure she took a tumble in the park. A slight concussion, but she was soon right as rain. That's all it took for Isaac to see he had something to live for. Unfortunately, it went too far. He put all his energy into looking after Eleanor, working all hours to provide for her so that he didn't see me. I was the invisible woman in the background, looking after his daughter for him. I told him one night that I liked him, that I wanted to take our friendship further. He said he still loved Louise, that there couldn't be anyone else. I wanted him, though. I had to have him. Have you ever loved someone so much that you physically ache when you're apart from them? No, Ryan said. No, I don't suppose you have. You're only young. Anyway, I decided to make Isaac jealous. I went out with this bloke a few times, made sure Isaac saw me with him, happy, smiling, having fun. It worked, too. He came round one night, Isaac, and he told me the truth. He said he liked me, but since Louise's illness, he'd suffered with, not being able to maintain an erection. He said it wouldn't be fair on me to be with someone who couldn't perform. We tried everything. It didn't work. Even Viagra wouldn't touch him. It started to drive a wedge between us, and we decided to call it a day. To say I was disappointed was an understatement. Still, she shrugged. She paused and took off the blood-streaked latex gloves she'd been wearing while cutting up Hal Garfield. I rejoined Tinder, Leslie continued. I met a man on there who, well, he was no Isaac, but he'd do. I invited him back here. But I changed my mind. It was like if I couldn't have Isaac, I didn't want anyone else. Unfortunately, he was the type of man who wouldn't take no for an answer. And he tried. I don't need to go into details, do I? I hit him. I grabbed the nearest thing to hand, and I smacked him over the head. I didn't intend to kill him. That wasn't supposed to happen. I dragged him in here, then called for Isaac to come round and help me. I didn't know what to do. I was frantic. I shouldn't have moved his body, I knew that. I didn't know what I was thinking, but it was too late. We decided we had to just get rid of him, dump him somewhere. We wrapped him up, carried him out to Isaac's car, drove out to Ripley Mill, an abandoned mine just off the A696, and dropped him down the shaft. I looked up at Isaac, and I saw something different in his eyes. Something had clicked. We had sex right there and then at the mine. It was amazing, she said, with a grin on her face. I thought we turned a corner. But we hadn't. It turned out the only way he could have sex was when there was an element of danger. It was Isaac's suggestion to do the murders. He's always had a fascination with taking a life, he told me. He'd met a murderer once. He said he was surprised by how ordinary he was. You always expect people who do extraordinary things to be different somehow, don't you? I'd have done anything Isaac said if it meant I could be with him. Unfortunately, I had to be the stronger one. Isaac was terrible at luring in the victims. We killed 2 more men I found on Tinder before we realised people were missing them, and we need to be a bit more creative. There are so many homeless, drifters and illegal immigrants that we were spoilt for choice. How many have you killed? Ryan asked. His voice was low. He'd sat and listened to her story in disbelief. I didn't keep count. I didn't know about Isaac's code until he showed me when we were on the 8th one. Silly sod. He was more emotional about it than I was. I suppose that's why he saved trophies from them all too. Idiot. I told him from the very beginning that nothing could connect us to them. Nothing. We thought we were looking for someone with medical training, Ryan said. Leslie looked up at him. But I do have medical training. I was a nurse for years until I helped Isaac kill his wife. The hospital found out I'd stolen drugs to give to her. There'd been a scandal the year before about a surgeon scorching his initials on people's organs, so I said I'd resign quietly to avoid a media storm. Ryan swallowed his tears. One escaped and ran down his cheek. Are you going to kill me? I don't want to. You're a lovely young man. But you really shouldn't have come here on your own. You've left me very little choice. Chapter 59. We're very alike, you and me, Eleanor said. She had Olivia trapped. The door to the hallway was closed. Olivia was pressed up against it, and Eleanor was leaning in close, her hand firmly against the door. Eleanor had a few inches on Olivia. Even barefoot, she towered over her. Olivia felt the oppression of imminent danger closing in around her. We've both got fathers who are serial killers. We've both had a childhood that we thought was perfect but turned out to be a complete lie. We're both fucked up beyond belief. Now the problem is, there can only be one of us. The press and the public prefer a sole survivor, someone they can champion and look to as a beacon of hope in these bonkers times we live in. Do you know what else the great British public love? They love to see someone fall from grace. And that person is going to be you. Eleanor was frightening Olivia. Gone was the painful expression of disbelief as she tried to understand the extent of her father's actions, being constantly on the verge of bursting into tears whenever she thought about her supposedly idyllic childhood and the uncertainty of her future. It had been replaced with a wide-eyed determination to make something happen, something she could be in control of. One of us is bound to snap, one day. Right? Eleanor said. Olivia looked up at her. She wanted to plead with Eleanor that what she was doing was wrong, but in this state it wouldn't take much for her to flip completely and do something she would later regret. And it's more likely going to be you, rather than me. You've got people writing all kinds of crap about you on social media. Your peers are questioning your work. The drama was the last straw. You saw me as someone who could usurp you, be the victim everyone wants you to be, and you couldn't stand the competition, so you came here, you tried to kill me, but I was just that little bit too strong for you, and I won. I promise I'll make it quick. Eleanor, is this really the route you want to go down? Olivia asked. Nobody will believe I tried to kill you. Everyone who knows me will know that's not who I am. You killed Jamie Farr last year. His mother is taking out a private prosecution against you. That's bound to be messing with your head. That won't even reach a courtroom. What you're doing is ridiculous. You need help, Eleanor. Not this. Help! I need help, she asked, raising her voice. Have you seen yourself? If anyone needs help around here, it's you. I was watching you in that pub for ages before I came in to see you. You were necking the wine back like it was water. How much do you drink in a single day? What else do you do to numb the pain? Do you take drugs? Do you self-harm? You cannot lecture me when you're just as fucked up. Olivia looked away. She knew she was fucked up. She knew she wasn't coping with the hand life had dealt her. But it was up to her to tell herself she was fucked up, not somebody else. Eleanor grabbed Olivia by the throat and turned her face so they made eye contact. I need to do this, Eleanor said, forcefully. All my life, I've been in the background. Mum was ill. She couldn't help that, obviously, but she took priority. Then she died and Dad was grieving and I was left with Leslie looking after me. If we hadn't come up with our plan, then who knows where he would have ended up. Your plan? Dad needed something to focus on. He needed to realise life was still continuing without Mum. Leslie managed to convince me. She threw me down on the ground, cut my head and rushed me to hospital so that Dad would see how much he was neglecting me. Olivia frowned as she tried to remember the story Leslie gave her. Who came up with that plan? Olivia asked. Leslie. I wasn't happy about it, as I knew it would hurt. She said she knew how to do it so that it wouldn't cause much pain. I mean, she should know, she was a nurse after all. Unfortunately, it did hurt. Someone else who lied. Just add them to the list. I've still got the scar to this day, she said, lifting back her fringe and showing the soft white line on her hairline. Leslie said you fell over in the playground at school, Olivia said. Well, she's not going to admit assaulting a 5-year-old, is she? She was a nurse, Olivia asked. Confusion ran over her face. She told me she was an accountant. An accountant? No. I mean, she does a lot of office-based stuff, but she's not trained. She was a nurse for years. What happened? Why did she leave? I don't know. Why all these questions about Leslie all of a sudden? Look, stop stalling. Stop trying to make me change my mind about all this. Eleanor, wait. Why aren't your dad and Leslie a couple? What? Olivia took her chance during Eleanor's lapse in concentration. She ducked down under her outstretched hand and moved over to the window, putting some distance between the two of them. Eleanor, just listen to me for a moment, Olivia said. Why aren't your dad and Leslie a couple? She repeated. Dad didn't want anyone else. He always said he was in love with Mum still. How does Leslie feel about that? I always thought she wanted something to develop with Dad. She's always dropped whatever she was doing to help him if he needed her. They work well together. I thought something would have happened. What do you mean by they work well together? Eleanor looked confused, as if wondering where this was leading. They work together. Leslie gets Dad his appointments, does his paperwork and invoicing. All the sales reps at MediSupplies UK are on a freelance contract and have to get their own customers. That's why Dad was always their top salesman. While all the others were doing admin, Dad was out getting new deals, because he had Leslie at home doing the office-based stuff. So Leslie works with your dad? For how long? Forever, I suppose. Shit! Olivia exclaimed. She put her hand in her jacket pocket and pulled out her mobile. What are you doing? Eleanor lunged forward. Olivia's lapsed Krav Maga training suddenly kicked in. She dropped her mobile and shoved a palm into Eleanor's left shoulder, pushing her back at an angle, tilting her torso. With her other hand, Olivia grabbed Eleanor's right shoulder and pulled it towards her, spinning her around. With a quick movement, Olivia put Eleanor in a chokehold. Eleanor still had the height advantage, so Olivia kicked her at the back of the knees, causing her to drop to the floor. With all her energy, Olivia squeezed tight around Eleanor's neck. She didn't want to cause her any harm, simply subdue her. When she felt Eleanor relax in her hold, she pushed her away, bent down, and picked up her phone. You'll be fine, Olivia said. We'll not say anything more about this, but you need to seek help, Eleanor, and I'll bloody make sure you do, too. She scrolled through her phone, found Linus's number, and called. He answered almost straight away. I was just this second about to phone you, he said, by way of a greeting. You need to get over to Isaac's house, she said, urgency in her voice. What? Why? I think Leslie is the second killer. Leslie, as in Leslie Quinn? Yes, she's been lying to us. She's closer to Isaac than she's been making out. Where are you? I'm at Eleanor's house. She turned to Eleanor, who was still sprawled out on the floor, her face red. Do you have a car? She asked her. Eleanor nodded. Get your keys. I'll go over there now, Linus said. Have you heard from Ryan? I've had several missed calls from him. Olivia had been halfway to the living room door when she stopped in her tracks. Ryan, she said. Oh my God. Linus, you need to hurry. What? Why? Ryan had a bee in his bonnet about Isaac's car not fitting in the garage. He said he wanted to measure the inside and see if Isaac's car would fit. He might have gone over there to test out his theory. Shit. When did you last speak to him? I don't know. An hour ago, maybe? I don't know. I'm on my way. Olivia ended the call. She turned to Eleanor, whose face was pale with shock. It had obviously just dawned on her what she had been about to do to Olivia. I'm sorry, she cried. We don't have time for that. Car keys, right now. Chapter 60. Ryan? Ryan. Come on, young man. Wake up. Ryan slowly opened his eyes. He felt dazed and didn't have a clue where he was. Someone was slapping his face. Someone was calling his name. He tried to speak, but his mouth was dry. His eyes focused, and he saw Leslie leaning over him, a sickly smile on her lips. "There we are. You're awake. I tried bringing Sean round, but he was weak. That's the problem with people who take drugs. No idea what they've taken over the years and what it's done to them. Their own fault, really. I've no sympathy." Ryan tried to move, but found he couldn't. "It's all right," Leslie said. "I'm going to look after you. I'm going to make sure you're comfortable. Would you like a drink?" She lifted a bottle of water to his lips. He sipped, but most of it dribbled down his chin. She wiped it away with a soft towel. "I've tied off the blood vessels and stemmed the bleeding. I've wrapped the wound up nice and tight so you can't see anything. But that's one piece of you gone," she said, holding up her foot. He looked down at his outstretched legs, saw the space where his foot should have been. And then everything went black. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry," Eleanor said. She was standing in the doorway of her house, a look of horror and confusion on her face. "I don't know what came over me. I really don't. I don't know what to say." "Eleanor, we don't have time for this. Which one's your car?" "What?" "Eleanor, your car," Olivia shouted. "Black Peugeot." Olivia looked around and spotted the car. She turned back and saw Eleanor hadn't moved. She was stood stock still in the doorway. Olivia ran back to her and snatched the keys from her hand. "Eleanor, you need to snap out of this. A young man's life is in danger. I'll drive, but I need you to direct me from here." "I was going to kill you," she said. "Yes, well, you wouldn't be the first to try that," she said flippantly. "The main thing is you came to your senses before you had a chance to do anything. That tells me you're much stronger than you think you are." "Really?" Eleanor looked at her pleadingly. "Yes. You know what you said in there about us being alike. It's very true. We are alike. Another way in which we're alike is that we are both incredibly strong-willed, determined women. Anything thrown at us, we can survive." "Can we?" "Of course we can. But right now we need to work together to stop Leslie from taking another life. We can stop this," Olivia said. Eleanor nodded. "You're right." She took her keys back from Olivia. "It might be quicker if I drive." Linus struggled to get out of Newcastle city centre due to traffic. He had tried Ryan's phone a few more times, but it went straight to voicemail. It was either switched off or damaged. He had no idea what he was going to find when he arrived at Isaac's house, but he would never forgive himself if anything happened to Ryan. He was young. He was keen to learn and impress. He knew he was being taunted by some of the other plainclothes detectives, most of whom resented Ryan for not climbing the ranks and paying his dues in uniform first. He should have protected him more. He turned right, passing Exhibition Park, and joined the Great North Road, where he slammed his foot down on the accelerator. He reached across for his airwaves radio. "Oscar Delta from 347, I need all available units to 17 Ridley Road, potential hostage situation. Approach with caution. 347 en route." Linus hoped he wasn't too late. "I'm going to take your leg apart at the knee now," Leslie said. Ryan was flat on the floor of the garage. He was unconscious, but his eyelids were flickering. Leslie hoped he could hear her. "I'll be separating the femur and the tibia. I'll be cutting through the patella tendon, the anterior and posterior cruciate ligament, and the hamstring muscle, which is at the rear of your knee. Now that's a tough muscle to cut through. but I have plenty of scalpel blades. Don't want you to worry. She leaned down, and with gentle pressure, she cut the skin just above the patella. Ryan didn't feel a thing. Under normal circumstances, it would take just over half an hour to drive from Eleanor's house in Heaton to her father's house in Blythe. However, breaking every traffic rule in the highway code, Eleanor managed it in a record-breaking 20 minutes. She turned onto Ridley Road without slowing down and pulled up at the end of Isaac's Drive. As Olivia jumped out of the car, she looked around. The street was quiet. So much for increased police patrol. There were no lights on at Hal's house across the road, no ill-parked police cars or unmarked vehicles, though she recognized Ryan's red Fiat Punto. She must be the first to arrive. She hesitated for a moment. It wouldn't be the first time she would have to apprehend a killer single-handed. It just wasn't something she was relishing. "Do you have anything we can use as a weapon?" Olivia asked Eleanor. Her voice was urgent and resounded around the quiet neighborhood. "No," she said incredulously, in a "why would I" voice. "Shit." Olivia ran to the front door and found it unlocked. This did not bode well. She pushed open the door and headed inside. It was freezing cold, and all the lights were off. Ryan had a fixation with the garage, so she headed straight for the kitchen. The door leading into the garage was ajar. She slowly went through, looking around her at the empty, dark space. Ahead, where the shelves were, was a recess in the wall. A connecting door was open. She looked back over her shoulder to Eleanor. "I had no idea," Eleanor whispered loudly. "What's through there?" "I don't know. It backs onto Leslie's garage." "Fuck," Olivia mouthed. They both headed silently towards the doorway. There was a dull light within, and they could hear the soft voice of Leslie, but couldn't make out what she was saying. As they reached the door, Olivia placed a hand on the door frame and tried to make sense of what she was seeing. The floor was awash with blood. There were 4 clinical waste sacks overflowing with body parts and blood-soaked clothes. And she was sure she could see hair. She had no idea who this latest victim was. "Run! Olivia, run!" Movement at the edge of the garage caught Olivia's eye. She looked over and saw Leslie, leaning over a prostrate Ryan, carefully taking apart his leg. Eleanor gasped, slapped her hand over her mouth, and looked away. Despite the darkness, Olivia could see she had turned pale. "Leslie," Olivia said softly. Leslie paused and looked up. She looked confused, as if wondering who had called her. She looked around before her eyes landed on Olivia. "Oh, it's you," she said. "Leslie, step away from Ryan. Leave him alone." "But I haven't finished." "Is he dead?" "No," she said, looking back at Ryan. "I've tied off the blood vessels in his leg. He's not losing any blood. Not yet," she said, with a smile. "I need to get him to a hospital." "No, I haven't finished," she said, more forcefully. Eleanor stepped past Olivia and into the garage. "Leslie, why are you doing all this?" Eleanor asked. She tried not to look at the bloodbath in front of her, but it wasn't easy. "Because I love your father. We've been in love for so long. Since you were a child. I told the young man here everything. It was something for us to do together. Something to..." Olivia looked down at Ryan. He was pale. She looked at his chest. His breathing was slow, She stepped forward and Leslie jumped up and pointed the bloody scalpel at her. You can't save him. I can, Olivia said. And I will. I will not let you kill another one. Who's that over there? Eleanor asked, nodding towards the bloody sacks. There? That's Hal Garfield. Oh my God, Eleanor said, buckling slightly. She reached out to the doorframe to keep herself upright. Outside, the sound of a car screeching to a halt could be heard. That's the police, Leslie, Olivia said. In a few minutes they'll be barging in here. It's over. It's all over. No, it really isn't. You've lied all this time, Eleanor said, struggling to compose herself. You've killed and you've lied, and you and my father have been cutting up innocent people for what? For fun? You wouldn't understand. Try me, Eleanor said, finding the courage from somewhere to raise her voice. Olivia made to move closer to Ryan. You need to stay where you are, Leslie screamed at Olivia, pointing the scalpel back at her. I'm helping him, she said. No. One step closer and I'll cut you up too. Linus ran into Isaac's garage and heard the commotion through the connecting door. When he had pulled up outside, he had recognized Ryan's car, but saw no other vehicle belonging to the force. He thought others would have been here by now. He took his radio from his pocket and pressed the emergency red button on the top. That closed down all radio traffic except for his and the communications room back at HQ. It opened a frequency, and everyone on the same channel would be able to hear what he said for 10 seconds before it closed. Officer down, urgent assistance required at 17 Ridley Road, potential hostage situation, he whispered. In the control room, Linus's location would be known because of the GPS tracking in the radio. I'm saving Ryan's life, Olivia called out. It's over, Leslie. The police are outside. Don't go an inch closer, I'm warning you. I'm fucking warning you, Leslie screamed. Olivia, Eleanor called. Olivia turned to look at her. She saw the hint of resignation and sadness in her eyes. Help him, Eleanor said. Olivia didn't have time to stop her. Eleanor lunged forward and grabbed Leslie, tackling her to the ground. Olivia ran over to Ryan. Blood was pouring from an open wound on his knee. She grabbed bandages and wadding that Leslie had ready and placed it over the top of the knee to stem the blood flow. She lifted Ryan up, but he was a dead weight. Linus entered the garage. He stood in silence, looking down at Olivia cradling the bloodied DC. Don't even think about coming closer, Leslie said. She had scrambled to her feet, Eleanor in front of her, arm wrapped around her throat, scalpel held to her neck. Sirens outside began to sound louder as the emergency services got closer to the house. It's over, Leslie, Linus said. Your house is surrounded. This could still end up as a bloodbath. I could take all 3 of you. That's not going to happen. Really? Watch this. With a swift movement, she sliced through Eleanor's neck with the scalpel, severing the external jugular vein. Eleanor's hand went up to her neck to try to stop the gush of blood. Leslie pushed her out of the way and ran towards Linus, scalpel aloft, screaming at the top of her voice. Linus reached out with his right hand, grabbed her right wrist firmly, and pulled her down to the floor. He stood on her arm with all his weight so she would let go of the scalpel. He kicked it away, and then pressed his foot on her lower back so she couldn't get up. As uniformed officers filled the garage, He gave the instruction to cuff her and arrest her, only releasing his foot once she was secured. He turned back to look at the scene of horror in front of him. All he saw was red. Chapter 61. Wednesday, 5th of February, 2025. Olivia knocked on the door of the private hospital room. She didn't wait for a reply. She pushed open the door and went inside. Ryan was sitting up in bed. His eyes were half closed, and his face wore the dazed expression often seen in people who had recently undergone a general anesthetic. "Olivia," he said slowly, with a soppy smile. "How are you feeling?" "Great. I'm feeling great." She couldn't help but smile. "That'll be the drugs." "I'm so hungry. You know what I fancy? Fish and chips. But I want to eat them on the beach. There's a shop in Whitley Bay. They're so nice." He was practically salivating. The door opened and Linus entered. "How is he?" "Smacked off his face," she replied. "Probably for the best for now. Can I have a word?" he asked Olivia, nodding for her to step out of the room. "Sure. I'll come back and see you in a while, Ryan." "Have you seen my tablet?" Ryan asked. "I need to update my tablet." "I'll see what I can do." She went into the corridor and closed the door behind her. "I wouldn't mind some of those drugs myself. I didn't sleep a wink last night." "Me neither." They sat down on a row of 3 seats. "They had to amputate Ryan's leg below the knee," Linus said. "He'll be fitted with a prosthetic when the wound's healed, which it should do. Poor lad. A desk job for him from now on. You're welcome to poach him for the Behavioral Science Administration." Linus said. "I believe he'd be happy there." "If he wants to be poached, he'd be very welcome." Linus looked down at the floor. It was clear he had more to say. He took a breath. "Eleanor didn't make it. She died about an hour ago." Olivia deflated in her seat. She shook her head. "I didn't think she'd survive. She lost so much blood in the garage." "Is Leslie talking?" "Yes and no. She's only telling us what she wants, which is very little. She's refusing to tell us about any of the other victims. Whenever we ask a question, she sits there with a smug smile on her lips that I want to slap right off her. Oh, she did tell us that she posed as one of Isaac's customers. She was Melanie Knox, who Ryan interviewed on the phone. She slipped into a perfect Irish accent with ease." "Why did she pose as one of his customers?" "So they could order bandages, scalpel blades, clinical waste sacks, ties, everything they needed." "Wow," Olivia said, impressed by their ingenuity. "Leslie also said it was killing and dismembering that gave Isaac a charge, made him physically able to perform." "Erotophonophilia," Olivia said. "I've never come across that before. People being aroused by killing someone. It's a power trip, the surge of adrenaline. I'm guessing Isaac was impotent, which is why he didn't engage in a relationship with Leslie. But then something happened. They both found themselves standing over a dead body. And suddenly Isaac feels something stirring." "And Leslie manipulated that, do you think?" "Yes. I think she genuinely loved Isaac in the beginning, but he was married and then grieving for Louise. She made sure he fell in love with her eventually and that it was all down to her that he was cured of his impotence. Like a sap, he believed it. She was a domineering woman, just like his mother. Maybe she reminded Isaac of his mother. Who knows?" She lured the victims in with her kind lady act. She purposely chose the homeless, the addicts, those who needed someone to hold out a hand, and she took advantage of that. She also had medical training, so knew how to cut the bodies up. Isaac was muscle. He hid them. But Shane Waterhouse wasn't homeless. He was picked up outside a nightclub at New Year's, which I'm guessing was one of Isaac's victims. Any anomaly would be when the one who didn't usually perform that task had a go. I imagine when Isaac returned home with Shane Waterhouse in his car, Leslie was not happy. She would have gone through with their ritual, but she would have made sure Isaac knew not to do it again. So Leslie was the dominant one, and Isaac the supplicant. It was obvious from the start Isaac was covering up for someone. I always thought it would be another man. So did I. Never underestimate the power of women, she said, a glint of a smile in her eyes. Why did she kill Thomas Landy? Why continue killing after Isaac was caught? To prove she was able to do it on her own. To show us that she was the brains and Isaac was merely the muscle. Will she tell us everything now she's been caught? No. She'll maintain an air of mystery. She's drip-feeding you, and she'll continue to do so for years to come. She truly is a psychopath, isn't she? Absolutely. She's mastered the art of manipulation, and has been doing so for so long that she won't be able to stop herself. Bloody hell. I never asked, why were you at Eleanor's last night? It doesn't matter now, she said. Nobody needed to know what Eleanor had in mind. Will you go and see Isaac again? Linus asked. Oh, yes. I'm looking forward to this visit, she said, with an evil smile on her lips. Olivia walked into the room where she had interviewed Isaac McFadden before. As she saw him, she took in the look of gloating on his face, as if he'd known she would be back. She was about to bring him down to earth with a massive thud. Couldn't stay away, could you? I knew you wouldn't be able to resist, he said, sitting back in his seat, arms stretched out in front of him, cuffed at the wrists. Olivia didn't sit down. She had no intention of staying. Leslie Quinn has been arrested. Isaac's smile dropped, but one suddenly appeared on Olivia's face. The ball was now firmly in her court. The police know everything, she continued. Leslie has told them how you were impotent until you had a dead body in front of you. You're pathetic. When I first saw that code you'd written, I actually thought I'd found someone who had the mettle to be a prolific and intelligent serial killer. I should have known that you wouldn't be an original. You're like all the others, and inadequate. You're not clever, you're not smart, you're not special. You're a pathetic little man who needed a woman to take control of you in order to perform. A weak man with a mother fixation. You couldn't be more of a cliché if you tried. You're not even worth writing about. Olivia walked over to the door and reached for the handle, then stopped and turned back. One more thing. Leslie killed Eleanor. She sliced her throat open with a scalpel. You've nobody left. You've nobody to come and see you. You're going to remain in here for the rest of your life and slowly fade away. And I can't think of a better punishment. She left the room, closing the door behind her with a loud slam. Isaac remained seated, his face void of expression or emotion. A hand eventually slapped down on his shoulder. It belonged to one of the guards, who would take him back to his cell. He stood up, turned, and walked out of the interview room with his head down, dragging his feet, all life drained from him. Chapter 62. Friday, 7th of February, 2025. Olivia was almost packed and ready to leave Newcastle. She was sorry she hadn't been able to explore the city as she had wanted to. It seemed like a friendly and welcoming place, and the countryside looked stunning. She would like to return here one day, sample the restaurants and the nightlife, maybe go walking on the hills or along the beaches. She could bring Stanley. It would be a while before she would be able to think of Newcastle as an ordinary city in the north of England, though. At the moment, it was a place of murder and destruction. She took the framed photograph of her mother and sister from the bedside table and placed it in her bag with the photo of Ethan Miller. She had received an email from him this morning, saying he was returning to London early, next Monday. He was looking forward to seeing her. She heard Linus's words echoing around her mind. She planned to lay everything on the table for Ethan. She couldn't do a relationship and domesticity. She had no intention of giving him a spare key, attending dinner parties together, and walking around DIY shops at the weekend choosing wallpaper to decorate the box room with. But if he wanted to be in her life as whatever, then she would try her hardest to make it work between them. There was a knock on her door. She opened it to find Linus standing on the threshold. He looked dapper in his freshly ironed shirt and skin-tight trousers. "I've come to drive you to the station," he said. "It's less than a 10-minute walk." "I know, but I've still come to drive you." "Come on in, I'm just checking I've got everything." "How's Ryan?" "He's doing very well, healing nicely. I think he'll be sending you an email once he's discharged and used to walking on his prosthetic leg. He's keen to work alongside you again. Tell him there is no rush. He needs to concentrate on himself for now." "I've said that." "We've identified 2 more victims," he said, sitting down on the beautifully made bed. "Jack Penalligan, aged 21, originally from Devon. He's been missing since October 2021. He had a breakdown after his best friend at university killed himself. Nobody seems to know how or why he came up north, but he somehow managed to cross Leslie Quinn's path. We've found some of him at Downdale Colliery in Carlisle, but not all of him. The other victim is Paul Devlin. He was a young homeless man from Whitehaven, 21 years old. His parents died when he was a child. He'd been living with his sister. They had a big argument and he just walked out one day in June 2022. His sister identified his medical alert bracelet from the trophies Isaac kept. It's a long process, but we're slowly getting there." Olivia nudged him to get up off the bed she'd recently made and smoothed where he'd been sitting. "Hopefully you'll be able to identify them all eventually." "We're not even going to find them all, especially the ones down the mines. Leslie is denying all knowledge of where they were hidden. She said she left that to Isaac. I called the prison yesterday to arrange to see him, and according to the staff, Isaac is going on hunger strike." "For what reason?" "He wants to die." "Coward." She spat. Linus parked in a space reserved for taxis and helped Olivia to the platform with her cases. She looked up at the board. Her train was due in 7 minutes. "It's been an absolute pleasure and delight to meet you, Dr. Winter," he said, above the din of the station. "And you. It's a shame we didn't meet under more salubrious circumstances. Some of the nicest people I've met have been over dead bodies." "You need a hobby," she said. He laughed. "Tell me about it. I'll keep you informed of any further development with the Code and the victims." "Thank you." "No, I should be thanking you. You've been a massive help to us, to me in particular. I know I haven't scattered Clara's ashes yet, but I've a plan in place, and I feel, I don't know, lighter
Somehow.
There's no doubt in my mind you'll never forget her. Just don't dwell on her.
I won't. Now, promise me you'll not dismiss Ethan out of hand.
I promise.
Good.
The train pulled into the platform. Linus stepped forward and pulled Olivia into a tight embrace.
Thank you again. For everything.
He whispered into her ear. You're welcome, she said. They pulled out of the hug, and Olivia stretched up and kissed him on the cheek. If you're ever in London, don't be a stranger.
The same applies for you if you're ever in Newcastle.
The door to the first-class carriage opened, and Olivia struggled on with her bags. Once she found her place, she sat down, looked through the window, and saw Linus standing on the platform, watching her. He seemed brighter, healthier than when she first saw him in her office all those weeks ago. She waved, and he waved back. As the train pulled away slowly from the platform, she glanced through the window and saw he'd already left. She faced forward and let out a deep breath. She took her phone out of her inside pocket and sent a text to Sebastian, telling him she'd left Newcastle on time and would see him in roughly 4 hours, depending on delays. He sent back a selfie of him, Daisy, and Stanley smiling at the camera. Olivia couldn't wait to get back home and see them. Chapter 63. Belmarsh Prison. Tuesday, 18th of February, 2025. Against her better judgment, Olivia had relented and gone with Sebastian to see her father in prison. There was obviously something he wanted to talk to her about. However, she told Sebastian that at the first sign of him gloating or any snide comments and remarks, especially about that sodding TV drama, she would walk out, and she would never go back. They sat in the small room, waiting for Richard to arrive, in silence. It was a cold room. The radiator was making a few gurgling noises, but it wasn't giving off any heat. Olivia had dressed in understated clothing. She didn't want to give her father anything he could use against her, and that included criticizing her dress sense, or anything that might show off her scars. The television drama had gone down well with viewers, though critics hadn't been as kind, calling it sensationalist. Based on the little she saw, Olivia agreed with them. Sales of Sebastian's book had shot through the roof, though now the drama was finished, the displays had vanished from shops, and the book was back on the regular shelves in the true crime section. The billboards had been replaced, and even the journalists had stopped calling. For now. As Olivia had expected, the fanfare had died down as quickly as it had started. The door on the opposite side of the room opened, and her father, dressed in blue jeans and a blue jumper, came through, handcuffed at the wrists, a guard on either side. He was sat down, and the guards left, closing the door behind them. Olivia looked at her father, took in his craggy face with his grey stubble and smiling eyes. Below the table, her hands were squeezed into fists. She could feel her fingernails digging deeply into her palms. It hurt, but it kept her strong emotions in check. "You wanted to see me," she said. Her voice was icy and professional.
I did. How are you?
"What did you want to see me about?" she asked, ignoring his question.
Livy, I want to know how you are.
She felt herself balk at him calling her Livy. "Why?"
"Because I'm your father."
"So?" "I'm your daughter, but I've no interest in knowing how you are." He smiled. Feisty. "I am very busy. If you have something to tell me, then tell me. If not, I'm going." Fair enough, he said, relenting. Does the name Janet Brown mean anything to you? Olivia frowned. She looked to Sebastian, then back to her father. No. I didn't think it would. I met her long before I met your mother. We got engaged, briefly. Okay, Olivia said, wondering where this was going. I'd like to tell you where she is. Why? Because I've been doing a lot of soul-searching recently. The heart attack last year has made me realize things need putting in order before it's too late. Again, Olivia looked to Sebastian. He looked as confused as she did. So why do you want me to know where this Janet Brown is? What is she to me? She's nothing to you, but she deserves to be found, so she can have a proper burial. Olivia felt her stomach plummet. Beneath the table, Sebastian reached across and held her hand. Olivia began. She's victim number 1, Livy, Richard said, with a smile. That was The Devil's Code by Michael Wood, read by Olivia Mace. Produced by Stephen Liddle at RNIB Talking Book Studios, with post-production also by Stephen Liddle. An audiobook from One More Chapter, a division of HarperCollins. Text copyright 2025. Production copyright 2025 by HarperCollins Publishers. All rights reserved. No part of this publication may be reproduced, stored in a retrieval system, or transmitted in any form or by any other means, electronic, mechanical, photocopying, recording, or otherwise, without the prior written permission of the publisher.